is the host of Dolly Vision on YouTube. Check it out, folks. He travels around the country covering all types of cases like this.
What is up, YouTube? Okay, I see already a couple hundred of you have showed up for jury duty this morning. Adam Montgomery goes to court in just about 15 minutes. Court starts. It's actually starting up on court TV as I am speaking. So we're going to sit back today, watch a little bit of this trial. There were some shockers in it yesterday for everybody that tuned in yesterday. You know, we thought we were going to hear opening statements, but no, we pretty much got a little bit of a confession yesterday that he disposed of the body or mishandling of a corpse or whatever it was he pled guilty to. It wasn't a murder, so he's still on trial. We go into day 2, and you never know what could happen in this one. Like I said, it's been pretty crazy. Let me share this screen. And the judge should be in the court in like, what time is it now? Like 14 minutes. So we're about 14 minutes away. And did anybody think that was a shocker yesterday that he came? Look, so I don't know what world we live in where criminals can show up to court when they want to. I guess it's a new world. Dolly didn't go to court, right? Never showed up, not video, not nothing. Never even stepped in the courthouse. I guess it's a new day and age, right? This dude said he didn't want to be in court. They done took him to the back and they bring in video monitors when he wants to talk. I'm like, what kind of damn special treatment is that? This dude done killed his baby, right? But look, I guess if they figure if they nice to him and they cuddle his ass, that maybe he'll tell where this kid is at. Like, listen, in my day, you shackle a dude down, you chain him to another dude, and you walk his ass to court, and he sits in a cell by himself all day like Dolly. And then you wait to go out there in front of the judge, and you pray, you walk out in court shackled and everything. None of this, let me show up when I want to shit, okay? I don't know what's going on with that, but you know, they need to work on that a little bit. They need to work on that. All right, let me share the screen with you guys. And we'll be watching the feed today from Court TV. So shout out to Court TV. All right, nothing popping yet. We're looking at the Eagle. The Eagle. Now, I know Court is boring as shit, okay? It's boring as shit. So I'm going to try to liven it up as much as I can. A joke here, a joke there. Everybody get a joke. You know what I'm saying? Because this will be a long day of just like, damn, unless it's bombshell after bombshell. We never know. Half-hour trip from prison. Yeah, so you know, yesterday, they went on a field trip. The court had a field trip. They got everybody on an old school bus. And they drove around the town looking at different locations of where Harmony Montgomery may have met her demise. Okay, so they went to, you know, a few different places to see, but they didn't take the general public with them, you know, and I'm not there today. So you never know, I could pop up there. So this trial is going to last 3 weeks. But we didn't get to go see the places. Okay, they should have took one news camera with them, with the people, you know, so we could go. So people were saying in the Murdoch trial, it was the same way, that they went out to the Murdoch house, but, you know, cameras were allowed in the courtroom, but they wasn't allowed in the court van. I want to see it all. Okay. They should have put a damn GoPro on the hood of the van. Something. I feel cheated. Will he show up today? I don't know. You can't gamble on YouTube, so we can't place bets on it. I'm thinking he's not going to show up. I'm thinking he's not going to show up because he may, because they did say they would send the prison bus. Okay, let me shrink this. So I don't know why we're watching an eagle so big. They said they would send the prison bus for his ass and see if he wanted to come. I think that's a little crazy. Okay, seeing the fact is, you're a prisoner. When do you get all these options? Okay, when do you get all these options? Mab says he will be there. Okay, listen, let's take a little vote. There's like 300 of you in the room already. If you think he's going to be in court this morning, press 1. If you think he's going to be a no-show and on video monitor where we can't see him, press 2. Okay, let me see where my people at. Make sure y'all hit the like button before y'all do that, and then let me know. Okay. I see some 2s. A lot more 2s. I'm thinking he's going to be a no-show. Momo thanks a 1. Okay. Everybody else is on a 2 team. Okay. 2 team is strong here. Tracy thinks he's going to be there. Now, look. I'm going to go 1.5, which basically means I don't know. This dude seems like he seeks attention a little bit. You know how he's smiling at the camera, sticking his tongue out and things like that. He's probably in the cell pod watching it on the news. You know, they do have TV in jail with cable. Okay. So he's probably watching this in the jail. And people like this seek attention. I mean, this is the last bit of attention he's ever going to get in his life. Okay. So he might as well suck it up like a movie star and get the attention, because after this, everybody in the planet's going to forget you and you're going to just go die in a box somewhere. Okay. So if I was him, I would try to get my little bit of last shine and light. You know what I'm saying? Because that's all he got left. It's a wrap for this dude. You know, he's just trying at this point. He's just trying to beat the murder charge, which he ain't going to beat. You know, you're going to go, okay, I disposed of the body. Where's the body? Because once you find the body, they're going to show that the baby's been beaten to death. He's still going to prison forever. He's never getting out. Who's trying to get attention? What I'm saying is he's, you know, they're giving him too many options. They should shackle his ass to a chair and wheel him out there if he don't want to go to court. He committed a crime. He needs to face the punishment in front of the people. I don't know where this is like, oh, the people don't get to watch you get punished anymore. Well, I mean, I guess you get to watch them get punished, but we want to see your face, okay? You 100. Honey Dip says 100. Yeah, all this extra privilege shit. I wouldn't give him nothing unless he gave up the baby. Nothing. I wouldn't give him no jail food. I wouldn't give him nothing. When I mean nothing, I mean nothing. You don't get no water. You'll be dead in 3 days. You're going to tell us where that baby's at. You know what I'm saying? You ain't getting nothing. You want anything? You want toilet paper? Oh, man, we ain't got to supply you with toilet paper. You want toilet paper? You got to tell us where that baby's at. That's what I'd be like, the guard. I'd be standing there with a roll of toilet paper. Like, you either wipe your ass with your hand or you tell us where that baby's at. I would know. I'm telling you. Don't give him nothing. Don't give him shit. We don't owe this man nothing. We're too nice. We're too nice as humans. We're too nice. But thank God Dolly don't run the justice system. I'd be like Judge Dredd, okay? You wouldn't want to walk in front of me. I'd be like, you did what? You did what? I would have them wheel the electric chair into the courtroom for his ass, okay? It'd be like, look, dude, when this gavel hits, you're getting instantly in that chair, okay? And ain't no go live on death row. Once you found guilty, you on the express lane, okay? You got a one-way ticket. Judge Dolly coming to a ABC channel near you, okay? Well, y'all watch, y'all gonna tune into that. Anyway, we're gonna make the best of this court day, all right? It's almost like torture. I know everybody hates court, but we get to find out what goes down. We're gonna find I think we're gonna find out a lot today, okay? A whole lot. Yesterday, we didn't find out much. There was that shocker, there was that twist, there was that plot twist at the end, right? Like a soap opera. So today, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? But I just think the day is going to be loaded with info that we didn't know. They're going to start hitting you with some jabs. I don't think the hooks are going to come out yet. I don't know. They might come out just swinging, you know, going to town. I don't know. We're going to find out in 6 minutes. Triple D, he's having his own Bubba. Good morning to you guys. If y'all are just tuning in, there's like 320. Make sure you like it. I guarantee you I'm more entertaining than court TV. Just saying. I'm just saying. And they already probably they only got 96 likes. Court TV only has 96 likes. Damn. They got 1,000 people watching and they got 96 likes. I don't feel so bad now. Okay. Damn. Thank you guys. How many likes do we got? Do we got more than court TV? At least I'll be winning for the first 10 minutes. Okay. I want more likes than court TV. Let me refresh it. Let's see how many likes they got after I refresh it. That might be because it ain't been refreshed. Oh, they got 218. We can't mess with court TV. We can't mess with. I'm at 169. They got 219 right now. They got 219. I knew it's because I didn't refresh it. But still, they only got 219 likes. Damn it, we got 319 people in here. Hit the like button. We take it over. We're outdoor in court TV. 185. I'm competing, okay? I'm in the race. I'm losing like a bitch, but I'm competing, okay? We're running along. We're running along. So we get to see this tattooed up face clown today in court. I'm praying. Everybody throw a little prayer out there, 325 of you. I want them to drag his ass out there. I want him in court, okay? I want him in court. Dolly got to eat. That is absolutely right, Jennifer. Dolly got to eat. I got up early for this shit, okay? I was streaming last night. I was like, look, I'm going to bed. I got to be up for day 2. I took it real serious. I was like, oh, I'm here. You know what I'm saying? Reporting for duties. Let's do it. All right. I didn't drink me some hot chocolate this morning. I'm ready to rock and roll. I'm in the jury like, yeah, Motley Crue, bitch. You know what I'm saying? Let's get it. Who's ready? Y'all don't seem too ready. Y'all don't seem too ready. Y'all don't seem as ready as me. Okay. We gotta get on the same page here, people. We gotta get on the same page. Hey, good morning, Dolly. Hit that thumbs up. I put in 3. Hey, you got 3 thumbs. I only got 2 thumbs. Mab says he's ready. Mab is ready. Okay. No Z's on jury duty. Definitely. This week. If the glove don't fit, you must have quit. Okay. If the glove don't fit, you must have quit. Please hit that like button. Dolly put us before breakfast. I'm ready, Dolly. No, I didn't. I had a croissant. I microwaved it. It kind of like came out a little hard, so I didn't eat it all. So I ate breakfast first. So I put y'all after breakfast. I got up, ate some food. Chatty Jen, hit that like, hit that thumb. Let's go. 10 months. All right, 10 months, 10 months. Oh, Dawn says she got 3 devices. I see 222 likes, Dolly. That's what I'm talking about. Leave your DNA, right? You never know when Brian Kohlberger is going to break in your house in the middle of the night and chop you up, okay? And we may need something. We may need your DNA just in case you come up missing. All right, somebody kidnaps you. And look, there's a lot of kidnappings happening these days. So leave your DNA on the like button. So if they kidnap you, we got, we already have your DNA on file. You got to use an air fryer. Okay, Chef RD. All right. My microwave has like the microwave, the oven, the air fryer. It does it all. I just don't half-ass know how to use the thing. So I just be like, deet, 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 deet. Everything comes out hard and burnt and shit like that. I really enjoyed the panel show last night, Jimmy. Oh, thank you. So we did a little short live panel channel last night. Dolly Uncensored, Jay added. Now I know it. I moved channels. This channel didn't move, but what I did was switch channels. Dolly Uncensored is now my MMA channel that's going to launch in 6 days. Okay, and the old Jams TV is now Dolly Uncensored. So if you put in Dolly Uncensored, it'll take you to my other channel. There you go. All right, it's 9 o'clock. Court is now supposed to start. We just wait. Usually courts are right on time. Okay, that judge should be coming in any minute. Rise for the jury. Make sure y'all get up too. All right, y'all need to exercise. Just letting you know. When he tells y'all to rise, when she tells you to rise for the jury, y'all better be getting up out your seats. Here we go. Told you, right on time. Told you that lady looked prompt. I knew that. I was like, yeah, she prompt as shit. She gonna be here. She ready. She's ready to rock and roll this morning. Oh shit, wait, she forgot something. She forgot her 5th of liquor. She's gonna slide it up under the bench. Okay. Some scotch. She left in the back. Tracy said, I'm driving. I can't get up. Okay. It's almost like you falling and can't get up. Thank you, Huntress. All right, so we're going to sit here and pick on everybody in the courtroom today because we ain't got nothing else to do and court is boring and we're allowed to talk. See, that's the one thing about court. Court wouldn't be so bad if you could talk, right? Every time you go to breathe, the deputy's like, hey, could you keep it down? They'd be like this and shit. Like it's a library. She said 9 a.m. without delay, and the POS isn't there. She's there. She was just out there. Oh yeah, and I don't see him. I don't see his ass. But they would have to bring him from the back. Okay, let's see who's right. Is he going to be there? Is he not going to be there? So they got everybody up at the bench now. Oh, there's a dude. I can't wait to meet this guy. He is like a star. You know how many views? So many people have been watching this dude. I bet he walks down the street and people are like, what up? Running up to him and shit. He's like a celebrity now. That's a lot of pressure when the camera's on you like that. Like, what if he wants to like dig in his nose or something? That's why the phone rings. It's somebody calling him like, yo, they got you on TV again, bro. I wonder what he's thinking. Let me know what he's thinking in the chat room, guys. What is deputy? We got to give him a name too, because I can't see his name tag. He needs a name. We need to name the deputy, okay? And I need to know what he's thinking right now. That's important in this case. What this deputy is thinking is probably the most important thing in this case. Somebody said punk boy. Deputy McLean. Okay, Deputy McLean. All right, let's see. Deputy Dooley. I like Dooley. We can call him Dooley. Deputy Dooley. Deputy Dan. Deputy Dan. Deputy Dooley. Deputy Shine. I like Deputy Shine. Deputy Shine's a good one. Deputy Doolittle. Deputy Fudd. I like that. We go with that. Deputy Fudd. There you go, Chatty Jen. Deputy Fudd. He does have that. He does give me a little bit of the Elmer Fudd vibe. He's probably a cool dude and we're picking on him. But it's all in fun, man, because court's boring. Okay? Court's boring. He just hit the hole. Yeah, that's your face. It's connected to your jawbone and shit. Deputy Dog. Deputy Q-Ball. Fudd is great. We just go with Fudd. It's easy to remember. Everybody remembered Elmer Fudd. He's going to get the rabbit. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Now, what is Fudd thinking right now? What's going through Fudd's mind? That's the question, right? This is what court TV don't go over, right? They don't go deep. They don't dive deep into the brain of Fudd. Okay? They don't do that there. But today, he's thinking, damn, did I clip this on wrong? He's like, damn, this job sucks. He wants a sandwich. Okay, lunch. He's thinking, is it lunchtime yet? Fudd, you just got there. He's like, man, I hope that cocaine I just did ain't falling out my nose. I hope they don't notice it. Let's see how he keeps moving his mouth around like he just did some, like he just did an 8-ball. Okay. Fudd, you wasn't in the back cutting lines off the toilet, were you? Better watch out. People be dying in Kansas City from that shit. He's thinking donut and coffee. Donut and coffee. He's like, a good thing that Dolly dude ain't in here because I watched that video the other day and I'd slap that shit out of him. Okay. That's probably what he's thinking. He's like, these damn YouTubers making fun of me. I mean, he's a star. I mean, we watched this dude more than we've seen Adam Montgomery and Adam Montgomery trial. Okay. I'm thinking they're prosecuting this dude. I've been seeing him so much, right? I'm like, dude, are they prosecuting you, Depp? What the hell? Like, why they pick you to look at? You know? Are they paying you? Court TV, y'all better hook this man the fuck up. That's a lot of free. Like, did he sign a damn waiver to give you rights to film him breathing? Hope no fights break out today, people. Fudd, it's the dude to break it up. Okay, Fudd, they're moving. They're moving. Oh, shit. We get the galaxy now. I was cool with Fudd. Damn, they done took the fun out of it. Now we looking at the damn solar system. Oh, they about to pop homeboy up on TV. He is there. He's there virtually. All right. Now we're watching TV of a TV. If this ain't like a paradox, I ain't sitting here. A lot of shit in boxes going on. All right, here we go. Here we go. Nope, nope, nope. Back to the universe. Back to the universe. We're back in the Matrix. Up. The eagle. The eagle has landed. Up. Nope, 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 nope. Ball-headed guy. Back to the depth. All right, Fudd. Cameraman never lets you down, right? That might be a son. The cameraman might be a son. He's like, Dad, I got you on TV. He gonna get a movie deal after this. All right. If this deputy does not get a movie deal, they better at least put him in a Netflix special. He could be on Cyber Sleuths 2. You have me die. I'm just trying to get through this boring ass court day. Come on. I'm impatient. I wasn't built for court. Okay. Fudd, tell them to hurry the hell up. Why all this secrecy? That's why I wanted to be there. He shouldn't get a pass again. Well, you see, they already have the TV in the court. It's 9 o'clock, 9:08. He's not there. They're over there talking. He's probably going to pop up and confess to murder. Yeah, I murdered her. At this point, who knows? This should be over tomorrow. It'll be like, done. I mean, he's just confessing every day, right? Here's the thing. If he's saying he did this, I'm just thinking it's a matter of time before we turn on like CNN, Fox News, some, big news channel, and they've recovered her body. That's what I'm praying for. That's really all that matters in this. He's gone away for the rest of his life anyway, Now the woman, I think they're going to let her go. Fudd is sucking on some candy. Oh, okay. All right. There's no eating in the courtroom, right, Fudd? You got to lead by example, mofo. I bet y'all over there. Don't be digging in your nose. You lie. Fudd. Get off the nose. Get off the nose, bro. Okay. You good. I'm going to have to call that line. I know there's a phone sitting on the desk. Somebody get me the number to that phone. Okay. Let's call them. Let's see if we get them to pick up the phone. Be like, hey, Fudd, man, you just don't know digging your nose. We're watching you. Don't eat it. You can dig in it. Just don't chew on it. Okay. That's when it gets weird. We'd rather eat a glue stick. He does have a whole lot of tissue up there. Why you got all them damn tissue up there? Remember Johnny Depp? Elmer Fudd is praying this guy can't fly across the bench and attack the judge. I hope not, because Elmer Fudd don't look like he be moving too quick to save the judge. And it looks like, Adam Montgomery would whip his ass. I hate to say that. I mean, Fudd's a little bit, he's only 41 days away from retiring. This is his last case that he has to sit there. Okay. The candy sharing. Was Johnny Depp eating candy? I didn't watch it that much. Was he up in there eating? Got his feet kicked up on the desk and shit. The whole team. Now we don't even get damn. We don't got Fudd. Now we just get a chair. It's a nice chair though. You could probably sell that on Craigslist to Stacy Wandra. Okay. He'd probably buy it. There's Adam. He's invisible. Okay. He got his cloak on. Okay. He has his Harry Potter cloak on, and that's the chair he would have sat in if he would have showed up to court. Okay. Prisoners have too many rights these days. Okay. Too many rights. I could never get a job as a correspondent at Court TV. They would fire me day one. Okay. Day one, you'd be like, dude, you got to go. They figured it out. We could see FUD. I know. Put it back on FUD. I was getting used to him at this point. That's my homeboy. When I go there, that's the only person I want to meet. All right, here we go. No talking in the court. I wonder what they got in them bags. See the bags over there on the table? What is that? It's been there for days. It's only been 2 days. It's been there for 2 days.
Attorney Smith, you can see that. Attorney Brooks, you can see that from where you are. You're gonna go up on there.
Somewhat. I may actually be over here.
That's fine.
Precious is in there.
There's an issue.
Evidence. I know that. It has evidence markers on it.
That's why we did bring the second one.
That's his lunch right there. That's chicken teriyaki and egg rolls in that bag.
Thank you.
Look, Fud's like, I hope they brought me some teriyaki. Ooh, we get open a Christmas gift. Ooh, that's a big bad. Oh, that's a suitcase. I bet you she was in. The cooler. It's either whatever they were carrying her in. That is it. Watch. I bet you that's what's in that. Is whatever they were carrying her in, or that's the cooler. Good morning, Rose. What do y'all think's in the package? What's in the package, people? Let me know in the chat. Let me know. Then that was my like spidey senses tingling. Said, yeah, that's something important. Because they got it wrapped up. So it's a surprise. We get a surprise. I hope they open it. I like surprises. Who likes surprises? Where is the mom? Okay. Sound like Nancy Grace up in here. Where were the parents? The jury is not in yet. Okay, they just muted us. Somebody break the hand of the person that has the mute button. Okay. All right, they're setting up the TV. This is too high tech. This is like the future. Can we just drag people into the courtroom and put them in prison like we did in the old days? Good Lord. Seems like obsessive work to go out your way for a convict that killed his baby. They done made they didn't have a graphic designer done set up their TV screen. Okay, damn. Go ahead. They just gonna show us YouTube clip made by Olivia. This is Harmony Montgomery story. It's gonna kick into a YouTube video.
Attorney Gotti, if it's not easy, just shut it down. It's fine. We'll deal with it on the break and as we go. That's okay.
Just shut it down. Okay, what
We're
are we
ready. I
saying?
would like to bring in the jurors.
Let's bring them in, baby. Bring in 1 through 12.
All rise for the jurors, please.
All right, y'all get up. Get up. We need to exercise. All right. Just not me. I got a bad leg. Hey, could they hurry up? I'm tired of standing. Turtle Madness said the judge sucks. I don't know. We ain't really seen the judge in action yet.
All rise for the jury.
Is anybody subbed up to the judge's OnlyFans? We are juror number 13 right here. Jury number 13.
You may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
As I said to you yesterday, we hoped and planned that we would begin with opening statements this morning, and
But we're not.
exactly where we are.
Okay. Yeah, I was
So
wrong.
when the state is ready.
Let's do it. Open statements. Don't forget to hit that like button. That's my opening statement. Okay. If you part of the jury today, hit the like.
Where is Harmony Montgomery? Where is Harmony? When people across this nation, from Florida all the way up to Alaska and everywhere in between, were looking for Harmony, there's one person who is not. One person.
And that was Adam.
One person who should have been looking for Harmony was not. Her biological father, that defendant that you saw 2 days ago, he wasn't looking for her. And in fact, he was hoping that she wouldn't be found.
Damn
His
straight.
concern was not with finding this innocent 5-year-old girl. His concern was that she would be found, and that his heinous and depraved actions would be brought to light. That's because he was the only person in this world who knows where Harmony is, who knows where her body is, and he was hoping that she would never be found. The one person,
Monster.
the one and only person who murdered Harmony, who butchered her body,
Damn.
and who disposed of her like yesterday's trash. This case is about Harmony Montgomery. I don't want that to get lost as we progress throughout this lengthy trial. This case is about Harmony Montgomery, but it's also about the defendant, his actions, his rage, his brutality,
Let me make sure the volume's
and his
all the way up.
escalation in violence. The murder of Harmony Montgomery, that was just the beginning of the depraved actions of this defendant and what this case is all about. It's about a man who, for 2 years, evaded apprehension, didn't have to answer for his crimes.
Terrible.
No appreciation or concern about Harmony being missing because he already knew she was dead.
He's not there.
For 2 years before the Manchester Police Department initiated their search for Harmony Montgomery, that man got away with murder.
See, he should
His
be able
only
to point
concern,
at him. He
other
should be
than
in that
Harmony's
court.
body being found, was to keep his wife, Kayla Montgomery, from coming in here and telling you all what he did to her. His heinous actions, his cover-up, what she witnessed. For 2 years, he got away with butchering a 5-year-old girl. And that defendant made sure that Harmony would never be found, that she'd be gone without a trace. You'll see, he believed that if there was no body, there could be no evidence of the horrible things that he did to her, and he would get away with it.
This is so hard to listen to.
And so he went to great lengths to cover up his crimes, to cover up beating Harmony to death for a bathroom accident. He went to great lengths to cover up his conduct.
All that because the kid had
Beating
to
Harmony to death
bathroom.
because she soiled herself. And he thought that if he destroyed the evidence, what remained of Harmony, if he destroyed Harmony, he could never be charged. He was careless in this meticulous cover-up. He made mistakes.
Tons of them.
We're going to hear about those mistakes because it's evidence of his crimes. It's evidence of what he did. So let's talk about the evidence in this case. On December 7th, 2019, the defendant beat Harmony to death because she had a bathroom accident, something she had no control over.
Trigger warning people.
She peed her pants, and he murdered her in a series of attacks, of brutal strikes that began that morning in the car that she was living out of and ended in the Burger King parking lot that you all saw yesterday on The View. He carried her body with him for months, For months, he
Months?
carried her body.
Horrible.
He discarded her with zero appreciation for the life that he'd taken, just a fear of being caught. And in the months that followed, he beat, he injured, he terrorized the only witness to his crime, the only person that could come in here and tell you what he did. She was his loose end, Kayla Montgomery, his wife. He conditioned Kayla through force and through threats
What a monster.
with the purpose of making sure that she would never come in here and tell you what she'd seen, what he did. Beating Harmony to death for another accident, destroying her body, freezing her, thawing her, squeezing the liquid out of her, compressing her body into a bag like this one.
Oh, here we go.
Compressing her body into a bag like this one.
Remember when we were talking about the duffel bag on the stuff with Brandon? See, you don't need a big bag to put a body in.
Unspeakable things. And this is what he did to the only witness he left alive. She was beaten, she was conditioned, and she was living in fear. She was in a nightmare with no end while he dragged around Harmony's body for months.
So he was beaten. What a scumbag. He deserves everything he gets.
For being here. This is going to be a lengthy trial. You're going to hear many difficult things.
Wow.
That's not lost on us. It's not lost on the attorneys that are in this case. So thank you for taking the time out of your lives to come here and listen to the evidence, to judge the evidence.
We here, bro, to see this dude fry.
It's a necessary function. And if you listen to the evidence, if you keep an open mind, and if you follow Judge Messer's instructions, you'll understand the timeline of Harmony's death, of the cover-up. You'll understand the horrible things that defendant did, why he assaulted, why he murdered, why he terrorized. And after he was done with all of this, why he destroyed evidence, why he lied, why he blocked his friends and family, why he manipulated his wife into doing terrible things to hide his crime, to hide the victim that he'd murdered. So let's talk about the victim.
I don't feel so bad against the lady now that she's going to get her ass kicked.
Come into this courtroom and tell you the horrible things that he did to her.
Wow. They're trying to make me cry up in here.
Her name is Harmony Montgomery. And there are 4 descriptions that you're going to hear of Harmony during the course of this trial, some of them horrible. Harmony was born to the defendant, Adam Montgomery, and her mother, Crystal Sorey. She was born on June 7th of 2014. She was a daughter. She was a sister. She was a Minnie Mouse fan. She was a fun-loving girl that loved being a big sister. She was just 5 years old when the defendant brutally murdered her. During the course of her brief life, she was a fun-loving girl. She was someone that defied all odds. She spent most of her life with Tim and Michelle Rafferty, her foster parents, who she called Daddy and Mommy Michelle. And those odds that she defied. When Michelle Rafferty, when Tim and Michelle got Harmony, when they got custody of her, she was just 2 months old. Michelle was told she's not going to live past 7 months. Told that she had learning disabilities. Still, you'll hear that Harmony was an intelligent girl. She was a curious child. She was a child that ran with other children, played with them. She was potty trained at a very early age. At a very early age, she was potty trained, and that'll become important as we progress throughout this trial. So keep that in mind.
She was living in a car. She didn't go nowhere.
She wasn't someone that was bound by limitations. And you'll hear that when she lived with her mommy, Michelle, And her mommy, Crystal, she was thriving. She was thriving in school. She was thriving with her peers.
They sent her to a world of
She was
hell.
a child like any other. She was full of life. But that's just one description of Harmony, and I told you there are more. The defendant got custody of Harmony in February of 2019. At that time, she was only 4 years old. The second description is darker. It comes from the 10 days before the defendant murdered her, and we'll talk about that more as we go along. The 10
Oh
days
my God.
before he murdered her.
10 days before, huh?
In the second description, not the one where Harmony's thriving. In this one, she's scared. She's skinny. She's constantly exhausted. And she's bruised. At this point in Harmony's brief life, she's not able to control her bladder. She's not able to control her bowel movements. She's soiling herself. And during this period, the time when the
Trigger
defendant
warning.
had her, those 10 days, she went from living in their home on Guilford Street at 77 Guilford Street to being homeless and living in a car, in the family's car. And when they were living in that car, those bathroom accidents got worse and worse, and they came more and more often. And you'll hear about the
She's being
defendant's
beat
rage,
on.
this rage of the defendants that was building and building with each and every accident. And each time Harmony had an accident in that 10-day period, the defendant would strike her. That rage only growing.
And punch her
that-
with his
that fear.
fist.
And the next two descriptions come from the actions that the defendant took. The defendant took after he had murdered Harmony, after he beat her to death. You'll hear that she went from this little girl full of life, a girl that radiated happiness, that radiated joy, to a scared girl, broken, bruised. And from there, she went to the dead girl in the duffel bag. And after that, she went to the dead girl rotting in the ceiling.
Yeah.
The ceiling that the defendant slept under
God.
for months, as Harmony's body fluid, her blood, leaked through that duffel bag and was absorbed into that ceiling. He slept under her. That's what he did to her. That's what he made Harmony. His actions. Remember that as we
Why
go
would he
along. This
carry
case is
her
about
around with him?
his
though? That's
actions.
so bizarre.
And those are the descriptions of Harmony. That's what the defendant made her before he disposed of her. Harmony was just 5 years old when the defendant beat her to death, but her story continues long after her death with the gruesome actions that the defendant took, the things that he did to her, the places that he took her. 3 people witnessed Harmony's death, her murder, and they survived. Her 2 younger brothers, one just 5 months old, the other 2 years old.
Oh,
Her
wow.
stepmother, Kayla Montgomery. Back then, Kayla was the defendant's wife. She was mother of his 2 small children, his 2 boys. They met when they were kids and they married in 2017.
Was he abusing those kids?
Eventually, they moved to Manchester, New Hampshire, and they lived at the home on 77 Guilford Street. The defendant stayed home with the children, and Kayla worked. She was a cashier at Dunkin' Donuts. And during the 6 months leading up to Harmony's murder, their marriage was on the rocks. But Kayla tried to make it work. She wanted to make it work for her family. She wanted to make it work so that she didn't lose.
I don't know
relationship.
now because the shit was getting
This
beat out
case,
of her.
It's not about Kayla. It's not about what Kayla did. It's not about what Kayla didn't do. Remember that as we go along. It's about what the defendant did. Kayla was the defendant's loose end. She was the witness to his crimes. She was the witness to his confession to an assault that took place against Harmony by the defendant in July of 2019. She was witness to Harmony's murder. She was witness to the defendant compressing Harmony into bag, smaller bag, compressing her more and more over the months that he had her. adding
That
lying
is
to
so
that
sick.
fabric. And he was witness to, and she was witness to the defendant disposing of Harmony. She was the witness that was left alive. So let's talk about that first event, the assault on Harmony from July of 2019. That summer, the
It's
summer
hard
of
to listen to.
2019, was Harmony's first time living with the defendant. It was her first summer with the defendant. And again, they lived at this home on Guilford Street. You'll hear that they lived there with Helen Montgomery, the defendant's grandmother, and the defendant's uncle, Kevin. And Helen and Kevin left that summer. They went down to Florida, and there Helen had a triple bypass surgery, and Kevin stayed with her. He accompanied her to help her in her recovery. And you'll hear that Kevin was gone for 3 weeks. And when Kevin left, when he left that home, Harmony was uninjured. No bruises, uninjured. But when he came back, Harmony had a large black eye. A black eye such that was so swollen that the profile of her face had changed. It
Wow.
was horrible. This girl was bruised.
God.
She was injured. And her face was swollen. And when Kevin walked through that door, he saw Harmony. And this immediately stood out to him. This was his niece, his great niece. And the defendant was standing next to Harmony, and he said, "Harmony, what did you do? What happened to you?" And Harmony didn't even have time to answer. The defendant interrupted and said, "She didn't do nothing. I bashed her around this house. I beat the dog shit out of her." That's what he told his uncle about Harmony, what happened to her, how she got that.
That is,
I beat her. I did that. The defendant in this case. You'll hear
that
that
is
this
so
shocked him.
sick.
It frightened him. And that was the last night he stayed in the house. He never went back there. He spent that night in his house, and he got out of there. And in the time that followed, he did everything he could to get Harmony help. He contacted authorities. He contacted
Good man, Uncle Kevin.
contacted child services. You'll hear that he was unsuccessful.
That is terrible.
This assault from July.
At least Uncle Kevin tried.
That's separate and apart from the murder charges. Different incident. So I want to talk about the murder now. And to do that, again, we have to talk about the 10-day period before the defendant brutally murdered Harmony. Those 10 days where Harmony had major life changes. You'll hear that the family went from living in that home on Guilford Street to being evicted and living in their silver Chrysler Sebring. And while they were living in the Sebring, they parked in that parking lot we saw yesterday at Colonial Village, the apartments. They stayed there in their car. And Harmony at this point had another major life change. She started having accidents. She started peeing herself. She was incontinent. She couldn't control when she had to go to the bathroom. She was peeing herself and she was pooping herself.
Oh,
This girl that prided herself on being able to control her body, basic functions. She was a big girl, but she started having these issues with her bladder, with her bowel movements. And you'll hear that when they moved into that vehicle,
he was terrified of him.
when they
Yeah, I
started living there,
know.
those accidents got worse and they came more often.
Because he's
She
probably
wasn't letting
screaming,
the
fighting, hitting
defendant
her,
know when she had to go.
his wife, and
She
she's
was
peeing
creating
herself,
a mess
scared.
each time. And that rage, the defendant's rage that you'll hear about in this case, grew and grew. And he would hit her, he would strike her each time she had one of those accidents.
Oh,
And that
my
was
God.
Harmony's life. For 10 days.
They need to execute this
For
dude
10 days, she lived in a car.
today.
For 10 days, she had bathroom accidents. For 10 days, she was unable to control her own body. For 10 days, she was in fear. She was scared because each time she had one of these accidents, the defendant would hit her. The defendant that you saw 2 days ago, a large man, he would hit this. She was 35 pounds in June of 2019. This again is in December. She was tiny. He would hit her. He would strike her with a fist over something she had no control over.
He's not in court, no.
And those accidents
He
were
is a
worse
effing
and
monster.
more often. And she was so bruised before her murder that the defendant had to hide her when he went out in public. He would literally take a blanket and cover her up so that she couldn't be seen, and that so no one would know what he had done to her. No one would see those bruises.
Oh my God.
And that brings us to December 7th of 2019. That day began like any other day for Harmony. They were living in that car. She woke up and she was scared. She was scared because she'd wet herself. She didn't want the defendant to know. She'd wet herself first thing that morning, and she was afraid. And just as she feared would happen, the defendant smelled what she had done. And for that, he hit her.
Oh my
He
God.
struck her in the face, and he drove his car. He continued on with his day as if he had done nothing. He struck this little girl in her face, on the side of her head. He continued on as if nothing happened. He drove to the methadone clinic, the clinic that you saw yesterday on The View. And there he and Kayla took turns getting their treatment. You'll hear that Kayla went in first. The defendant stayed in the car, and then the defendant went in. And when the defendant came back to the car, he was hungry. And so he started driving the family's car to the Burger King that you saw yesterday on The View. And as he was pulling out of that parking lot, he smelled something. He smelled that Harmony had had another accident. And that rage,
I mean, he punched her in the
that had
face.
been building inside of him, it was there. Remember, he was still upset about the earlier accident, that first thing in the morning. And he looked back at Harmony as he was driving, and he said, "Really, Harmony? Again?" And he began striking her. As he was driving, holding onto the wheel, he began punching this little girl repeatedly for something she had no control over.
Just say no, people. Exactly.
He struck her blow after blow after blow to the side of her small head. And he didn't stop. And you'll hear me say that. He didn't stop. He didn't stop with that first barrage of assaults, of strikes to her small head. He continued. And when he pulled up to a light, he continued hitting her, hit after hit to her small head, blow after blow. Now, during this barrage of strikes, Kayla, who was in the passenger seat, seated next to the defendant,
Wow.
seated in front of Harmony, she put a hand up. She tried to block what this defendant was doing to Harmony.
Why
She
didn't
tried
she
to stop
put her
it.
hand up the first time?
You'll hear that in that moment,
All
he
the
looked at her
times.
as if to say, "You're next." And she was scared. And she looked forward and she put her hand down, and those strikes to Harmony continued. When he
Wow.
pulled up to another light as
Holy
he was driving
shit.
to that Burger King parking lot, he continued striking her. And after that last strike, he looked at Kayla and he said, "I think I really hurt her this time. This time. I think I really hurt her this time. I think I did something." And he didn't stop. He continued with his drive. Pulled into that parking lot at Burger King, and he ordered his food.
Did nothing to try to help the kid. Beat her to
He
death.
ordered his food, and he ate.
They needed.
He didn't stop
Man.
to check on Harmony. He didn't look back at her. He didn't show any concern for this innocent little girl, the child he'd just beaten. He ordered his food, and he ate. And he didn't stop. You'll hear that at that time, after that last blow, after that last strike to her small head, she began moaning and making a gurgling sound.
Poor kid.
Sounds that continued on and off for several minutes. He didn't show any concern, ate his food, and he continued driving
That's what they
towards the
need to do to
Colonial
him.
apartment parking lot. And while he was there, he did drugs for 20 to 25 minutes.
They should drag this
Showing
dude
no
out in the street and
concern
let him on
for the
fire.
child that was dying
Jesus
in his
God.
backseat, just feet away from him. And Kayla, you'll hear, was too scared to look back. She couldn't look back. She was frozen. She was terrified to see what he had done to this small child. She could just hear that moaning, those gargling sounds, sounds that eventually stopped. After the defendant ordered his food and he was driving back, he did his drugs, listening to those noises, not showing any concern. He pulled into the Colonial Village parking lot and he did drugs for 20 to 25 minutes. He ate his food and he did his drugs, and Harmony slowly died.
So heartbreaking.
And when he was done with that,
That's
still
terrible.
showing no concern for Harmony, he pulled out of the parking lot where they'd been living. And when he made it to the intersection of Webster and Elm, which you saw in the view yesterday, his car died. It died just as Harmony had died several minutes before. The defendant realized they were going to have to abandon that vehicle. And so he started removing items, getting the kids out, shaking Harmony, telling her to wake up. She wasn't responding.
He thought he knocked her out. He had killed her.
He had done that. And when he realized that Harmony was no longer alive, that he'd murdered her, he grabbed a duffel bag. Remember, they were living in that car. All of their items, all of their possessions were in that car. He grabbed the duffel bag and he stuffed Harmony's body inside. And remember those descriptions that I told you about Harmony, what you'd hear throughout this trial. That's when Harmony became the dead girl in the duffel bag. He did that to her. That's what he made.
Wow. They need to stick his ass in a duffel bag.
The defendant stuffed her into that bag and he went
And
on
drag his ass into
as if
court.
Nothing happened. But Harmony's murder, that was only the beginning. And remember what I told you, this case, it's about the actions of the defendant. They didn't stop after he murdered Harmony. That was the beginning of his conduct. His actions didn't end when he brutally murdered Harmony. You'll hear about how he carried her for months, scheming, plotting, coming up with a plan of how to get rid of Harmony somewhere she would never be found. And they went back to the Colonial Village parking lot that afternoon. They had a friend there, a friend who let them stay in his Audi. And you'll hear that friend brought them dinner for 2 nights, the 2 nights they stayed there, December 7th and 8th. He brought them dinner, and notably, he didn't see Harmony with them.
Hi, Joanne.
He didn't see Harmony because she was in that duffel bag, the duffel bag that he was moving between the trunk of that Audi SUV and the ground outside. At night, he would keep her in the ground between his car, the Audi SUV, and the dumpsters that you saw yesterday that you walked around in that parking lot. He kept her on the ground because it was cold outside. Remember, this was in December, and he wanted to keep her body cold.
Because of the smell. He was trying to hide the smell.
From the Colonial Village parking lot, they went to Kayla's mother's home, and they stayed there for the rest of the month. She picked them up in her van, and that's where Harmony stayed for several days while the defendant looked for
Why
somewhere
didn't
more
she call the
suitable
police?
to keep her.
I mean, she's scared. I mean, you could get away from him for a minute and call the police.
In
There's the cooler.
entryway of Christina Lubin, Kayla's mother's home, he found this open cooler. And he stored her there for much of the remainder of his stay. And they left that home on December 30th. And they went to the Families in Transition Shelter.
Yeah, he only admitted a guilt for a
It
few
was at the
charges.
Families in Transition Shelter that the defendant began to discuss disposing of Harmony, getting rid of her. He believed, you'll hear, he believed that if there was no body to find, there would be no evidence of what he'd done, and he would get away with this heinous crime. And so
That's
he
where
began
he's
to
stupid. You
discuss
don't need a
disposing of
body.
her. While he was there, he moved Harmony from the closet of that room. He moved her to the ceiling. He removed that vent cover and he stuffed her body inside. And that's when Harmony became the dead girl rotting in the ceiling. The ceiling that he
Wow,
slept
in the
under.
ceiling. And you know they could
For
smell it
months.
throughout the building in the vent.
Now, the defendant faced another problem at the Fit Shelter. Harmony's body began to rot. It began to smell. He was storing her body in the ceiling above his room, and the heat was on. And the heat was causing her body to decompose more and more by the day, to rot more and more by the day. And it was smelling. And other tenants, other people that lived there were complaining about those smells. So he had to take her body out of that ceiling. And he brought it to the bathroom and he compressed it. He compressed and contorted her body into this bag, into a bag like this. And he put it back up there,
Damn.
back in the ceiling. And when he was taking her body down, when it was still in the duffel bag, before he'd added trash bags and put her inside a bag like this one, she was leaking. She was leaking. Her liquids were pouring through that duffel bag.
That's
The
nasty.
investigators
Trigger warning,
followed up
people.
with the Fit Shelter. They went to that room. They looked in the ceiling. And when they took that vent cover off, they immediately smelled decomposition, a smell associated with dead bodies, rotting bodies. They smelled decomp. Still present 2 years after the defendant had removed Harmony's body from the ceiling.
Because it leaked all into the
And they saw
ceiling.
deep stains in the drywall.
You can see it.
Harmony's blood had been absorbed.
Oh, that's brutal. That's where he had. You can see the weight difference in the
That
tiles.
blood was tested. It was sent to a lab in Florida and tested. And that lab in Florida confirmed that that blood was Harmony.
Oh, he done, but he
Something
done.
the defendant missed. Remember, he was careless in his meticulous cover-up. He made
Oh,
mistakes.
wow.
That's going to be one of them. That blood in the ceiling, Harmony's blood in the ceiling, all that remained of Harmony, the defendant made sure of that. And surrounding that blood, surrounding this blood, surrounding what was left of Harmony, the defendant's fingerprints, his palm prints, frozen there for time.
Even his finger. Oh, he had his handprint in the
So at the
blood.
shelter, the defendant had a problem. He was living in a shelter. He didn't have access to a freezer, and Harmony's body was beginning to rot and stink, and it was getting worse and worse by the day. People were complaining. This wasn't good for him. And it was around this time he started working at the Portland Pie Company, which used to be here in town, since closed. He worked there for just over a month. He was a dishwasher and a cook. And that CMC bag, the one that looked like this, that accompanied him to work. It stood out to people because he placed it in the freezer during his shifts. He brought it with him regularly to work, and he stored it in a freezer where the company kept food, ingredients.
Oh, that's no. Don't eat pizzas. Well, it ain't a
People
pizza
saw
place
him
anymore, but damn.
bringing that in and out regularly. They couldn't have
Bad-
imagined what that bag contained, but they
Bad pizza.
saw it. And after they left the fit shelter, after the defendant left the shelter, he moved into an apartment on Union
That's
Street.
nasty.
And it was in the Union Street apartment that he began to discuss dismembering Harmony, squishing her, further contorting her body. He discussed using a saw to cut her up.
Oh man, here this is where it gets
He
bad.
discussed using lime to further decompose her so that there would be nothing to find. Remember, he believed
It'd just be
that if
bone.
there was no body, there could be no evidence, and he would get away with this horrible thing that he'd done, beating this little girl to death. And it was in the bathroom of his Union Street apartment that he compressed Harmony. Already in that CMC bag, filling that CMC bag, he compressed her further, and he added lime to the bag, thinking that it would eat away at anything left of her. He spent most of the day in that bathroom compressing Harmony. He took her out of the CMC bag and he placed her in the tub. She was frozen at that point, so he turned the hot water on and ran it over her so that he can manipulate her body, further compress her. Kayla walked into the bathroom as he was doing this. She saw what he was doing. She saw Harmony. Harmony, at that point, was skin and bones. And she saw the defendant squeezing Harmony, squishing Harmony, trying to remove the liquids that remained from her small body and down the drain of the tub. When Kayla walked into that bathroom,
Sick, dude.
he told her to help him. You'll hear that
So she
Kayla-
helped.
she held Harmony's arm while the defendant used the scissors to cut off Harmony's clothes. But this was too much for Kayla. She couldn't take what she was seeing, what the defendant was doing, the sick and grotesque things that he was doing to this child's body. And so she went to the living room to be with her two sons, to make sure that they didn't walk in and see what he was doing.
Why didn't she go run, call the police?
So in that bathroom, the defendant shut the door behind her. That once bulging CMC bag, the bag that Harmony's body filled, he compressed it enough to add much of a 40-pound bag of lime. And he took breaks from the horror show in that bathroom. And during one of the breaks from working on Harmony's body, he said, I can put her in pieces. I can put her in pieces. I can cut her up. And while he was working in that bathroom, working on Harmony, he clogged the drain. Remember that as we go along. He clogged the drain. While he was
Just
squeezing her,
sick.
getting the liquids out, he clogged the drain to the bathroom. And investigators learned that the defendant went to Home Depot on February 26th, just 6 days after they moved into that apartment. He went to Home Depot where he bought a saw, a backup saw blade, diamond cutting saw blade, a backup battery, and lime.
If that don't sound like a murder kit right there coming through to check
That was
out.
on February 26th,
Saws and
just 6
lime.
days after he moved into that apartment. On February 27th, he placed a work order to unclog his drain. Now, it was around this time that the defendant began to suspect that Kayla was working with the police, trying to give them evidence to put him away for what he'd done to Harmony.
Paranoia set in.
He was suspicious of her, and he was pulling out outlets. He was pulling out light bulbs, light sockets, thinking that there were listening devices planted
Because he's smoking
to get
crack.
him for what he'd done to Harmony. And it was around this time that he started beating Kayla. He started threatening her that if she reported him, he would kill her. And that if he went to jail
I
for
can
what he
believe that.
did, he'd have someone else kill her. The abuse was constant and it came regularly. And Kayla documented the abuse as shown here. Less than a week after the horror show in that Union Street apartment
They
bathroom,
didn't show
the
nothing.
defendant disposed of what remained of Harmony, what was left of her. He was meticulous in making sure that nothing came back on him. He enlisted help from friends. He asked a friend to get him a U-Haul van. A U-Haul van back then was cheaper than a rental car. You'll hear that this friend, he helped. He got him the van. The defendant at the time rented a hotel room so that he could leave the hotel room and dispose of Harmony. And when he came to bring the defendant the keys to the van with his girlfriend saw a CMC bag that was protruding from the hotel room's mini fridge, and that stood out to her. And when the friend gave the defendant the keys to that U-Haul van, the defendant said, I fucked up, and he repeated it over and over. I fucked up. Me, the defendant, I fucked up. But he couldn't say how. He couldn't say what he'd done to fuck up. That was on March
He's definitely
3rd
a
of
monster.
2020. The defendant left in the middle of the night.
And his friend helped him,
itself.
probably knew. The
And
dude knew he
when
killed
the
the kid
defendant
and got him
left,
a
He
U-Haul.
told Kayla that he wasn't going to tell her where he was going to dump Harmony, where he was going to dispose of her. He didn't want her to have that information that she could later use against him. He was in control. He had all the pieces.
She could have called the police, though, at any time.
He wasn't going to have someone know where evidence of the girl that he had brutally beaten was. He made sure that he was the only person that knew what he'd done with her. Remember, he believed that if there was no body, he could never be charged. He could never be charged with this.
Where
heinous
did he
crime.
take that U-Haul?
And when he left the hotel room that night, he headed south to Mass, and he made another mistake. That U-Haul van that he rented
Broke down?
blew through tolls on the Tobin Bridge,
Okay, so it
and a camera
depends on where's
captured
that.
that van. You'll hear about the many searches for Harmony Montgomery involving multiple states, Maine, Mass, New Hampshire, involving multiple agencies, both state and federal. Thousands of man-hours looking for this little girl. And you'll hear the defendant's words. You'll hear him on a recorded call.
Check
during one
mileage
of
on
those
U-Haul.
searches,
That's a good one.
telling his friend that investigators were wasting their time looking for this little girl that he brutally murdered. They were wasting their time. The defendant's words, you'll hear that. After disposing of Harmony, the defendant realized he had one loose end, his wife, Kayla. And so he conditioned her. The abuse got worse over those months and months.
I don't think so.
He beat her. She was a loose end to him and nothing more. Now, you'll hear that Kayla lied. She stuck to a story that the defendant gave her. She was scared at what would happen to her at the hands of the man she witnessed beat this small child to death and drag her body around for months. She's gone to prison for those lies. And since then, she's helped investigators. She's helped investigators find proof that Harmony's dead. That
Trigger
blood
warning.
in the ceiling with the defendant's fingerprints. She spoke to investigators and police for hours upon hours.
So they're going to let her
over
off,
multiple days.
basically.
Statements that gave investigators evidence that they wouldn't have without her. Gave a mother some sense of closure, knowing that her daughter's dead, still out
She
there
didn't try to
somewhere,
stop it.
but not suffering.
Nothing. It's terrible.
Anymore.
She's going to get to walk. I don't agree with that. What about you, Chat?
Now, Kayla's testimony is important. She saw what happened. She felt it. She lived it. She's still living
Randy
it.
Massman, I agree with it.
But the reason you only have one witness to the defendant's crime is because he killed the other, the witness that he couldn't control, the witness that he couldn't manipulate. But even though Kayla's testimony is important, this case doesn't rest solely on her shoulders. You're going to hear about the forensic evidence, the physical evidence that corroborates what she
We
says
know he
about the
did it.
surveillance
Guilty.
footage.
Get him on phone and electric.
You'll hear and see evidence that corroborates Kayla in ways that she never could have imagined. You'll hear and see evidence that shows you who killed Harmony, who had motive to destroy her after he killed her. And you'll hear some of the defendant's lies for yourself. You'll hear about the absurd story he told to evade apprehension, that he gave Harmony back to her mother in mass the day before Thanksgiving in 2019. That was his excuse. That was his lie. But in those 2 years where he didn't have to answer for this crime, where he thought he was free and clear of what he'd done, he told someone that he trusted what he really thought of Harmony. Told her that she was evil, that she did evil things. He told her that Harmony was a constant reminder of her mother, Crystal Sorey, who he hated.
Oh,
And he told her that he hated Harmony to his core. That's what he said in secret about the innocent child that he'd beaten to death.
wow. She reminded him of her
The
mom. I
helpless
think that's
girl
why
that he
Leilani
beat because she
did
soiled
what she
herself.
did.
He hated Harmony to his core, and the evidence is going to show that he did everything to destroy Harmony after he beat her, to hide his crime, to hide evidence of what he'd done. And for what the defendant did, he's been charged with multiple crimes that the clerk read to you yesterday in open court. And the evidence will prove that he's guilty of each and every one of them. He's guilty of the second-degree assault for beating Harmony in that July 2019 incident, for bashing her around the house, for beating her off every wall in the house, for kicking the dog shit out of her, for causing the black eye, causing that injury to Harmony. Just like he's guilty of reckless second-degree murder for beating Harmony to death in the Chrysler
think that's
Sebring on
first-degree
December 7th,
murder.
2019. He's guilty of falsifying physical evidence, for mutilating Harmony's corpse, for destroying her, for putting her somewhere she would never be found. And he's guilty of tampering with a witness, for beating Kayla, for threatening her, for compelling her.
I think
to
she was
stick
in
to
on
the
it.
story that he gave her.
I mean,
He's
they're
guilty
using
of
her as a
abuse of a
witness, but
corpse.
she had her part in that.
For his conduct in the Union Street apartment bathroom, for compressing Harmony into that small bag, adding lime to it.
Kayla's a monster.
Those are the crimes the defendant in this case committed. That's what he's guilty of.
Both of
The
them are
defendant
monsters.
committed multiple violent crimes against a small child, a helpless child. In December 2019, he assaulted and he murdered because of that rage, his rage. He destroyed Harmony so that he could never be caught. And he beat Kayla for control. That's what the defendant did to his victim in this case. And at the conclusion of this trial, that's what we'll ask you to find him guilty of.
Okay, you heard it there. He laid it out.
Whenever you're ready.
All right, he laid it out pretty good, you know, that this dude's a monster. Now, I think Kayla, the stepmom, she had every opportunity to call the police, get help, blah, 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 and she didn't do none of that, right? None of that. But, you know, they need her as a witness. I don't think they need her with the blood in the roof and it matches him with his fingerprints in it. I think they should have threw the book at both of them.
You were just left with that picture of Harmony, and seeing that picture is heartbreaking, knowing that Harmony is dead. But Adam Montgomery did not kill Harmony.
Here we go.
Adam Montgomery did not beat Harmony in the head as he approached the Burger King drive-thru. Adam Montgomery did not cause Harmony's death. Kayla Montgomery was the last person to see Harmony alive and know how Harmony died. But she didn't come clean with Adam. She didn't come clean with the police. And she will not come clean with you.
He's going to say she did it at the
She's still
methadone
lying
clinic.
about the cause of Harmony's death. Even though Kayla now has her deal with the state, she continues to lie.
I knew
The
he would
only
say
reason
this.
Kayla has to lie now is to protect herself. The only reason she has to lie and point the finger at Adam is because the truth points the finger at her. The only reason Kayla has to lie to make Harmony's death so brutal and foul by Adam is to hide that Adam was protecting Kayla, his wife, and the mother of his kids. Now look, I'm not pretending that
And they're
Adam is
turning
an
on each
innocent
other.
here. Adam is not an innocent here. He and Kayla covered up Harmony's death. He's not an innocent here. He and Kayla moved Harmony's body from place to place to keep it hidden. And Adam is not an innocent here. He and Kayla put her body in a shower to wash her remains of the fluids of decomposition and then permanently hid her remains. You can and should find him guilty of those crimes. But in committing those crimes and sticking with a story that protected his wife, Adam set himself up for Kayla's betrayal.
Oh, here we go.
Her
Love
betrayal
gone bad.
to accuse him in the most vile way possible of what he did not do. To accuse him of brutally killing his, not her, daughter, when she knew that was not what happened.
Is that better?
The evidence that will show you that Adam did not brutally murder Harmony will come mostly and very reluctantly from his accuser, Kayla. Not from other witnesses or the physical evidence, but by showing that Kayla's lies continue. And the only one protected by those lies is her. Because only she, other than an infant and a toddler, was around when Harmony died. Only she knows the truth, and only she has benefited from all the lies she has told.
They do got her on perjury.
November 27, 2019, a day before Thanksgiving. Adam, Kayla, Adam's daughter, Harmony, toddler son, Seamus, infant son, Declan, were evicted from their home on Guilford Street in Manchester. They began living out of their Chrysler Sebring.
We knew this. We knew this was coming.
In the following week, when Adam was running around trying to make money to get them out of their situation, Kayla was left cooped up in that seemingly increasingly smaller by the minute car with a 5-year-old child, not her own, a 2-year-old toddler, and a less than 1-year infant, all of whom needed attention, all of whom needed to move around, and none of whom were doing well being cooped up in that car. And Kayla didn't do well either. Adam was off doing his own thing, and Kayla was stuck. Harmony's body was not discovered lifeless in the car at that busy intersection you saw yesterday. It was not discovered at that intersection in the middle of the day on December 7, 2019, as Kayla now claims. Both Adam and Kayla discovered Harmony's cold, lifeless body much earlier, in the dark of night, behind Colonial Village, when Adam returned from his business. Kayla made Adam feel responsible. She claimed not to know what happened. It was Adam's fault for everything they were going through. It was not her fault, she insisted. She thought all the kids were asleep. He had to protect her. He had to protect their children. If anyone found out, their children would be taken. Adam stood by Kayla, and together they covered up Harmony's death.
Good lie.
By that decision, Adam became so intertwined in Harmony's death that he could not get out. Neither Adam nor Kayla knew what to do, so they put the decision off. Adam placed Harmony's body in a duffel bag from the car and placed that duffel bag in the trunk. And Harmony's body was in that bag in the trunk of the car when it broke down at the intersection of Webster and Elm. They had driven off from the Colonial Village apartments to try and figure out what to do, where to put Harmony's body. But then the car broke down. When it did,
It's weird
Adam
to carry
grabbed the
her
bag
around all
from
this
the
time.
trunk and carried Harmony's body away from the intersection to the parking lot at Colonial Village. From there, as you'll hear, Harmony's body was moved from place to place until Adam and Kayla finally figured out a plan to hide the body permanently. When asked, Adam and Kayla told people that Harmony was back with her biological mom in Massachusetts. Let's now move forward 2 years. December 2021. This was 2 years after Harmony's death and close to a year after Kayla and Adam had separated. The police were now investigating Harmony's disappearance. They found Kayla and asked her where to find Adam and where Harmony was. Kayla gave the lie she and Adam had used to explain why Harmony was no longer living with them after Harmony died in December of 2019.
She was with her biological mom.
That Adam had returned Harmony to her mother in Massachusetts. Kayla also told the police that she believed Adam was in Maine. After speaking with the police, she contacts Adam and she told him, quote, "You need to come down here." She told him he needed to return to New Hampshire and deal with the police because she was not going to deal with all this by herself. Adam did what Kayla told him to do and returned. But unfortunately for Kayla, he also brought another woman, Kelsey Small, with him. Adam met up with Kayla and they talked about what to do. That New Year's Eve 2021, Kayla talked to the police again. This time, it was at the Manchester police station. She again gave the lie that protected her, insisting Adam took Harmony to her mother's, and that was all that she knew. And after well over an hour of talking, as Kayla stuck with this lie, the police gave her time alone to think, to write down what she wanted to say, just in case it was too difficult to verbally speak about. And Kayla did take that time alone to think and to write. And this is what she wrote. Quote, "I don't know what happened. No clue. I just know he left to bring her to meet her mom, to give Harmony to her after he dropped me off at work in the morning." And she wrote, "You need to get him to talk. He won't tell me anything. So he obviously did something and isn't saying anything to me." Kayla was ready to point the finger at Adam, but only in a way that protected herself.
Damn, that you got to think about this.
5 days later,
I don't
January
say let him
5th,
off, but you never know. She may be
Kayla
just
was
as responsible.
arrested anyway, but for something different than what the police had wanted to talk with her about. Instead of being arrested in relation to Harmony's disappearance, she was arrested for something else, what eventually became a theft charge. But she knew the arrest was to pressure her. While in jail, Kayla had more time to think and to scheme. How was she going to get out of this mess that she was in? She knew that the police thought she had information about what happened to Harmony, and she knew that the walls were closing in. Kayla also knew that pointing the finger at Adam was worth something, and pointing the finger would help get her out of this mess, and she thought about how to use Adam to get out of it.
I think they both played their parts. I don't think neither one of them should be getting a deal. I don't think she should be getting a deal for sure.
What I am holding up for you is defense's G for identification. This plastic bag contains a note. This note is written by Kayla, and it reflects what she wanted for a bargain. A few weeks after her incarceration,
Oh,
this
let's hear this
was
shit.
found in Kayla's cell.
Oh, this is good.
And in her musings, she writes of her willingness to, quote, betray Adam, not to finally be free of Adam, not to finally be safe from him, not to tell the truth, to betray, meaning stab him in the back. But she also wrote of her longing to be alone with him one more time, to kiss, to make love if she could. She didn't write of fearing to be alone with him. She did not write of any fear that Adam would hurt or kill her.
She
for
was
her
in on it.
betrayal.
She never tried to
In
stop him.
her fairy tale musings, Adam would understand and protect her to the end. Their children needed their mother, she wrote. But as this note also shows, Kayla wanted more than just one last time with Adam. She had a whole wish list, a set of demands.
Uh-oh. What
She
is the
wanted,
demands?
quote, immunity from everything.
Immunity from everything.
Everything being in all capital letters. She wanted immunity from everything, all charges I'm facing, and what I'm going to say about Adam. Maybe ankle bracelet, or probation, or drug court. Kids in my life. Not lose custody or rights to my children at all, and be able to have kids live with me once I do a residential treatment program and complete it. Kayla was willing to sing for her supper, not for truth, not for harmony, but for Kayla. Kayla was
That's
all
facts
about
right there.
protecting herself to wiggle out of accountability for her own conduct. After that
Needs
note
life in
was
prison,
discovered in Kayla's cell in January of 2022, January 29th to be exact, Kayla told a correctional officer that she wanted to speak with the Attorney General's office. But no one came to her with a deal. And instead of a deal, she got a subpoena. She got subpoenaed to appear before the grand jury in March, and she remained in jail. Now, Kayla finally got out on bail on May 6th, but she still had been subpoenaed to testify before the grand jury.
So she got
This
out.
time on May 20th. Still no deal. And when Kayla finally appeared before the grand jury, she still had no deal. It was explained to Kayla that she could choose not to answer a question if it would incriminate her. Instead, though, she chose to lie under oath, the same oath you'll see her take later,
That's a good way to
trying to
put it.
make
Power
herself
liar.
look innocent while pointing the finger at Adam. She told the grand jury that Adam had dropped her off at Dunkin' Donuts on November 30th with Harmony and the two boys in the car, and said that he was returning Harmony to her mother in Massachusetts. But even as Kayla insisted that she didn't know what happened to Harmony, a bombshell drops. The Attorney General's office, the AG, told her as she was testifying, she was working at Dunkin' Donuts, that they had her employment records. Was she sure? They asked. Kayla knew then that she was caught. she was caught in a lie. The AG had her employment records, looked at them, and knew that she was not working. And this was not just a simple, honest mix-up of days. Those records showed that the AG's office had, those records showed that she had been fired from Dunkin' Donuts for stealing even before the family had been evicted on the 27th of
Oh,
November. She
shit.
knew she was caught in a lie. She knew the AG's office could prove it, but she had not developed a new lie and couldn't change course in midstream without a plan. So that day before the grand jury, May 20th, she kept marching forward, hoping that maybe they would believe her anyway.
Oh, so this chick's like some crazy liar.
Nothing happened at first
Stealing money, man.
after her grand jury testimony was over, but Kayla knew it was coming. And roughly 2 weeks later, on June 3rd, when Kayla checked in as part of her bail conditions, it did. It came. She was arrested for lying before the grand jury. Kayla had a new story prepared, but with the new charges, the state had the upper hand. She was allowed to give her new story with the agreement that her statements could not later be used against her.
What?
But there was no guarantee of a deal, and instead, Kayla would only get that deal that she wanted if her statements helped the police figure out what happened to Harmony.
And without the body, I wouldn't give her shit.
And if the state decided that Kayla's statements were not helpful, she would be facing not only the charges she was already facing, but now 2 more felony charges, this time for perjury, perjuring herself before the grand jury, plus any charges that could come about if the police were able to figure out what happened to Harmony without her statements. And Kayla knew that the police were going to follow up on what she now said. And without something to corroborate this new story she was going to give, there wouldn't be any reason for the police to accept it. After all, she had already lied to the grand jury to point the finger at Adam. So instead of the truth, she told a lie of a brutal killing where she was also a victim. But because there cannot be any corroboration for the lie itself, Kayla intermingled some of the truth of how she and Adam covered up Harmony's death. The lie itself cannot be corroborated, but there would be corroboration in the truth of the cover-up. Because Kayla's new story was not true of how Harmony died, she lacked real memories to draw from, and the details did not fit. Both the details she provided and the ones she did not provide. And it is in those details based on a lie, that begin to reveal the lie still being told by Kayla. At first, Kayla's new story for the police, when she gave a proffer on June 3rd of 2022, her new story was that it was the middle of the night, 2 or 3 a.m. Harmony had been having trouble controlling her bodily functions while the family had been living out of the car, and Harmony went to the bathroom again. Adam responded by repeatedly punching Harmony, probably like 10 to 15 times. That story changed to Adam assaulting Harmony in the morning before they went to the clinic for their methadone. The story then continued by saying that Adam struck Harmony again after getting back in the car from the clinic. Then, as they drove to Burger King because Kayla wanted to get something to eat for her and the kids, the story expanded to Adam punching Harmony as he was driving into the Burger King parking lot. Kayla claimed to recall Adam commenting that the last strike was different. He thought he hurt Harmony, Kayla did tell the police that she put an arm up briefly to try and stop Adam, but to no avail. Adam drove up to the Burger King drive-thru. They ordered their food. Adam paid cash. The family got their food and drove back to the Colonial Village apartments with Harmony moaning in the back. That's her story. And when asked, Kayla claimed that she fed the kids. She told the police that she went up to her friend Anthony Bodero's residence to get some drugs for she and Adam to use, leaving Adam alone in the car with Declan, Seamus, and Harmony. This whole entire story
Declan is the kid's name.
was not true.
Declan, Shameless, and Harmony.
Excuse me. One of the things
I think she's just as
that you'll see that
responsible.
reveals her story about punching to be a lie is that she is unable to describe a true scene. She does not describe 2-year-old Seamus crying as his sister beside him is being struck. She does not describe the baby screaming as violence and chaos break out around him. She does not describe trying to soothe or quiet the children. Nor does she describe Adam reacting at all to what would have been a cacophony of screaming and crying had all that punching been true. She does not describe trying to hide a broken child from the Burger King cashier or any concern on Adam's part that Harmony might be seen by the cashier or the camera. She does not describe Harmony as she
not in court.
feeds
Nope.
piece by piece food to Seamus, who is next to her in the backseat of the car. She does not describe seeking help from her friend she got drugs from. She doesn't describe any concern by her friend, Anthony Bodero, that she seems upset. And please keep close attention to Kayla's various descriptions of the car breaking down, where she claims that she and Adam first discovered that Harmony is dead. Kayla told the police that with Harmony in what would have been a critical,
At least 40 years.
perhaps
Now she's
fatal
gonna get
condition
out.
in the back seat, the family decided to drive away from their corner in the back of the Colonial Village apartments. Yet Kayla did not remember where they were going. Then the car broke down at the intersection of Webster and Elm, and they discover Harmony's dead body.
They should play this on a speaker.
Kayla talked about waving, honking, agitated drivers behind them around the car as Adam manhandles a dead child in the back seat into a duffel bag. And no one notices. Their car did break down on December 7th at the intersection of Webster and Elm. That is not in question here. And the family did walk back to Bodero's. But Harmony's body was already in the duffel bag, in the trunk, from when they discovered her death in the early hours of the night before. Yesterday,
Where's the
before
baby at,
we
though?
broke, the court gave you a partial set of instructions on how you are to go about deciding this case. Among them was an instruction on assessing the credibility
didn't
of
show up.
witnesses. It is up to you to determine the credibility of witnesses. But the judge did suggest an illustrative list of factors to consider in making that determination. One factor is whether what the witness said appeared reasonable. In discerning this, details matter. The details that are given and the details that are not. Is the witness pulling from a well of true memory or just making it up? Another factor the court has offered for your consideration is whether what the witness said is consistent with other evidence in the case. And that leads me to some of the science that was used in this case. Kayla also described Adam cleaning up blood spilled by Harmony with a kerchief. That lie was exposed by a special test that can reveal blood traces, even blood that was supposedly cleaned up. Luckily for the police, they were able to locate the broken down Sebring 2 years later. They're able to bring it to their lot at the police station, and they were able to search and test it with a special test that could detect invisible blood that cannot be seen with the naked eye. No traces of blood.
Hit that like, guys. If
including
you're just
on the
tuning in,
back passenger seat,
555
where
likes.
Kayla said Harmony bled
Now I gotta eat.
and Adam cleaned it up. In offering guidance in assessing witness credibility, another common sense factor offered by the court is whether the witness had a bias or motive to lie. There will be time during Kayla's testimony, during direct and cross, to explore the changes, the inconsistencies, and details within her story, both those that are there and those that are not. And you just heard about the science to also assist you in evaluating Kayla's claims. But here, what follows is an example of Kayla's motive to lie at play, of Kayla taking something true and twisting it to point the finger at Adam, yet hide her own involvement. In telling the police how Harmony's body was finally removed from their lives, Kayla described an incredibly disturbing treatment of Harmony's body, her remains in the refrigerator before being placed in the shower, under hot water, washing away the fluids. Kayla at first said it was all Adam, and he wouldn't even let her in the bathroom. But she slipped up, and fortunately,
This dude sounds like Chris Hansen.
They caught the slip and they probed.
His
Kayla
voice.
had to admit that she was part of it too.
Don't he? Don't he
She
sound like
cut
Chris
off
Hansen?
Harmony's hoodie in the shower, and she and Adam bagged up Harmony's clothes. And when that was done, Kayla and Adam put her remains in another bag, with Kayla helping Adam to zip that bag up.
I feel like I'm watching an episode of Catch a Predator.
You will hear that after Adam and Kayla permanently hid Harmony's remains, that their relationship became more frayed. Adam struggled with the loss of Harmony and his mental health suffering. Adam and Kayla separated briefly.
That's
That was
Chris
in the
Hansen's
spring
brother.
of 2020 before reconciling. But Adam continued to spiral, and a year later was arrested after another episode. He went to rehab, then stayed at a sober house before going to Maine with Kelsey Small, which was where he was in December of 2021 when Kayla told him to return to New Hampshire and help her deal with the police.
Life in Gen Pop.
Joined with the murder and related charges is a second-degree assault charge. That allegation is that Adam knowingly caused bodily injury to Harmony in July of 2019 by striking her in the face with a fist. Harmony did get a black eye during the summer of 2019, and no question about it, Adam did react when he saw Harmony trying to smother her brother, jerking her away to stop her. But that is not what caused the black eye. On July 22nd of 2019, Kevin Montgomery, Adam's uncle, came up from Florida to the house. He saw Harmony's black eye, prompting a conversation about her. During this conversation, Adam told Kevin about a time when he walked in to find Harmony smothering then 5-month-old Declan. Harmony had her hand wrapped around his mouth, causing him to turn blue. Adam pushed Harmony away while checking on Declan. Then, a week later, upon returning to Florida, I believe it was July 29th, Kevin made a report to New Hampshire DCYF. And he told DCYF that Adam gave Harmony a black eye, conflating what Adam had said. A veteran caseworker, Demetrios Saros, responded that very same day, the 29th, to investigate. Though the encounter was brief, he did see Adam and Harmony outside the house getting into a car. And when he saw Harmony, he observed no concerns. He also followed up during another visit on August 7th. This time he did see a small red mark in Harmony's right eye and faded bruising under the eyelid. He spoke to Harmony alone, asked probing questions to find out what may or may not have happened, and then, after doing his job, left the visit satisfied that there was no substantiated evidence of abuse. I am getting ready to step down, but before I do, there is just one more instruction I need to discuss. The court has instructed you that you are to decide this case not on sympathy, but on the evidence and the evidence alone. This case involves the tragic and senseless death of Harmony, an innocent 5-year-old, and it triggers perfectly understandable and human emotions, and it would be a human not to feel them. But as was discussed during the jury selection process, and as you've been instructed by the court, you all have a difficult yet necessary task: deciding this case not on emotion, not on sympathy, but on the evidence. And after you have heard all the evidence, in this case and
They're all
apply the
monsters.
facts to the law, you will know that Adam did not murder his daughter or engage in witness tampering with Kayla. Kayla was an equal participant in the cover-up. She alone knows how Harmony died, and she won't tell. At this trial's conclusion, we will ask you to follow the evidence you have heard and find Adam not guilty of murdering his daughter, witness tampering with Kayla, and second-degree assault.
So they're not arguing the other charges. They trying to get away with that murder.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, you've now heard opening statements. As I told you when I gave you my preliminary instructions, we would generally be taking a mid-morning and mid-afternoon break, and I do look for natural breaking points in a trial to do that. I think this is one of them. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a 15-minute break now. So use the restroom, have a drink of water, and we'll come back in 15 minutes and begin the evidence. All right, all rise for the jurors, please.
All right, all rise. All right, so let's mute that. Let's go back over here to gold Dolly. So what do you guys think? Good opening statements, right, are in. You know, they came out there, the prosecutor came out there throwing a good solid, he did this slam dunk thing. I think Adam Montgomery's lawyer, not bad. I mean, he came out there throwing doubt. He threw some doubt out there. Hey, look, this lady didn't do nothing. She's been lying. How can you believe her now? If she's in prison for lying, how can we expect her to walk up here and tell the truth? I think that's a good way to enter it, is she's just a liar. Everything she says is a lie. There's history of showing she's a lie. And the only reason she's saying anything is not because she cares about Harmony. It's because she cares about herself and being able to raise her kids. Does that mean she did it? I don't know. But I don't think no deals whatsoever should be on the table. What deal should be on the table is we won't execute you if you tell us where this baby's at. That's the deal. Both of you. All right. If not, we sending your ass to Alabama and you getting the nitrogen gas. Okay. That's what I say. I see in this country we live in where it's okay to execute you over here, but we can't execute you over here. Hell no. This execution thing needs to be nationwide. We live in America. If we use the death penalty, we use the death penalty every damn where. Okay, that's what I believe. You want a deal? I got a deal for you. Tell us where the baby's at, and we're gonna strap you in the chair today. There's your fucking deal. What if our justice system came to? All right, let's cuddle this lady that helped dismember a baby. Okay, let's let her out of jail as soon as this is over. That's all she's being charged with is perjury. When she didn't try to stop him. She didn't do nothing. She didn't do nothing. Now listen, I ain't saying the dude ain't no monster and it's all her. I'm saying both these people need to be put under the prison, F them both in the face. Okay? I don't know what court TV would say, but Dolly, like, you got to go, bro. Y'all got to get the hell up off this planet. I don't know where you're going to go. I don't know where your souls are going to go. I ain't responsible for that, but it's going somewhere. It's going somewhere today. Them chairs, them benches, when they bring you up there, there should be a switch hooked to that bitch where you can just zap them up right there. You don't even get to leave the courtroom. It's weird. It's weird. They're cuddling the lady. They're giving him special treatment. What about Harmony Montgomery? What about her mama? It's a little strange. It seems a little different to me. Does it seem a little different to you guys? I agree, both are guilty. Yeah, I wouldn't be offering this lady no deals. She should get punched in the face every day like he should. Okay? They should walk in the cell every morning and just bow. Usually they say trays, but you shouldn't even get that. You should get a bow right upside the head every day for the rest of your life. You don't get no toilet. You want to use the bathroom? Pee on yourself. Okay? Pee on your damn self. Put them in a car and don't never let them out. Trap them kids in a car and then be mad when the kid can't go to the bathroom. What a piece of. I believe both of them are guilty. This lady, he's going to point it on her. But here's the question. Where's the baby? He's going to say she knows where the baby's at. And she's going to say he knows where the baby's at. And that means nobody knows where the baby's at. That's where we end up, right? We're going to end up in this place where nobody knows where the baby's at. He did it. She did it. They probably planned this shit. For all I know, you blame me. I'll blame you. They won't know who to get, but he's done, right? He's done. I think this lady that's in jail for perjury, she should have more charges. We know he did it. The blood in the attic is enough. The fingerprints, the blood. How much you need to convict that you need to offer this lady a deal? I don't agree with that deal. Okay. The prosecutor, man, I don't know what you like. I don't even think she's that important. You should be trying to put both of them in prison forever. I mean, it ain't like it seems like it's a hard case. You can look at the dude and tell he's a monster. No father acts like they don't care. Now, could he have loved his woman so much that, he just was going to take up for her? The fact that you killed my daughter. Look, I like a lot of chicks. You ain't killing my fucking kid. Okay. You ain't killing my kid and getting away with it. I don't care how hot you are. You could be a 10 and have $1 billion. You ain't killing my kid and getting away with it. Right. So there's stories don't add up. It don't add up. I think both of them are responsible. She could have stopped them or tried to stop them at any time. She could have went to get the police. He was leaving at night, right? So he wasn't even always there. Unless she was trapped, she could have easily just picked up a phone and went to somebody and said, look, this dude is beating on me. Can you call the police? He done killed his kid and she's in the trunk. And it would have ended right there. But they took this on for years. Lying. And like, she gonna get locked up for perjury. That's it. That is it. Okay. I guess you can assist in a murder these days if you really want. That's what it tells me. Like, hey, you killing somebody? All right, I'll help you out. They ain't gonna do much. That's crazy. Even in the shit in Texas with the Sotos, and they shot the girl, the pregnant girl and the boy. They charged the dad with what is it? Something abuse of a corpse. You know how long that shit carries in Texas? 1 to 2 years. Okay. You can literally help somebody cover up a murder and get 2 years. Go rob a bank and you'll be in prison forever. You try to steal some of the government's money, you'll get fucking 100 years. You go assist in a murder, you'll be out next week. Okay. Make that shit make sense, people. Make it make sense. The system is messed up for sure. For sure. 2 to 10 for abuse of. Look it up in Texas. They're gonna get that man 2 years. He done wiped down the doors and wiped out the fingerprints and everything. He facing 2 years. If you have a bad criminal record, yeah, you could get up to 10 years. But this dude don't have a bad criminal record. He's gonna get 2 years. It goes by like guidelines and things like that. What I'm saying is that justice? You can help murder somebody and your ass will be out before Christmas? I don't think so. It don't seem like good justice in this world that we live in to me. No, Dolly, in Texas, it's 15. I don't know, because I remember looking it up and it was like, I was like, damn. Now, if you get accessory to murder, it's different than abuse of a corpse. Okay. Accessory to murder carries way more time than abuse of a corpse. But this lady should be charged with abuse of a corpse. If she was in there holding the body and squeezing blood out the body and washing, that's abuse of a corpse. Just moving the corpse. When somebody's dead, if you just move them, that's abuse of a corpse. You just touch them, right? That's abuse. Like, dead people got more rights than alive people, okay? They got more rights. You can't touch a dead person. You can touch a live person, right? You shove the shit out of somebody. Touch a dead person, okay? Touch a dead person if you want to. You going to prison. I try to stay away from dead people, all right? All dead people. Okay, so listen. I'm going to ask you guys in the chat after y'all like this video, because there's 685 of you watching. 1, Adam Montgomery did it, okay? 2, Kayla is the killer, all right? But after you like the video, in the side chat, let me know. 1, Adam. 2, Kayla. Who is the killer of Harmony Montgomery? Justice for baby Harmony. I see 3. I see 3. 1. I see some Adams out there. I think we got a lot of Adams. People think it's Adam. So y'all think this girl is telling the truth? I don't know. I just got hiccups. I honestly don't know. There we go, Sarah. Sarah, Sarah's leaning that way. 3, both. Okay. That is a good one. 3 would be both. I would go with both. She could have stopped it. She could have got help. I've dated plenty of girls I'm scared of. And if I get away, I'm calling the police. Okay. I don't want to hear that I was scared shit. I've dated some mean women in my life. And when I get away, I'm notifying the authorities. So I don't want to hear I was scared. I couldn't got help. He said he would send somebody else to kill me. He may have said those things, but how often have you dated dudes that killed their kids? I mean, don't that seem a little strange? That at some point you go, man, maybe this ain't the man for me. Your baby daddy when he's killing his other kids. If he's gonna kill that kid, what makes you think he ain't gonna kill the kid he had with you? And why is he only abusing that kid? Because just like they said, that little girl reminded him of her mother, and he hated that. But at no point were they in this together. Look at her face. She was all drugged up out of her mind. She was the one scoring drugs from her friends. She was the one getting high. She was the one. She never tried to render aid to Harmony Montgomery. Neither one of these low-life pieces of dirt will tell where that baby's at. So, I mean, opening statements to me is like, why can't we just send them to Alabama? Just be done, right? Roll Tide, Bama. It's my new state. I might even move to Alabama. I'm all about the gas chamber, okay? I'm all about those gas chambers of people. Yeah, Bam. See, they ain't playing around. That set the stage right there. You know how many criminals watch that shit on the news? You know how many bad people seen that? Right? You know how many bad people are sitting around going, yeah, I ain't doing shit in Alabama. Right? I ain't doing shit in Alabama. Skip that state, right? That's what you need to put across the board. You do these things. You're going to meet somebody. I don't know who you're going to meet, but it ain't going to be on this planet no more. And I hate to say it sounds barbaric, right? But what do you do to monsters? You think they care when they care? How barbaric is it to beat a little baby in the head? Okay. And then people want to cry when people get gas chambered. Right? Like, don't do the shit. And you don't get, when they executed that man just the other day in Alabama, I didn't feel sorry for him. He murdered somebody's mama. She had 2 sons. For nothing. Just murdered her mama. He got what he had coming. And they said it was brutal. They said it was brutal. And look, televise it. Televise it. Okay? If you can televise Saddam Hussein getting spit on and hung, okay, why can't we televise some of these monsters in our country? Show it. Line them up. Okay, line them up. I'll videotape it if you need. I'll pull this whatever job you want me to do. Let's get them up out of here. Okay, let's get them out of here. These monsters don't deserve a place on this planet. People like this. What you think you can rehabilitate that? Can you think you can rehabilitate that? You think you can rehabilitate that lady that assisted murdering this baby, didn't stop this man from doing it, didn't try to report it, didn't do nothing to help this kid? You just as responsible. I don't feel sorry for these people. They should tie them to a metal pole and stick them out in a lightning storm. Is what I think. I mean, that's just my honest opinion. Both of them. Strap them together. Y'all both want to be pointing the finger at each other? Okay, then you both stand in the gas chamber together. Okay? That's what you do. Right? We send you both to Alabama and we let Alabama settle this shit out. I'm going to get me a bracelet to be like, what would Alabama do? Feed them to the alligators. Yeah, I mean, look, justice. What? How could you really say it's justice unless somebody walks in and punches them in the face every day? Every day, every time they take a breath, pow! You know what I'm saying? Not enough to kill them, but just enough to rock your teeth loose. Okay, just enough to have you eating your food really softly. That's it. I ain't saying abuse prisoners. I'm just saying some crime should come with an ass whipping. You should get 30 years in jail and 100 ass whippings. Okay, that's when a guard comes in and whips your ass because that's part of your sentence. You need to be punched in the face. He should get life and at least one punch in the face a day for the rest of his life. Okay, because he wants to punch somebody, he wants to hit something. He deserves that. Okay, for the rest of his days. Just or put him in a cell with an inmate that will do that for you. And that way you don't get in any trouble. You can't help where he gets housed. Okay. But there needs to be some justice. What happened to good deputies? I bet you Fudd would put him in there with the bad boys. Okay. Put him in there with the people that look at him like a cheesesteak. The system is broken, people. The system is broken. Meet Bubba. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, they got this dude. He's back there to deciding if he wants to go to court or not. When the hell do you get a choice? When do you get a choice if you come to court or not? They don't never give me no damn choice. Well, this time he did, but I had a really good lawyer. Okay. But any other time, they ain't give me no choice. Not when I was in jail. They come and get your ass. They shackle you. You got a spread cough, the whole 9. Shackle your ass. It was city I live in. They got to walk you under this tunnel from the jail. They don't transport you in a vehicle. They got a tunnel that goes down under the jail into a damn dungeon. I mean, legitimate dungeon. They call the shit the dungeon, right? And you got to go through this dungeon all the way through this tunnel system that was built by the German Nazis. Okay. It's the only thing I can think of. It's like, man, am I in Germany? What the hell? Right. It's like they're walking you to the gas chamber. You got to go through that shit. And then in the middle of this underground world, there's an elevator that shoots you back up into the courtroom. Man, and then they bring you in, like I said, shackled, all that. That's what should be happening to him. He kicking back like, nah, I'll go to court tomorrow, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm playing dominoes right now. What the hell? What the hell? Sorry, man. I'm making a swole. I can't make it to court. Dude, you're being accused of murder. When did we give murderers rights? Okay? You should get no rights. No food, no water, no nothing. Nothing. It drives me crazy. That man probably got canteen right now. Okay. He probably got some canteen. You know the crazy thing is, you can write this guy. You know, all the computers got like all the jails. They got like computers. You can write them a fucking. You can email them. Right? Is that justice? Is that justice? I can literally email you. We can then have a Skype call. Is that justice? I don't see it. They need to revamp some shit. Like, I don't think you in prison that you should be sending emails. Okay? Do you fucking ordering your canteen off Amazon? Like, I don't get this shit. Like, prisoners, like, mail a letter, make it take 6 months for your ass to communicate. Like, they got instant email and shit. I'm like, all right, here we go. Justice system broke. Justice system is damn broke. I'm gonna write this dude and be like, hey, you piece of shit. That's gonna be my email. Just keep sending them letters that say piece of shit, piece of shit. All right, we got movement in the court. Movement in the court. Okay, let's see. Opening statements are in. Both of them were pretty good, solid. You know, I had to say, Adam's lawyer is not bad. He ain't no turtle boy lawyer. He seemed pretty intelligent, pretty smart. He sounded like Chris Hansen to me. He sounded just like Chris Hansen. I was waiting for him to go, hey, you want a cookie? You never know. It's like when all the predators come in, Chris Hansen always offers them something. Hey, would you like some orange juice? That's to get them to stop, you know? And believe it or not, he said most of them people take those cookies. You know, they just like, you want to catch a predator, you got to have a chocolate chip, right? You got to have a chocolate chip. They all take the cookie. And he's like, there's something I got to tell you. I'm Chris Hansen. They stand there with a fucking cookie in their mouth and the whole world looking at them being a predator. I'm like, this shit right here, you can't make it up. Justice for Harmony. All right, let's do it. I'm ready. The eagle has landed. We at least put it on FUD. We can at least watch FUD digging his nose. It's kind of boring just staring at the eagle. Anybody got any good eagle jokes? I ain't got too many eagle jokes. You know, the crazy thing is the pizza place that he worked at, you know, Adam Montgomery worked at a pizza place. He had the damn dead body in there with people's food. God, I'm glad I ain't never eat at that pizza place. I bet you everybody just ate there, sitting there, sticking their stomach listening to this shit. Oh my God. He done put the dead body in the refrigerator at work. There's certain things I don't even put in my refrigerator because I think other food absorbs like the taste and smell of it. So there's some things I won't even put in my refrigerator. I can only imagine the death that all the dough and pepperoni. Oh my God, it's nasty. It's nasty. That was a death pizza. Whoever ate from that pizza place, you should fucking sue. Good Lord. And nobody noticed he was walking around with a dead baby in a bag. God, what world do we live in? Go up to work with a dead baby in a bag. Couldn't people watch? Apparently not. Okay. They done muted us again. Come on. We get to see FUD, my boy. You my boy, Blue. All right. I'm going to get like a poster made of them when I go up there. I'm going to get them to sign it. We're going to hang it on the studio wall. Okay. Because you know, I always like a souvenir. So we're going to have to wait out. I'm going to get him to sign it FUD too. You watch. I'm getting him to put his real name and then I'll get him to sign it FUD. And then we'll auction it off for $1 million. Okay. And then I'll move to Tijuana. All right, what's the first bid? When I get Fudd's autograph, and don't be trying. I'm gonna give him a poster. He gonna be like, can you sign this? It's gonna be like a big garbage pail kid of him. All right, I'm gonna get my designers to start working on it.
You can sort of do it simultaneously. If you have a witness advocate, they can bring them in. I'm going to bring the jurors in now. Okay. All rise for the jury, please.
All right, everybody rise. This is our exercise for the day. I'll do some jumping jacks. I don't feel like getting up. Arm curls, stretches. Did you hear what Super Bowl boxes are this year? Wow. No, I didn't hear. All right, all rise. How long did the jury take to come in? There's only 12 people. $1.5 million. $1.3 million to start. Okay.
All rise for the jury.
When could you start taking laptops into the courts? Oh, as long as it don't have a recording device on it, right? Wait, I thought laptops could have had recording devices. I thought you couldn't bring recording devices into a court.
Please be seated. When the state is ready, you may call your first witness.
The state calls Michelle Rafferty.
Media or lawyers can. Okay. I'm going to have to give me a media badge,
Ms. Rafferty, if you just remain standing and raise your right hand.
but a legitimate one.
The testimony that you will provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury. You can make yourself comfortable, Ms. Rafferty. There's a microphone in front of you, and I'm just going to ask that you speak into that so that everyone can hear what you're saying.
Let's do it.
Can you
First witness.
begin, by stating and spelling your last name for the record?
Michelle Raftery, Raftery.
Let's do it.
And what's your date of birth, Ms. Rafferty?
9/11/70,
Where do you currently
From
live?
jail.
Haverhill, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
In Haverhill, about 25 years.
Who do you live there with?
My husband and 3 of my children.
KR sells
And
them.
what's your husband's name?
Timothy.
And your children? What
The
are their
ones that are home?
ages?
Oh, their ages?
Yes.
Ben's 25, Jaden is 14, and Claire is 13.
And do you have children that live with you?
Those are the ones that live with me. Yeah.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a behavioral health partner
Stripper.
And how long have you done that?
for a year.
That's code for
What
stripper.
do you do for a living?
I was a FRL, a family resource liaison.
And can you explain what that is to the jurors?
Yes, I work with foster parents and I help support them and run support groups and trainings for them.
Do you have any experience as a foster parent yourself?
Yes, I do. Over 13 years.
And can you tell the jury about that experience?
Yes, we had the privilege of being Harmony's foster parents.
Oh. Let me stop picking on her.
You mentioned the name Harmony just now.
Yep.
Who is she to you?
She was our foster daughter.
What
Wow.
did she call you?
Mama.
And your husband, Tim, what did she call him?
She called him Dada and Papa.
You said that you'd been a foster parent for 13 years?
Yep.
Damn, why'd they take her from her?
That time when those 13 years did you take Harmony in?
Like probably halfway through. Probably halfway through the years. Yep. So she came to us at 2014.
And tell us about that.
Yep. So you always start off, you get a phone call from DCF and they tell you a little bit about the child. And Harmony was 2 months old at the time. And she had a pretty intimidating diagnosis at first. So, I did a lot of Google research, but I still knew that we wanted to say yes. And Harmony came and lived with us when she was 2 months old.
Pretty intimidating. What were you told about Harmony before
So
you
we
took her?
we were told that she has hydroprocephaly, which is like a disorder with her brainstem. And we were told that she was legally blind in both eyes, and that she probably wasn't going to live 7 months.
I'm sorry, can you say that
Wow.
last thing
Yeah,
again?
that she probably
She was
wasn't
a
going to live
fighter.
past 7 months old. Hydroprocephaly was the original first diagnosis.
You mentioned this blindness.
hmm
What can you tell us about that?
So at that time, she had a whole team of doctors, and she was considered legally blind in both eyes. However, I started to notice when I would feed Harmony that she would track me with one of her eyes, at least one of her eyes. And then we went on to get different diagnoses for her.
So she could see.
You mentioned having Harmony since she was 2 months old.
Yes.
What was Harmony's date of birth?
6/7/14.
June 7th, 2014.
That's correct.
Poor lady.
What kind of child was Harmony Montgomery?
She was a loving child. She was very sweet, very happy. She was super social. She loved to be with people. We used to joke around with her to leave a sparkle wherever she went, because wherever she went, she left people happy, and you knew that you met her.
How long was Harmony in your care for?
So which time? We took care of Harmony 3 times. She came back into care 3 times. So for the first time, she was with us for about 2 months. Then she returned to her mother, and then she returned to us. And then she stayed with us for about a little over 2.5 years. And then she went back with her mother, and then came back 10 months later.
Wow. So they had her a few different
You
times.
mentioned these disabilities.
Yes.
Was Harmony developmentally delayed?
She was not. It definitely
my
could have been a
email.
possibility. She started off with that original diagnosis, and through going through testing, she had a neurologist, endocrinologist, ophthalmologist, and we had a whole team of specialists that worked with her, and they changed the diagnosis to septo-optic dysplasia.
And were you taking any steps when she was in your care to treat her needs?
Yeah, absolutely. Harmony had, like I said, a team of doctors, but she also had early intervention workers. So she had 2. She had a nurse that came weekly, and she had a vision specialist that came weekly, and we did all the treatments and the programs that she needed with that.
Was she meeting benchmarks at that time?
She was meeting every benchmark. She was succeeding. Yeah.
Ms. Rafferty, when was
She was doing great when she was with this lady.
The last time I saw Harmony was December of 2018.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
All right, lady, don't start crying. You'll have me crying with you. It's probably hard for somebody like that just loves kids, and they take in a kid, and they just hope the best for the kid, and you can't not love the kid, but it's been with you that many years.
97. Ms. Rafferty, do you recognize this?
I do.
I'm going to get close to a microphone so I'm picked up.
Like if she would have had full custody of that kid would be alive
That they were
today.
doing school pictures, and she wanted to have a sparkly blue dress.
Do you recognize the person that's depicted in this picture?
Yes,
Who is it?
it's Harmony Montgomery.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of Harmony as you remember her?
Yes.
Your Honor, this one I move to admit as State's Exhibit 97.
All right, the ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
And I move to publish at this
You
point,
may
Your Honor.
publish it.
Okay, it's the picture of Harmony Montgomery in the blue dress. She looks so happy there. Look at the difference in the pictures of when she was with this lady and the pictures of her when she was with her daddy. They need to punch that dude right in the mouth. Oh my Jesus,
Do
man.
you know someone named Adam Montgomery?
I do. Yes,
How do you know him?
he was Harmony's biological father.
Would you recognize the defendant if you saw him again?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, you can just look at any turd and that's the guy right there.
Mark for identification as State's Exhibit 101. And approach the witness.
Yes, you may.
Ms. Rafferty,
Yes,
do you recognize this item?
She was thriving with that sweet lady. I
Tell me what it
agree.
is.
it's Adam Montgomery.
And Your Honor, at this point, sorry, is this
It's
a
a
fair
picture,
is
yes.
this a fair and accurate representation of Adam Montgomery as you remember him?
Yes.
I move to Marcusville, Your Honor, to strike the ID in Marcusville States Exhibit 101.
Any objection?
He only wanted her for the monthly check, the bio mom.
Thank you.
I know,
The
this
ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit.
Can I move to publish it at this
You
point?
may publish it.
with his teardrop.
Ms. Rafferty, was
I'm sorry, Attorney Knowles, would you return the exhibits back to the table when you're done with them, just so that everything remains there unless you're going to use it shortly
Absolutely.
again? Thank you.
I agree that this is a sad, sad trial.
Ms. Rafferty, was Harmony potty trained when she was in your care?
Yes, she was. She started at our house and then she finished when she moved back with her mother.
And how old would she have been at that point in her life?
So at 2.5, going on 3, she was potty trained.
What steps did you take to, you said she started at your house. What
Yeah.
steps did you take to potty train her?
Harmony was very easy to potty train. She didn't like to have, soiled clothes on, and she wanted to be like the bigger kids that were in our house. So she would tell us that it was pretty much Harmony potty trained herself.
You mentioned her mother. Do you know
Yes.
her name?
Yes,
Can you tell the jurors?
yes, it's Crystal Sorey.
And you said that Crystal Sorey finished her potty training.
Yes,
Did Harmony return to your care after that?
she did. Yes,
Because the
After
mom kept
Harmony
using
returned to your care,
drugs.
Did she have any bathroom accidents?
absolutely not.
If I could have just a moment, Your Honor.
So it was beating on the kid is what was her scared for her life. The little girl from her daddy is what was making her use the bathroom on herself, just out of fear.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And I know this is difficult and I won't be long, okay?
I'm sorry, we need to get you a microphone.
You can believe they're going to have the mama up in here.
I'll just take it over for now. I only have a few.
Yeah, that's fine, if you want to.
Is the mom in court today? I haven't seen her. Somebody said she was there yesterday. Crystal was in and out of drug
I've been
rehab.
pronouncing your name all this time wrong. Rafferty?
It's Raftery, yes.
And quite a birthday
Yeah.
that you have too.
That's right.
Yeah. So you said that you had Harmony placed with you 3 times.
Yes,
In between, she was with her mother,
yes,
and then she would be returned to you.
yes.
And how long was the most recent time that, how long was she with you the last time she was placed with you?
About 10 months.
Okay. And from being placed with you for about 10 months, she went to another foster care?
Yes,
And you felt like she had more needs than you could deliver, so she went to a therapeutic foster care.
no,
Miss Kumba? That's not?
I don't know that other foster parent.
Okay. So she didn't go to therapeutic foster care?
She went to another foster home,
Okay. Not a therapeutic one?
not that I know of.
Okay. Had you asked that she be placed in a therapeutic foster home?
No,
Okay. She left your home for another foster home for what reason?
it's a long story. Co-parenting a child that has trauma, first of all, is very difficult. Co-parenting a trauma with DCF involvement and co-parenting with them is extremely difficult.
Okay. So Harmony was placed with you 3 times, and that last time she was then placed to a therapeutic foster home.
She was placed in another foster home, yes.
Okay.
Well, she
I'm
cared
sorry,
so much, she wouldn't have let the
Didn't
baby stay with
expect you to
her. What the hell?
Speak. She went to another
Everybody
foster
failed this
home.
baby.
Okay, thank you.
If Dolly can raise a kid that's still here on this planet, anybody can. Okay. If I can do it, anybody can.
You may step down and
Thank
you are
you.
excused.
There you go, Mr. Render.
This is weird. I know this case has a different vibe than a lot of cases does. You know, it's a little bit like a lot of curveballs today, like a lot of shockers. It's been, you know, look, court's usually pretty fucking boring. Let's be honest. You know, I've tried to lighten it up a little bit, but this ain't been bad. There's my boy Fud. All right, that's the hero. That's the hero of the show right there. He's a big star where I'm from, right? We're gonna get an autograph poster from him when I go up there. Be like, you sign this for me? I'm gonna hang it on my studio wall. And then I'll ask him his real name, you know, because I'm sure he has a real name. I can't see his badge. But that's my homeboy. That's my boy Blue. We just call him, you know. Okay, chat room, you know the question. What is Fudd thinking right now? Come on, give it to me. What is this man thinking? This is the most important thing about this court trial. It only matters what Fudd thinks. Okay, if Fudd says he's guilty, he's guilty. All right, I wonder what he's thinking. Fudd's thinking, I'd like to pistol whip both of them. I'd take them behind the woodshed. He's thinking retirement. He wants to punch everyone in the face. You know, when you get that old, you get a little mad. You know, you get a little pissed off at the world. Just like, you know, he's just thinking, if I kill everybody in the courtroom, I won't get that long. You know, that's probably what he's thinking. Or he's like, man, I can't believe I done did 30 years of this shit. I should have went skydiving. I could be in the Caribbean right now, snorkeling. Okay. Fudd is thinking he wants to go hunt rabbits. Okay. He gonna be looking at Adam Montgomery like he's a rabbit. What's for lunch? You think that's what he's thinking? Laugh my ass off, my boy Fudd. Fudd. They're gonna so put me in jail. I get into the courtroom. I wonder if he knows the camera stared at him. I wonder if he goes home and watches court TV. He's just like, man, what do I got to do with this shit? Why do they keep showing me? He wiping eye boogers out his eye. He been over there sleep napping. He probably ain't even awake. Okay. He's over that bitch like Joe Biden. He got his eyes open, but ain't awake. Puff puff pass. Dolly, nah, I can't do all that. Can't do all that. He's thinking, I hope my wife cooked me dinner. Look at all these people. Nobody cares about this shit. You know he wants to quit. He's like, I should have worked for the post office. He looks like he has a headache. He keeps rubbing his head, you know, his eyes. I hope Fudd's all right. Fudd's cool. I'm just picking on him. We ain't got nothing else to look at, so, you know, we got to do our best with what we got. He's waiting for the bathroom break now. You know, he got to sit there all this time. He's just like, damn. He got a radio, but nobody talks to him on it all day long. What do you got the radio for? Like, I ain't seen you talk on the radio in 2 days, but you got that heavy ass shit tied to you. It looks like he got some bulletproof vest on too. You are the best court commentary dude there is. Okay, I know. I mean, court TV, everybody hire me now. You know what I'm saying? Before News Nation gets me. Somebody better hook me up with a paycheck. Fudd is thinking, did Miss Fudd pack me a chicken salad sandwich for lunch? Is he thinking something? You know what I'm saying? He's thinking about hunting. He was like, man, I should be on vacation right now. Mab for sure found a winner in Miss Mab. No bulletproof vest for court officers in North Hampshire. It's an old style sweater. Okay, Big Bird. Okay. It's kind of thick.
All right, state,
My bulletproof jacket's thinner than that shit he's wearing. No lie. My vest is pretty thin, lightweight. Oh, look, there's room for me. I should have went. I'd be over there sliding around on the bench like JLR with a dolly shirt on and a tie, a t-shirt and a tie. Kick me right out the court. I did go to, you know, you're supposed to wear shorts to court. One time I wore some shorts. I think it was just a traffic ticket. And the judge asked me, was I going to the beach? He said, I should kick you out of my courtroom, but since it's just a traffic fine, I'm going to go ahead and fine you. And he gave me a fine, but I wore shorts. I wasn't thinking, I don't know. But you can't wear shorts to court.
If you would please go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to this jury that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Hell no, I'm going to lie, bitch.
Thank you, Ms. Sawyer. Please feel free to have a seat.
See how they going to be waving at Turtle Gang. I'll see. I don't know.
Ms. Sawyer, since we're being recorded here today, and there's a microphone right in front of you, so I will ask you to please keep your voice up to make sure that the recording picks you up. Would you please state your full name?
Heather,
spell
whatever.
both your
Thank you. I get to
first
eat
and your
today.
last name?
Goes to the Dolly Lunch Fund.
My name
Okay.
is Crystal Renee Sorey.
I'm going to order me a sub.
CrystalSorey.
And Ms. Sawyer, what town do you live in?
Oh, here she
I live in
is, the
Fitchburg,
mama.
Massachusetts.
How long have you lived there?
A year
mama.
and 5 months.
And how far did you go in school?
I didn't graduate high school.
She don't even know how
I'd
far
like
she
to ask
went.
you about a specific day, June 7th, 2014. What significance, if any, does that day have for you?
Oh, Lord, don't get the mama crying. You can get me crying.
That's the day my daughter Harmony was born.
And Harmony was a girl, correct?
This
Yes.
is the mama.
Have you had any other daughters besides Harmony?
No,
And what was her full name?
Harmony Renee Montgomery.
Same middle name as you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's so sad. Go punch. They should walk right back there right now and punch him in the face.
She was blind in her right eye. She was misdiagnosed twice before that. Yeah, just blind in her right eye.
And after about 3 months after she was born, who did she go to live with?
Michelle Rafferty.
And do you know Michelle?
Very well.
Why did she go to live with Michelle?
I am a recovering drug addict. I was struggling at the time, handling her diagnosis. I was struggling.
Is it fair to say that who you are now in 2024 is different than who you were in 2014?
Very.
I'm glad she's
In
clean.
March of 2016, were you able to obtain custody of Harmony again?
Yes.
Okay. Where did the two of you live?
First, when she reunified, I was at Casa Esperanza in Roxbury. It was a reunification program, but you could only progress so much there. So then we moved to Ruth Kelly Umi's house on the other side of Roxbury, Dorchester.
Okay. When the two of you were living together, how was Harmony?
Amazing, rambunctious, very smart. By the time she was 2, she could tell you her whole life story.
She was talkative.
Yes. People didn't believe she was 2.
When you got custody and were reunified with Harmony in those two places, did you work and finish potty training with Harmony?
Yes,
Okay.
I did.
And how did she take to that?
She did very well, honestly. I was kind of surprised. She was just really excited to be a big sister. Her brother had diapers, and I told her, babies wear diapers, and
I hear
you're
that,
not a
Margaret.
baby anymore, you big sissy. So she was right on it, and she did so well.
In September and then October, I know you were reunified in March of 2016. In September and October of 2018, did she go to live again with Michelle Rafter?
Yes.
And when she left, then that would be the fall of 2018. How old was she?
2018. 3, I believe 3, almost 4.
Yeah, basis.
It's leading and with, I think, the dates.
Your Honor, I believe the question was how old was she in the fall of 2018?
Objections overruled.
Thank you. So she was born in 2014, is that correct?
She was 4, yes.
Okay, so she was
4.
4 in 18.
Yes.
Why ask her a question you know the
Was
answer
she
to?
fully potty trained when she left you?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you, who was Harmony's birth father?
Adam Montgomery.
And how did you meet him?
Through a mutual friend.
Was he living with you when Harmony was born?
No.
Golly for mayor.
Were the two of you living together when Harmony went to live with the Rafteries?
Never.
Did you ever have any other children with Adam Montgomery?
No.
At some point in 2019, who got custody of Harmony?
Adam.
Where was Adam living at the time?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
Do you remember?
How did he
street
get
was living on?
custody though?
Guilford Street.
I mean, even her being a junkie, she ain't been in and out of
Is that where
prison.
Harmony was as well.
Yes.
What, if any, visits did you have with Harmony after she went to live with Adam Montgomery?
I had 2 physical visits with her. And then I had 2 FaceTime calls, both very brief.
The physical visits, where did you visit her?
Excuse me. Guilford Street.
Did you visit with her outside the home or inside the home? Or
Inside the home.
Inside the home. Did you see where her room was?
No. He never showed me.
When you say he, who is he?
Adam never showed me. I was only allowed in the living room or the bathroom.
How did you communicate with Adam at that time?
Facebook.
Facebook?
Yeah. He wouldn't give me his number.
When did you last see Harmony?
Poor mother.
April
Of
2019.
April of 2019.
Yeah, right before Easter.
How did you see her?
Oh, I was doing a Facebook video call. That was how I had job training, so I couldn't do a physical visit that week because I didn't know my schedule.
You said that was before Easter, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see her on Easter?
Yes.
Were you able to see her after that?
No.
What did you try to do to be able to see her or talk to her after that?
I just kept reaching out to Adam and Kayla and, asking, begging them to let me see her. And I was sorry for whatever I did. I wasn't even sure what I did. But I was just trying to reach out to really anybody at that point, his family, his grandmother, his uncle, his dad, anybody.
Let me ask, did you try to reach out through the months of May and June?
Yes,
What about in July?
I believe so.
Did you receive any phone call from Kevin Montgomery, Adam's uncle, in July?
Yes.
I'm not going to go into the detail of what was said, but after that call, did you continue these efforts you talked about before, trying to get in touch with Adam?
Yes.
So she
What
was
about
trying.
September of 2019, were you trying to get in touch with Adam then?
Yes.
What about October and November of 2019? Were you trying to get in touch with Adam then?
Yes.
Christmas of 2019.
Yes.
In touch with him then.
Yes.
Were any of those successful?
No.
Did you see or hear from Harmony at all during that time period?
No.
What about in the year 2020? Did you continue to try to find and get in touch with Harmony or Adam?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
No problem. What about the following year, in the year 2020? Did you try to get a hold of Adam and Harmony?
Yes, I had made a new Facebook hoping, because he had blocked me and so did Kayla, I was hoping to get through to
They blocked her because they killed a kid.
him that way.
Did you try also through 2021?
Yes.
Try to find Harmony
I was
to respond?
calling DCF. I was, telling my therapist, talking to anybody that I knew was either a mandated reporter or had some type of leverage because I wasn't getting anywhere. I had wrote also to the mayor.
And in December of
Even
2021,
wrote to the mayor.
did you have
Damn,
any
she was
meetings with the
trying.
Manchester Police Department?
I'm sorry.
In December of 2021, did you meet with the Manchester Police Department about trying to find Harmony?
Yes.
And with regards to that, did you provide them with any permissions to try to get more information to help find Harmony?
I signed whatever they needed me to sign.
Did any of that include medical authorizations for medical records?
Yes.
Did you provide a DNA swab for them?
Twice.
See, so she was
Did you
trying. This
provide
mama was
permission
trying. I
for
mean,
them
it's,
to
you
look at your
know,
Facebook?
she had a rough
Yes.
past, but she was
Did you
still
provide
trying.
permission for them to find out where you had been living and contact those places to confirm your dates there?
Yes.
She needs to sue the CPS for millions. This lady should be a millionaire. Poor lady. She needs to sue the shit out of these people. They should have never put that baby in the care of that man. A convicted felon, shot somebody in the face. He has horrible violent crimes. This mama there needs to be suing. I'd be at a lawyer's office right now.
For identification? I'm sorry, that's cool. Thank you.
Do you recognize this person?
Yes. Adam Montgomery.
This is the person that you were trying to get a hold of.
Yes.
Yeah, she needs to be suing CPS, right? Because they should have never put that baby there. And for the people that have been saying bad things, this lady seems like she was really trying to get a hold of them. She said she even wrote the mayor.
That's my girl.
Dolly, you can't always believe the bio parents. I believe she's telling
That's
the
Harmony.
truth. You know, that she tried. She was strung out on drugs. She admits that she had drug problems.
When she was with Michelle, she was, but not after. No.
Not soon enough, Dolly. I mean, but when you think the kids with the other
She was-
parent, you don't
when she
think that
went
something
with
bad's
him,
going to
she
happen.
never went to school.
At least she's coming clean. Yeah, I mean, look, if you have an addiction, look, there's a lot of people in this country that have addictions. When you get through it, we can't kick you. You know what I'm saying? These people like this that are trying, these are the people you try to lift up and help. You know, help kick that addiction. Big Bird said, Dolly, I sent you proof she didn't do all she could. She lied. DCFCA phone record showed she didn't get. Hold on. And she didn't return them. I mean, at what time frame though? Because you got to remember this lady, she was having, addiction is one of those things that she probably got clean. She relapsed, you know what I'm saying? Was doing drugs, tried to get clean again, relapsed. That's the thing about drugs is people tell you once you're a drug addict, you're always a drug addict, that you have to battle that. It's a fight every day to stay clean. So she was probably sometimes doing good and then sometimes not doing so good.
Communications that you talked about through 2019, 2020, 2021, trying to get a hold of Adam Montgomery or Harmony. For any of those, were you ever able to speak with Harmony?
No.
Looking at just a moment.
Amber Alert out. What does it say?
Well, clarify, I'm sorry. The last time that you saw her, I believe your testimony before was April of 2019.
Yes.
So it was not around Thanksgiving time of 2019.
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you, so I believe defense counsel.
I'll pull it out after this. I'll pull it out after this. Again, I only have a couple of questions. And it sounds like Harmony was a lovely child and a joy. Is that right?
Yes.
And you described on direct her getting potty trained and you comparing her to her brother.
Yeah.
Well, at least she didn't end up dead in her care.
I think she loved being a big sister to her brother, your son.
Yes.
Right. And you described how old Harmony was in September of 2018, I think. Harmony was not living with you at that time. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
What's the defense got? Two lawyers, the lady and the man.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You may sit down.
Chris Hansen and the lady. I bet you she's glad he's not there. Sometimes, people that she probably been in an abusive ass relationship with that guy too. She probably don't want to have to face him or look at him. So it's probably good that he's not in court for this part of it. Okay. Are we zooming in on FUD? What are we doing? It's almost lunchtime, Judge. It's almost lunchtime. We've been here since 9 a.m. Dolly got to eat. I bet he'll be there when Kayla goes on the stand. I know, so he can evil eye her. You're probably right. Dolly, it's not about her. It's about the baby girl that lost her life. I understand that. But look, people do, struggle and they do bad and then they do good and then they do bad, then they do good. And then eventually sometimes they either die or they become good. I mean, that's just the way it works. Addiction is up. We're back on FUD. My homie. 14 years clean now. Congratulations on that. And you're alive. Just think about if you would have done drugs for 14 years, you think you would have been here? You wouldn't. So, thank God that you chose to get clean. And congratulations to you. That is something awesome. You shouldn't be kicked for being a drug addict, right? Drugs pour into this country. But you definitely should be congratulated when you're clean and you stay clean. and do good things with yourself and continue to do that. All right, Fud's like, damn, let's get this show moving. Is it lunchtime yet? I mean, we 20 minutes from 12. She said that, you know, we were going to have a 12 o'clock lunch, but she said she likes the natural breaks, but she gave us that 15. I feel like I'm in school where they like, okay, you get 15 minutes, run out, use the bathroom, get your ass right back in here. Okay. Brings me back to community college days. Well, what time is lunch? All right. I got a turkey sandwich to eat. No, I'm going to order me a sub. I'm going to order me a sub from a little sub place down the street. They got these bomb ass Philly chickens and steaks. So I might get one of those. I have eggs to peel, but I'm waiting for the next break. Kayla is the stepmom. Yeah. Crystal Sorey is the biological mother. Okay, now I got all their names right. Kayla is the stepmom. Adam, biological father. She had 2 boys in the car with her. One was under a year, one was 2 years old, and then you had Harmony. With a bunch of monsters, okay? Listen, I don't think they should have gave this Kayla chick a deal. Y'all may disagree with me, you know, and that's perfectly fine. I have no problem with that. But I don't think they should give her no deal. I think she should be doing just as long in prison. If you watch, he's going to use a scared girlfriend thing as a defense for her. I mean, I get it. She was probably taking ass whippings. You know, she probably did. She probably did kick her ass a few times. But he ain't always with her. You know what I'm saying? She could have reported this shit if she really wanted to get away from them beatings she was taking. She would have had his ass locked up. She would have been like, he got a dead baby in the bag. She never did that. It makes me feel like she's just as guilty. She helped move the baby around. Everything, man. Like, she didn't do nothing. She shouldn't get no deal. When the court becomes, let's make a deal.
Thank you so much. Please remain standing for a brief moment and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Travers, let me just ask you, since we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first name or the initials you go by and your last name for the record?
She is just
Sure. My first name is
I agree.
just spelled as DD. Last name is Travers, TRAV as in Victor, ERS.
And Ms. Travers, do you live in the state of New Hampshire?
Yes, I do.
How long have you lived here?
Approximately 20 years.
20 years. And currently, where do you work?
I work for a Catholic Medical Center in Manchester.
What do you do for them?
Currently, I work as a nurse practitioner.
And how long have you been working as a nurse practitioner for them?
I've been working about 5 years as a nurse practitioner.
And prior to that, were you also working for CMC in a different capacity?
Yes, I was working as a registered nurse.
I knew this girl in high school
Let
that
me
sounded
ask you,
just like
at any
her.
point, were you assigned to work at the affiliate for Catholic Medical Center, the Urgent Care in Bedford?
Yes.
And I'd like to direct your attention specifically to June 2nd of 2019. Did you take vital signs from a child named Harmony Montgomery that day?
Jesus freak. Thank you.
Yes.
And as part
Welcome.
of those vital signs, did you measure and record her weight?
Yes.
How much did Harmony Montgomery, the patient that you saw that day, weigh when you saw her on June 2nd of 2019?
I don't recall the actual number.
Yeah, the girl in school was
Let me
deaf.
ask, with
I mean, well, she had
regards
hearing
to
aids, but she
those-
sounded
when you
just like her.
measured her weight.
She
Did
said
you
it
record
sounded
that
both the
information
same.
somewhere?
I would record it in the
I
electronic
still
health
remember the girl's
records.
name. She was cool as shit. Her name was
And
Jennifer.
with regards to the electronic health records, when do you record that? So,
Generally, it's done in the room with the patient.
so right then and there, while you're with the patient, you're recording that?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you had a chance to look at those records, do you think that looking at those records might help refresh your recollection as to what the weight was that you took on that day?
If I could look again, I could remember the number. Yeah, that'd be great.
Your friend approach page 4822.
Did I just get shh?
Do you recognize that to include the medical records that you entered that day?
It's supposed to be
Doesn't have any note
commentary.
there. And
And I'm about to say, I'm going to have you go ahead and take a look at it for a moment. And when you're ready, just look back at me. I'm going to ask you what her weight is.
okay.
And does that, looking at that, does that help refresh your recollection of the weight?
Yes.
And how much did Harmony Montgomery weigh in June of 2019 when you measured her?
35.20.
35.20. And are those grams, those pounds? The
I'm sorry, I didn't
35.20.
look at that. I apologize.
That's all right. I'm sorry. The 35.20, is that pounds? 35 pounds? Or 35.20 pounds, I should say.
I didn't actually see that it said pounds on there, but
Okay. Let me ask, do you typically, when you do your measurements, are they in pounds or are they in kilograms?
they're usually in kilograms.
Usually in kilograms?
Mhm.
Okay. Well, I want to make sure that your memory is fresh.
I think so too,
With
Goldie.
regards to the record, do you recall off the top of your head whether it was 35.2 kilograms or 35.2 pounds?
I don't recall.
Okay. And having a chance to look at the vital signs again, do you think that might refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Same page? Let's say, does that help? I see you nodding your head up and down. Does that help refresh?
Yes, yes.
So that 35.2 are those pounds or kilograms?
Pounds.
35.2 pounds. All right, thank you.
What
very
kind of
much,
deal would
Ms.
I
Travers.
make
greatly appreciate it.
for
Are
Summer
there any further
Wells?
Questions for you? I believe defense
That's a
counsel may have
tricky
them.
one there, Sweet Leaf. I'd make deals. You know I would.
And I think
Much as I wouldn't want to.
Harmony's weight was appropriate for her size and age.
Foundation.
Okay, so we got it. They then objected to something. So we'll have to wait it out, see what's popping off. The sad thing is the state of Mass and New Hampshire claim to be making changes, but in fact, they are still leaving children in homes with neglect, abuse. That is horrible. I mean, look, you got to admit that CPS, I'm not even just talking about in Boston, New Hampshire, I'm talking about all over the country, is overwhelmed, right? Poverty and bad parenting, and like they don't teach home ec in school no more, nothing shit, right? I don't know. But it's hard on even CPS. Like, look, there's good CPS workers out there, and there's just so much of it that they're so overloaded. The CPS is. Yeah, they fail kids, but think about how many kids they saved. How many kids are alive today because of CPS? Yeah, they dropped the ball. They do. But you can't completely kick them because think about all the lives they're saved. There's kids out here right now that if it wasn't for CPS, they wouldn't be here. There's people that are, prominent in this world that were adopted, went through the system, became good people. And if it wasn't for that, you never know. The kid that cures cancer could come through like a system like this. So we got to protect the kids no matter what. And sometimes kids get missed. That's the sad part, and they have to put more into this. Not only that, protecting our kids, but more into mental health of the people in our country, right? People with mental health problems. They need to invest more in that and more into our kids, saving more kids. And I think the world we live in, or at least this country, would be a lot better place. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back with you guys.
just a couple of more questions. Did you stay in the room until the doctor came in to look at Harmony?
No,
Okay, so you just pretty much take that information and give it to the doctor for the doctor to do the examination?
that's correct.
Okay, and you don't know the results of the examination, is that right?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Any further? All right, any objections or being excused?
May I ask one more question, Your Honor?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. But one of the observations that you did make was the sores around her mouth?
That's what I wrote in the report, yes.
Okay, and that was a rash or sores around her mouth that she was present for, right?
Yeah, that's what I wrote in the report, yeah.
Thank you.
Any objections or being, do you have any follow-up questions from that? Yeah.
I like the commentary. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. If you want to go listen to it like with nobody talking, you can always go to Court TV. It's live on Court TV.
Any objections? No objection. All right, you may step down and you are excused.
Thank you.
Well, the court volume is what it is. And I got these headphones on. That's probably why I'm screaming and I'm so loud.
May call its next witness.
But I'll turn down a little bit. Is that better for y'all? Is that better?
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Mr. Kevin Montgomery to the stand.
Couldn't watch this without you, Dolly. Thank you.
Watch your step, there's words there.
You remain standing for just a moment.
Thank you. Mr. Montgomery, if you would please go ahead and raise your right hand.
Mr. Montgomery,
You solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give this jury,
this is
the
dead.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat. Mr. Montgomery, as we are being recorded here for the record, could you please go ahead? And I'm going to ask you to please go ahead and state your name, both your first and your last name.
Hang on one second. Could you carefully open that? Otherwise it sort of top can open. Thank you.
Just the uncle or father?
Thank you, sir. If you would please go ahead and state your full name and spell out both your first and your last name for the record.
Kevin Lester Montgomery,
Oh, the uncle.
Kevin Montgomery.
And Mr. Montgomery,
What a good
town are you
dude.
living in now?
He told.
Malden, Mass.
How long have you lived down there?
I've been back in the area since June
June of this year?
last year,
June of last year.
23.
Of course, sorry. And are you currently working?
I am.
What do you do for work?
I am a plumber.
He good. At least he
And-
told.
How far did you go in school?
10th grade.
How long have you been a plumber?
Roughly 3.5 years ish.
What are some of the other
Ish.
kind of jobs that you had before being a plumber?
Landscaping. I was in the drywall, union, roofing,
Okay.
stuff like that.
Construction. He's a construction guy.
I'd like to ask, in 2019, where were you living at the first part of 2019?
2019, first part of 2019, I was living in Manchester,
And what was the street address that you were living at?
77 Guilford Street.
Who owned that home?
Excuse me?
Who owned that home? Sorry.
My mom and my ex.
His mom and his
And
ex.
who else lived
Weird
there?
mix.
Let me ask, let's say in February or March of 2019, who else lived there?
Bless mom. Thank you so much.
So it was me, my nephew, his wife, and their kids.
And who's your nephew, sir?
Adam Montgomery,
And who was his wife at the time?
Kayla Montgomery.
I'm going to go ahead and show you States Exhibits 1 and 2. Just see if, let's just talk about States Exhibit 1 for a moment. Do you recognize States Exhibit 1?
I do.
Okay. And what is that a photograph of?
The front of the house,
Which house?
77 Guilford Street.
And
Guilford
what about,
Street.
and with regards to that photo, did the house look that way when you were living there in 2019? And by that, I just mean where the windows are, the door is, the color.
Yes.
Okay. And now I'd like to show you States Exhibit 2 for identification purposes only. Do you recognize what that is a photo of?
I do.
What's that a photo?
That was Harmony's room.
Where was her room inside this house or somewhere else? Did she live with you?
Yeah, her room was across from my room inside that house.
Other than the stickers that are at the bottom here, and the photograph itself of the room and the home, are these accurate to your memory of what that room used to look like and what this home used to look like generally when you were there?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd ask for the identifications to be stricken from States Exhibit 1 and 2, please.
Objection.
I'm sorry, no, without objection. Okay, the ID is stricken, they're entered as full exhibits.
Somebody's talking about a cameraman. You can hear it. Hear him whispering.
So, Mr. Montgomery, I'll go ahead. Permission, officer.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. With regards to States Exhibit 1, this is 77 Guilford Street? Is that correct?
Yes.
And let me ask you, how many bedrooms were in the home? How big house are we talking about?
Living room on the first floor, 2 bedrooms in the back, and then like an attic that was like made over upstairs.
When you say made over upstairs, was that also used as a bedroom?
Correct.
And I'm showing States Exhibit 2. I believe you said before, I want to make sure I got your testimony right, that this was Harmony's room. Is that right?
Yes.
Oh, he came in loud.
The stickers on the wall, do you know what that's a sticker of?
Yes, that was Minnie Mouse.
Montgomery, excuse me. In 2019, you said, I believe before that you said that your nephew, Adam Montgomery, was living with you. Is that correct?
Could you speak up, please?
Yes, certainly. And let me move closer to the microphone. In 2019, I believe you testified a moment ago that you said Adam Montgomery was living with you and he's your nephew. Is that right?
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Okay. And so nephew in terms of, so who's his father? And I would assume his father or mother is a brother or sister to you.
So his dad's my older brother, Michael.
And with regards to Adam, how long have you known Adam?
His whole life.
The whole
Were
damn
you
life.
subpoenaed to be here
His
today
uncle.
to testify?
I was.
And let me ask you, do you want to be here today testifying about your nephew?
No.
When Adam came to live with you at Guilford Street, I believe you said before that he had kids with him and that he had his wife. Could you tell us what her name is?
Kayla.
Adam's wife,
Yes.
Kayla
Okay.
Montgomery.
And the kids that moved in with
He
him
must
there
have
in
hearing issues,
2019,
maybe.
Who were they? Do you remember their names, I should say?
I do. Could you say that question again, please?
Certainly. So when Adam and Kayla came to live with you, you said that there were kids in the home before.
He seems a little
What
slow,
were their
guys.
names?
So when Adam and Kayla came in, who came with them?
Yes, exactly.
At first
He seems nervous.
it was just Seamus.
Okay. And who is Seamus?
Seamus is their son.
Okay. Who came to live with you next after that? Which child came next?
I believe 2019. So I believe a baby was born somewhere, and then Harmony.
And then Harmony. So Harmony was the last child to move in?
I believe so.
Okay.
Definitely,
You looked at a
definitely
picture of
nervous.
Harmony's room.
So
Where was that room in the house? Was it upstairs? Was it downstairs?
So it was downstairs at the end of the hallway on the right,
And where was your room in the home?
right across the hall.
Where did you see Harmony spend most of her time when she was in the house?
Permission to approach, Judge.
he looks like he's about to have a nervous breakdown. Poor guy, he might pass out. I agree with you. He looks like he's having a rough day. It looks like he's about to go to prison for murder. Hey, listen, Kevin, you didn't do anything, man. You ain't got to be so scared. He seems a little slow, or he maybe just be really nervous. I'm not sure. Look how he's looking around. He looks scared to death. He looks like they're going to put him in an electric chair. Come on, bro. Look over at Fudd. Fudd, look at him, Fudd. Fudd will keep you calm. Fudd calm as shit over there. This man is trembling. He is literally trembling. They're not going to blame you, Kevin. They're not going to blame you, man. Calm down. Relax. He's going to prison forever. He ain't going to get out and get you or nothing. You can relax, bro. Y'all kind of even look alike. He kind of looks like his uncle. Put a teardrop under his eye. His uncle's scared to death.
Mr. Montgomery, let me just restate that question for you.
He's like, let me hit this water.
So the question that I had for you is that when you saw Harmony, primarily what parts of the house did you see her in? Where did she spend most of her time that you saw?
Just everywhere.
Just everywhere.
Can you repeat that question?
Okay,
I thought that's what he was going to say. Could you repeat that?
in July of 2019, did you stay in New Hampshire or did you go to any other state?
I lived in New Hampshire,
Mhm.
and then I went for roughly 3 weeks to Florida.
Okay. And let me ask you about that trip to Florida. Did any other family members go with you on that trip?
My son.
Your son? Okay. And when you were in Florida, did you visit any?
Don't make this man have a stroke.
I
'Cause he
did
looks-
all my family.
Okay.
oh my God, get this dude off the stand before he has a heart attack. He's elder. He's older, man. You can heart attack
ask
right
you,
up
sir,
there. Kevin might need to have
when
a
you were
heart attack.
down in Florida visiting family, tell us some of the different family members that lived down there that you saw.
So the trip was primarily to go see my mom because my mom had some health issues. But
They
I
about to
see
kill Kevin. He got the cotton in his mouth
I
in the
have
world.
some
He's
brothers, I
drying up.
saw them, nephews, sister, the whole family.
And I know testifying can be very difficult. So if
He
you need
looking
a
like
break or
Turtle
anything,
Boy in the
just let
cell.
us
Look,
know.
that's what Turtle Boy looking like right now. Look.
Okay.
All right. You said that you were seeing your mother and she had some health issues. What health issues did she have?
So
I know. I could have a
that
heart attack
April
if you
she had
upset
triple
me.
bypass, heart surgery, and that's what the trip was based around. Was going to see her.
And did you spend a lot of time with her during that July trip?
I did.
Okay. When you came back, do you remember what day you flew back into town?
Roughly the 22nd or the 23rd of July.
Okay. And I apologize. I made an
He is
assumption
freaked
there. I
out,
shouldn't
right?
do that. How did you come back to New Hampshire? Did you fly? Did you drive? Did you take a train?
We flew, James and myself.
And when you flew back, and who's James?
James is my son.
Okay. So when you flew back into town, did you fly into
Terrible,
Manchester
terrible.
or into Boston or somewhere else?
Boston Logan.
Okay. Did you come back to Manchester that same day after you got off the flight?
I did.
Okay. And did you go to visit 77 Guilford Street? Did you go home?
I did.
Let me ask you, when you got home, did you see Harmony there?
I did.
Where did you see her?
I seen her standing in the kitchen.
And when you saw her in the kitchen, how did she look to you?
She had a black eye.
Oh, this is horrible.
Can you describe it for us? How did the black eye look?
Full, like a raccoon's eye, black and blue.
Black and blue?
Damn.
And when you say full, what do you mean by full? Can you give us a good
All the
example?
way around.
All the way around. And I see just there you were pointing to your right eye. Did you see it on her right eye?
I honestly can't recall, but I think the left.
Okay. You think the left. Okay. I appreciate that for your honesty there. You said you saw her in the kitchen with this black eye?
Yes.
Okay. So when you saw her in the kitchen with this black eye, what, if anything, did you say?
He'll be good. He'll feel good when this is all over, though. He needs to get this
okay.
shit off
Take
his
your time.
chest. Anyway.
Something along the words of, "Oh my fucking God, what did you do, Harmony?"
And who answered that question?
My nephew Adam,
Where was he?
standing right behind her.
And what did Adam say?
Oh, this is gonna be bad
She
here.
didn't do anything. I bashed her around the fucking house.
Wow.
Did Harmony ever say anything in response to the question, or just Adam saying, I bashed her around the fucking house?
That is just nuts. Crazy.
I think just Adam.
How did Adam say this?
How did he say it?
Yes. Or let's put it this way. Can you say it the way that he said it so that we understand?
I'm not sure.
Ask him, is he scared of it?
I
Adam?
had to describe it to the best of my ability to be like a cocky son of a bitch.
Did Adam tell you why he bashed her around the house and caused the black eye?
He did.
What did he say?
He said he was in the bathroom moving his bowels, and that he put Harmony in charge to watch Declan. And when he came out, Harmony had her hands over his mouth, and I guess his lips were supposedly below. That's what was explained.
That's what Adam
So
explained
they're
to you.
saying
Correct.
Harmony tried to
And
kill
after he
Dave.
explained that, how did he say he caused the black eye?
I bashed her around the fucking house.
Was there anybody else in the kitchen
Oh,
when
I
Adam
was saying
said this to
he
you?
tried to kill the baby.
Just the three of us.
Just you, Adam, and Harmony.
Harmony.
Let me ask you, did you stay at your house that night?
I did.
What about the night after that?
I left the following morning.
Did you ever stay in the house after that? Overnight?
I did not.
When you heard this from Adam, who did you tell about what Adam told you?
She was a baby herself. I know
Who
it's
did you
hard to
tell?
think that that's true.
You want names?
Yes, please.
Told my mom. Told my son's mother, Christina. Told my sister, Erin. My brothers, Sean, Michael, and Richard.
So he told the whole family.
I told one of Adam's friends, Nick and Aaron. I told Harmony's mom, Crystal. I told Harmony's foster mom, Michelle. I think I told my sister, Janine. My mother, Helen.
Wow. Crazy.
That's kind of what I remember. Oh. Could you just repeat the question again?
That's all right. I believe you answered the question.
Okay.
Let me ask, did you also make any calls to the what's called DCYF, or the Division of Children, Youth, and Families?
I did.
Good man.
And
Go
the
ahead,
Nicholas
Kevin.
and the Aaron that you referred to, is that Nicholas the same person as Nicholas Ahern?
Yes.
And is that Aaron the same person as Aaron Rue?
Yes.
Why did you tell all these people? Why did you call DCYF about this?
Say that again.
Yes. Why did you tell all of these people?
Can you repeat the question?
To get help.
to get help. Good answer.
Help for who?
For Harmony.
He tried.
Did you ever see Harmony after that day?
I did.
When did you see her? And by when, I mean what time of year?
What time of year?
Yes.
Oh, here we go. All right. So they're approaching the bench. What time of year was it? When did you see him again? I mean, basically, he had a black eye. He's told his family, thinking, hey, maybe somebody will do something. He's called CPS, it sounds like, or whatever they DF, whatever the DFAX or whatever they call it. It seems like Kevin was trying. He seemed scared to death and nervous. I mean, I'm sure it's hard to go be helping put your nephew away in prison, but under the circumstances, your nephew took a life and he has to pay. Just, Kevin, he got to do the right thing. Got to do the right thing. And even though it's hard, he looks like he's going to have a nervous breakdown. But he did try. I mean, he's not a monster like his nephew. People could say he could have done more, but he tried. He at least tried. He ain't a total POS, because a total POS wouldn't have did nothing. He actually tried. He alerted everybody. I mean, he don't have the capability of taking the kid, and we don't know. He seems a little slower, right? And we don't know how violent we do know how violent his nephew is. His nephew done shot somebody in the face. Do you want to confront him and get in a fight with that dude jacked up on crack cocaine? Right? So he was probably scared a little bit of his nephew, Uncle Kevin. And, but he did what he could do, I think. I almost feel bad for him a little bit. He don't seem like a terrible person.
Mr.
And he
Montgomery,
showed up to court.
did you, and let me change my questions a little bit for a minute here. Did you see Harmony again in September of 2019?
I believe so.
Okay. And let me ask, on when you did see her, was it at 77 Guilford Street?
Yes.
And was that before Adam was evicted from the home?
Yes.
Did you see Harmony after they were evicted from the home?
No.
What happened to our lunch break, Judge?
Mr. Montgomery, I'm going to go ahead and show you State's Exhibit 101.
I got to find my debit card so I can order me some food.
Do you recognize this person?
Yes.
Who is this?
That's my nephew, Adam Montgomery.
After
I know. He's been shaking the whole time. Georgia mom.
Do you have any further conversations with him about that incident?
I did.
And what did he say to you in that later conversation about this black eye incident?
What did he say to me in the later conversation about the black eye?
Yes, sir.
What did he say in general, man? Come on.
I'm not sure what you exactly mean.
I'm about to say, let me back up and I'll clarify. Attorneys need to ask very clear questions. So you've described for this jury about seeing Harmony's black eye and Adam telling you that he bashed her all around the fucking house. Did you talk with Adam about that black eye at a different time, at a later time?
Well, if he hit her once, what makes us think he didn't hit her that day in the car? If he's beating a kid where she has black eyes, then he's beating the kid.
I did.
And at that later time, what did he say about having bashed Harmony around the house?
Can I explain?
So if we could approach for a minute, Your Honor.
Can you explain? Like, 'cause there's probably something, you know, he wants a direct answer. He don't want the whole story. So, like, if you say, because, you know, this is his defense team for Adam. They don't want him to share everything. They just want these little bits and pieces that they want to get out of him. He looks terrified to be there. I know. He's the scariest person I've seen on the stand. You'd think he was being charged with mob ties. You know what I'm saying? He's like, damn, bro, you ain't going to jail. They ain't going to arrest you, Kevin. Calm down. Relax. You looking like Turtle Boy in that cell. All right. Scared to death. Is that Boston in him? I don't know. Ain't Boston the Fighting Irish? Yeah, the Fighting Irish looks like he's trembling. All right, here we go. We're back in session. He's going to have a nervous breakdown on the stand. That's what I thought, too. I was like, don't make this man have a stroke.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. We just needed a minute to talk there. What I'd like to do is I'd like to ask I apologize. Let me ask a very clear question about this second
That's crazy,
conversation. When you were later speaking with Adam about this black eye incident, did he apologize to you for having hit Harmony?
Just yes or no, right?
With regards to the question, yes. Did he apologize to you? Did he say he was sorry for having hit Harmony?
Yes.
He did.
That don't make it okay.
Into the fall of
you can't murder somebody and go, oh, I'm sorry.
And then going into 2020, did you try to get in touch with Adam, with Defendant?
Give me the time frame again.
Yes. After the eviction, so in the fall of 2019, and going into the next January, February of 2020.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Summer of 2020.
That don't mean
Did you try to get a hold of Adam?
I did.
Okay. And were you able to do so?
I got a hold of somebody on Facebook.
Okay. But what about Adam?
It's hard to remember.
Well, if I can withdraw that question, Your Honor, I'll ask a different question. With regards to that, you said you got a hold of somebody on Facebook. Were you able to go into a conversation on Facebook, or were you ever blocked on Facebook?
Summer of 2020, correct?
Yep, fall of 2019 into the summer of 2020.
Right.
He takes so long to answer questions.
Pandemic
Good Lord.
happened in 2020, right?
Yes, sir.
Like March, right? So that's like my first summer in Florida. Yes, I got I believe I got in touch.
Somebody give Dolly lunch, right?
Through Facebook Messenger that summer.
Okay. What about with one of Adam's accounts?
No, I think I was blocked.
Say that one again.
All right, so Mr. Montgomery, I just have one other quick set of questions for you. And thank you for being patient with me today while I made sure that I was asking the correct questions of you. With regards to what you've talked about for us, one thing, and I'm sure you may be asked about this in a moment, so I'd like to save people some time now. Have you been convicted of 2 felonies out of this court within the last 10 years?
Yes.
Oh Lord.
And was one of those a conviction in 2015 for being a felon in possession of a weapon?
Yes.
And was one of those a conviction in 2016 for a theft by unauthorized taking?
Yes.
Kevin be
From
robbing
those,
people.
have you completed your sentence that was there, and those are all finished now at this point?
Yes.
I ain't see Kevin as a robber.
Lastly, Mr. Montgomery.
Half the witnesses are felons. Okay. Not a problem, Kelly.
I do.
And who is this?
It's Harmony.
I believe you said your recollection was that it was may have been Harmony's left eye that you saw blackened.
I believe so.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you, Mr. Montgomery. Thank you very much for your time. I believe that's consummated after we speak with the board.
Okay. Is he going to make it off a stand without having a heart attack? That's the question. Okay. Kevin was nervous, like they were going to send him to the death penalty. He's going to get sick. I don't know if he's going to get sick, but he's definitely having a hard time up there. I know that. I don't know why he's so upset. Like, what's going on with this dude? Like, you didn't black the kid's eye, dude. You done drank more water, mouth dry as the desert. Like, you've been in that chair a bunch of times. It don't seem like you should be so nervous. You sound like you got a little run in with the laws yourself. You shouldn't be so scared in court. This dude, look, he's like, I gotta just make me some water over here. He breathing heavy like he just ran a triathlon and shit. Oh my God. I didn't see him as a stick-up guy though. I would have never guessed that one. He was like, can I get your could you ask me the question again? People will be like, I didn't ask the question. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm sticking you up. Give me your wallet. Oh, hold on. What was I doing again? Oh yeah, I'm robbing you. That's Kevin. I'm sure he was easy to
Are you
catch.
able to hear me okay?
Right now, yes.
Great. Let me know if you can. My name is Jamie Brooks, and I represent Adam, okay? I'll also ask you some questions, but I'll try to be fairly quick. You indicated that you returned to the Guilford Street address on the 22nd of July, 2019.
I believe I said the 22nd or the 23rd.
I bet he peed
One
himself.
or the other. Could have been the
Adam will come in
22nd,
and whip
could have
his
been the
ass.
23rd.
Excuse me?
So it would be either the 22nd or the 23rd of July that you were there,
Correct.
and you ended up having a conversation with Adam. Correct?
Yes.
I think Kevin had like,
And this conversation
maybe he was robbing people. He had
included
guns.
Adam, yourself, and Harmony in the kitchen, right?
Say that again?
The conversation took place in the kitchen.
Correct.
Harmony was there, right?
Yes.
You were there.
Yes.
Adam was there.
Correct. Yes.
Nobody else to your recollection was there.
No.
No other adult was within earshot of this conversation as far as you knew?
No.
And the conversation
Yeah, he
was
confessed to
prompted
two of
because you
them.
saw a black eye on Harmony.
Correct.
You indicated that Adam said that she didn't do anything.
Correct.
Let's
In
hands
response to your
interviewing him.
question of,
We have the transcripts. You were talking
oh
to
my
a
God,
13-year-old
what
kid,
happened?
Kevin. That's what it sounds
said
Oh
like.
my
Harmony
God,
didn't
what
do
the
anything?
fuck did you do? I think I said.
Okay. And as part of this conversation, Adam talked about finding Harmony, suffocating Declan.
Hands over the mouth, I stated.
And with the hands over the mouth, Declan was turning blue.
Lips were blue,
Lips
is
were
what
blue.
I recollect.
5 months old at the time.
Declan, roughly something like that, yeah.
Dude, he's taking his breathing is so bad. He's like holding his
You said that
breath.
he made a comment that sounded cocky.
Yes.
Also could have been sarcasm.
Not in my opinion, if that's what you're asking.
Good
But
answer.
he did express concern regarding Declan and the blue lips.
Yes.
You later made a report to DCYF.
Yes.
That report was approximately a week later.
Correct.
Would July 29th of 2022, I'm sorry, July 29 of 2019, would that sound correct to you?
Roughly about a weekish later, 7-8 days or something. Is that what? Yeah, approximate, I guess. It's going back a while.
Roughly 7 to 8 days, and this was after you had returned to Florida?
After I was back
I'm
in
sorry,
New
back-
Hampshire, right? Is that what you're asking? After I
You got me
came
confused now.
Right. But
Yes.
you didn't go back to you didn't stay at the house except for that one night. Did you go back to Florida or did you go back to Massachusetts?
No, I went to Massachusetts.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. I don't have anything further.
Just briefly, please, Your Honor. Mr. Montgomery, about that. You just asked a moment ago whether, I believe you were asked a moment ago with regards to Adam. You were asked a moment by Attorney Brooks about him sounding cocky and whether that might also be some sort of sarcasm. When he said, "I bashed her all around the fucking house," did that sound like sarcasm to you?
No.
And when you asked Harmony, "Oh my God, what the fuck happened to you?" Were you asking about her eye?
I did. I was.
At any point, did the defendant tell you that he had just jerked her away from Declan?
No.
And at any point when you were asked a moment ago on cross-examination about Declan's lips being blue, I want to make sure that's clear. That's not something that you saw, right? That's what the defendant told you had happened.
Yes, correct. That's what I was told.
From the defendant, that's what he says.
Correct.
Let me ask one last question with regards to your understanding when Adam said that he bashed him all around the fucking house. Do you feel that you have somehow conflated what Adam had said?
Conflated? Could you explain, please?
Confused one action for another?
Hugs, Kevin.
Do you think that Adam, when
Say
he
that-
said about, yes.
State it again,
So let me
please.
restate that. With regards to confusing one issue for another or conflated what Adam had said, with regards to that, do you feel that you may have been mistaken that when he said that he bashed her all around the fucking house with regards to the black eye, that he was actually talking about just jerking her away from Declan?
I wasn't confused.
Thank you. No further questions.
Good answer, Kevin. Good answer. He said, I won't confuse. I know what the
May I
hell
sit
he
down?
said.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is.
Okay, I got to order me some food real quick,
past
guys.
12:30, so this is a perfect time to break for lunch. I will
Good, because I was
remind
about to
you,
order me some food.
that you are not to discuss this case, not with each other or with anybody else. While I've indicated to you that you can check your phones on a break or during lunch, you cannot read any media. Make sure all your banners or notifications are turned off. You are not to view any media related to
Nothing.
this case. Don't do any independent
Give me 1
research.
second,
Don't
guys.
look up any of the names that you've heard throughout this case. And I'll have you come back at 1:30 and we will resume evidence at that time. Please rise for the jurors, everyone. may be seated.
Just to clarify, Mr. Montgomery is excused.
He may be excused if, any objection?
No objection.
Okay, yes, he's excused. With the understanding, Attorney Agati, that excused means he's not going to be called now or later.
Yes, Your Honor. In this instance, I think the state can.
Okay. So that is what I mean by excuse. So if we don't all agree that that's what excused means, then we should maybe revisit that after the lunch break, or, so that everybody can take a look at it. Okay. Did we need to address any other matters now?
I think, Your Honor, just after the break, we might want to address that one thing with regards to Michelle Rafferty, excuse me. But other than that,
Okay, I got my
You
food
mean
ordered.
Michelle Rafferty?
Michelle Rafferty, I apologize. I think other than that, Your Honor, the other things can certainly wait until after the break. Right now, that we need to
Okay, I just don't want to, I guess I want to know what we're going to talk about so that we can make sure we're starting on time with them. So if we want to have some legal arguments about something, let's talk about what that will be, and then I can tell you when you should come back so that we can do that rather than holding them.
If we can just have a look.
Sure.
I ordered me a sub, Philly sub, from the pizza place down the street. Now I got to eat. You know what I'm saying? Now I got to eat. Okay, live court is on break. We'll be right back. So what do you guys think so far? What do you think? Guilty, not guilty? I mean, he looks guilty as shit to me. They're going to blame it on each other. And this is pretty much why this is going to go on for so many days. Sounds good. Philly cheese. Yeah, they said about 45 minutes, though. I should have ordered it about 45 minutes ago before lunchtime. I didn't know what time they were going to go to lunch.
That we should probably need to come back and discuss. One is with regards to Michelle Rafferty's ability to sit in on the rest of the trial.
West Mom from
The state feels
Texas.
that she is entitled to do that under the Victims Bill of Rights, specifically RSA 21-M.
Make sure you thank her if you got a membership.
She is considered to be a family member, and so as a result, she has the
Guilty.
right to do that, even though she has been a witness. And even though she may be a witness, depending on what the defendant puts forward in their case in chief, if they choose to present them, if he chooses to present them. So I would say that's issue number one that we would have to discuss. Issue number
I'll be back
two
at
is,
1:30.
at this point, based upon the defendant's representations regarding Anthony Badero and his behavior as alleged, Mr. Badero, I believe, already has counsel for a different matter, but we should probably set some time aside to have a very quick Richards hearing, because we do anticipate that Mr. Badero is going to be called as a witness in this case.
Wait, do you have any sense of when you might call him? I mean,
Not this week, Your Honor. I'd say that's
Thank you,
certainly not
Miss
tomorrow.
Debbie.
So I believe it would not be until next week. With regards to his specific time,
Okay, nothing good.
I would anticipate the early part of next week, Your Honor.
Okay, so I think we will reach out to his counsel and see about some availability, maybe either towards the end of the day or early in the morning, either later this, I guess later this week is tomorrow, so, or early next week. But that counsel is going to need some information about,
I believe she has a lot of information already.
but does she know about what this is?
Yes, Your Honor. So he is.
Susan, not a problem. Glad y'all could be here with me today.
Not currently represented on this matter, but he is currently represented by Attorney Ashley Sheehan.
Yes.
And so as a result, before we went to be able to subpoena him and be able to speak with him as part of the witness prep, we informed her.
We don't have that here now, so.
She is to speak with regards to the issues that we have here. Not
But
necessarily
but
what
the issue
this
that,
issue.
well, okay, but that's the
That we
issue.
have to get
So I
this
think,
week.
so why don't we do this, that rather than have the court contact her, the clerk's office, why don't I suggest, you tell me if you disagree with this, why don't I suggest that the state contact her to get to, the defense and the state can talk about what the issue is so that she's apprised. find out her availability. She's going to need to be in touch with the witness, and then everybody would be here. We could do it before court on one, at 8:30 on one of the mornings.
I tell you, I think she'll be able to do that in short order. It's our understanding that she was intending to be in the courtroom when he was testifying anyway.
Okay.
Particular matters.
They're coming back at 1:39.
Sure.
Somewhere around there, 1:40.
Okay, so the sooner you can let us know, we can all,
My son
talk about the scheduling of this. And then we'll either do it before we
made
start
biscuits.
at 9.
Great.
One of the Fridays, I know all right, well, during the break, I'm going to take a look. I know I have a short docket tomorrow morning at 9, so we won't start this at 9. I'll see if we can start at 9:30, but it might be 10. So maybe seeing about Monday morning. I don't know what you all think about that.
Certainly.
If not, then.
We can move this testimony to a little bit later if we had to.
Okay.
The last issue, I'm going to go ahead and let Attorney Knowles address, considering that specifically.
Spaghetti and salad. Ooh, that sounds good. I should have got some
That
spaghetti. That
Demetrios
was good.
Saros is going to be one of the
I didn't think about that.
be called today, and it's with regards to statements that defense counsel made in opening.
Your Honor, I will say that the state, in listing witnesses that were going to be called today, did not mention Mr. Saros.
Be sure he's right on the slip. I gave you guys that sticky.
He was.
Okay, what's going on here? You're just going over what witnesses, if there's going to be any motions, any of that stuff going down.
He was not.
I'm having to hold it, loaded
figure out
fries,
a way to
hot
deal.
wings. Ooh, that don't sound bad. I don't like hot wings.
Well,
Hot
he can look for the paper but either way, it sounds like we're going to be able to continue the testimony. So what is the issue that you wanted to raise? And is this as to this afternoon's witness?
It is.
Okay, go ahead.
Again, Your Honor, I believe it was on the statement that we provided.
It's already this afternoon. What are y'all talking about?
That said, Your Honor, and excuse me. I apologize.
It's okay.
In opening statements, defense opening statements, the defense mentioned an opinion offered by this witness as to his findings regarding any abuse or neglect that occurred regarding the call that we just heard about from the last witness. Excuse me. And it's the state's position that opened the door to the basis of that opinion. The state being able to challenge the basis, the information that witness had regarding the abuse, regarding the investigation, information that he received prior to offering that opinion, the witnesses that he spoke with, the information that he learned from them, as well as his observations. Who was present when he interviewed the child. Again, that information was offered by the attorney at opening.
Basically, what they said was that he would say that he did not notice. What was it that you said? I can go back and look, but
it was both that he did not notice that essentially that the report was unsubstantiated, which is the terminology that DCYF uses in closing a report, that it's either substantiated or unsubstantiated. And
so
he to the jury that the report was unsubstantiated. And I would just say, Your Honor, this would be the equivalent of asking an officer who testifies their ultimate opinion of guilt or innocence of the defendant. And so under 703, the rule on expert testimony, when such an opinion is offered, an expert opinion, which was unnoticed to the state can then, or the person that's challenging the evidence to not the moving party or the proponent of that evidence, but the other party can then challenge that evidence. And
I'm just making sure we ain't missing nothing good.
Otherwise be inadmissible, becomes relevant and admissible once that opinion is offered. And that opinion was given to the jurors. And I would argue that that bell cannot be wrong. And that we get to challenge that opinion.
And what is it that you want to say? So what is it that you want to get into then?
The statements that he was provided, the statements that he was provided that led to his investigation.
Yeah,
The statements, the witnesses that he spoke to, what he was told, what he reviewed.
So you want to get into the whole investigation that led to the determination that it was unsubstantiated.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, let me see what the defense has to say, and then I may have some more questions. Go ahead.
Sure. So the 703, it's not applicable, Your Honor. This is not expert testimony. We're talking about a factual finding, or a lack of a factual finding, rather, made by a fact-gathering witness. So this is no
but if you're
expert
going to ask,
opinion.
but whether expert or not expert, I guess the question then becomes, if you're going to ask him, you deemed this unsubstantiated, why could they not talk about all of the information that went into the ultimate conclusion?
Well, I think that perhaps they could, but as long as also it allows for Harmony's own words to be used and what she said, and the circumstances surrounding her being interviewed alone. There can't be cherry picking.
Well, although you're basically,
That's the link, guys, right there.
you put in information that then leads them to open the door to the information that you actually want to get in. That seems a little suspect, Attorney Brooks. No? In fact, I'll look, but I think there's some law on you opening the door for the purposes of getting in otherwise.
I'm not opening my own door, Your Honor. I'm not allowed to do that. But the state in turn shouldn't be able to just selectively pick various things. And I have no idea at this point what they would be seeking to introduce. Perhaps we can have a discussion about that during the break. But this is not a 703 or an expert situation. 703 is inapplicable. Again,
It does feel that it leaves the jury with a misleading impression. If you just get to say, he reported, Kevin Montgomery reported this to you, and ultimately you deemed it unsubstantiated. And that is my concern. So, and then it does seem that your expectation would be that they would then get to put in the other parts of that, the rest of the investigation, which would include the statements that you would like to get in, which would be Harmony's statements. Isn't that sort of the natural?
Yeah, I'm not sure if the state is seeking to get in. I'm not sure what from the DCYF investigation they're seeking to get in, or the limitations of that investigation, or the fact that there may have been subsequent information that Saros did not have. I don't know.
Let me ask you, Attorney Knowles, what are you trying to get into?
The substance of the investigation.
I know, but what is the substance beyond that Harmony had said that? Because what you don't, well, let me start here. If I let you get into what you want to get into, and then the state says, well, if you say that, then we want to get into Harmony's statements. Is that acceptable to you, that it just all comes in, everything about the investigation? Sure.
Your Honor, the state's fine with getting into Harmony's statement, but understanding that that statement was not made alone. This was just represented. She wasn't alone when that statement was made.
And the balance of the information that you want to admit with respect to the defense having said that it was unsubstantiated is what?
The substance of the statement that the caseworker received in responding to the call and initiating the investigation, what he did with that information.
But can you just tell me what it is?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm just trying to understand where we're going with this so we don't end up in the middle of trial. So
Right.
go ahead.
So it's Kevin Montgomery's call, his repeated calls to DCYF.
And the substance of those calls, or
and
just that
substance
he's
of those calls.
okay?
Now would admit those through the witness.
Okay, so the substance of those calls being what? Tell me, walk me through what you want to admit here. And I'll give you a chance to respond. I'm just trying to get the lay of the land here. You all have this discovery. I don't have this.
So I'm looking at Bates 2084.
Yep.
Reporter is hard to follow and understand. Reporter said that he came back from Florida on Monday, July 22nd, 2019. And his 4-year-old niece had a shiner from her 29-year-old father. Reporter said that the reasons for the shiner was that the father gave an ass whooping because the 4-year-old had been left alone with the 2-month-old, the 6-month-old, while the father was in the bathroom. Reporter heard.
So everybody gets a break but us.
That the baby had been crying, screaming, so the 4-year-old had to put a hand over the 2-month-old's mouth. Father said that the 4-year-old did this very tight and hard and very hard. Father said that he had beaten the dog shit out of her. When reporter left for Florida, there was one running water in the home, and now the electric had been shut off. And I'm just reading the statement.
Okay, basically, you just want to get in. You want to get in the rest of Kevin Montgomery's statement.
Correct. I want to get into the rest of his statements, but I also want to get.
You had Kevin Montgomery on the stand, so I'm.
Right.
So I'm not sure why we're having this conversation.
So
Hey, judges on them.
the defense rung this bell. They opened the door under the opening the door doctrine, which I believe I've proved for this court previously. It makes evidence that would otherwise be admissible, hearsay, relevance, admissible. Our argument is that evidence, those statements, in addition to what Demetrios, the witness who will testify, did with those statements, what he did with the information, or what he didn't do, that now becomes admissible. It allows
Why
us.
was that, though, what you just read to me, not admissible through Kevin Montgomery, who you had on the stand?
It's offered for another purpose, to challenge that witness's opinion that was offered to the jury. To say, this is the information that you received. Let's talk about what you.
So so you essentially, okay, now I think I'm understanding maybe better. You want to undermine the fact that he came to an opinion that this was unsubstantiated by using, just strengthening the statements made by Kevin Montgomery to him. So you want to basically say, he told you all of these things and you still found it unsubstantiated.
Contacted you on this date, Okay.
And, okay.
Yes. And what he did with that information.
And what did he do with that information?
I think the evidence would be that he did nothing with that information, Judge. He contacted the police and told them it was a non-issue without seeing the child.
Okay.
So
What he saw.
So they're just gonna work through the court as jury went out for lunch.
The jurors, and he still found it unsubstantiated. Investigating.
Okay, so why? So putting aside, the Kevin Montgomery's additional statements, do we all agree that Mr. Soros could testify? You were. It's my understanding. It's your plan to elicit that ultimately he made a finding that the report was unsubstantiated, and then the state is going to say, so even though this Mr. Kevin Montgomery contacted you and told you all of these things, you didn't follow up.
They had to work through these
You didn't do
issues without the
anything
jury
further,
there,
right. And ultimately you came to that conclusion that's unsubstantiated. That we can all agree that that's admissible so far, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Just to be clear, though, and I don't think the state is suggesting this, but just so there's no misunderstanding, Mr. Montgomery Kevin Montgomery,
yeah,
made a lot of phone calls, continued on and on and on for months into, I think, 2000.
Okay.
After Harmony was even gone, making all kinds of sets of allegations. Obviously, that would not be coming in. The door isn't open to everything or anything. And also tangential to the concern about the black eye, which was reported on the 29th, there was also think about a spoon or potential drug activity. And obviously that is not something that should be allowed to get into.
Okay. So let's put aside the drug.
Uncle Kevin had a
for
panic
moment.
attack. Yeah, probably.
It sounds like we are not in disagreement, except that the statements by Kevin Montgomery, I mean, you can say, now you got a call from Kevin Montgomery, and he contacted you, and he informed you that he was aware of this abuse, and then what did you do? And then you can follow up, because it's your view that it's what he didn't do that undermines the defense view that this is unsubstantiated and therefore did not occur. So I think that is admissible. But I don't know about all of the hearsay statements from a witness you just put on the stand and didn't elicit the additional statements from. I'm not convinced about that.
Well, then, Judge, I would move to strike. I move to admonish the defense for making.
You think they should allow the drug activity to come into court? I mean, yeah, if they're doing drugs, we need to know what's going on. But isn't allowed, Big Bird says. I'm so confused. Some of it confuses me too. I ain't a lawyer. He's able to watch it through a monitor.
The state seeks to challenge the basis of the opinion that was offered to the jury. The basis including what this witness was told by Kevin Montgomery, what he did with that information. So challenging the basis of what he was told. And I would note that that includes drug use. That was part of the report. It wasn't just the black eye, it was drug use. And when the witness went to the home, he saw evidence of drug use. He saw drug paraphernalia.
Oh.
He found that the report was unfounded. So it's the basis, the foundation of his report, the foundation of the opinion that he gave, that the abuse was unsubstantiated, that this claim, and this is a specific claim which was unfounded. It's report number 826-330, which includes claims of the abuse, claims of drug use.
Okay. So I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to argue if you put in information that it was deemed unsubstantiated, they can challenge that, the basis for that finding. Do you have any objections?
Sure, but I think the context of the opening statement was very clear about what there was not evidence of. So if I'm hearing the state correctly, they are seeking to introduce evidence about drug use.
Yes, they are. What they are arguing is that if you cross-examine that witness to say you did an investigation and you found that it was unsubstantiated, that they get to challenge that. That is that, and basically undermine his opinion to say you found it unsubstantiated, even though you found abuse and neglect unsubstantiated, even though there was evidence of drug use in the house, even though there were several reports. There was this report of a black eye, and you didn't go to the house.
Can we strap this dude into the gas chamber yet?
That's what they want to do if you are going to bring in the evidence that it is unsubstantiated.
Okay, fair enough. I can certainly not use that word, but I think at the same time I should be able to elicit the facts, the observations that he saw and did not see with regard to the state's second-degree assault charge. He was there to investigate that.
Okay, so then I'm thinking that what you are going to want is some kind of curative instruction about the finding that it was unsubstantiated if now the defense is not intending to go down that road. And I really need to give the staff a break, so we're going to.
We could discuss that maybe over the break.
Is he going to be the first witness that you're going to call?
He's not going to be the very first witness, Your Honor, that will hold on. Just briefly, he's going to be the third witness.
Okay, so maybe we may have a little bit of time in the mid-afternoon break, but I do want to have us come to some conclusion about this beforehand. So
if I can just clarify, Your Honor, from our perspective. So with regards to if the defendant is intending to ask about his findings, and then what his observations were, certainly relative to those findings, then the state is seeking to ask about what his other observations were and what he did or did not do before he reached those findings. And our
Man, they got my
position is
food
that
here
those
pretty
findings
quick.
have already been talked about now in opening argument.
What did I miss? What did I miss? Anything good?
That the conclusion was made that this was unfounded. So in essence, the door has been opened, the bell has been rung, that there is finding out there that this event was unfounded, despite what Kevin Montgomery just testified to, and the work that was done. If that's there, and if we're going to be talking about the findings of what did
I'm about
Mr.
to
Saros
crush
do,
this thing. I'm
the state should
starving.
be able to ask also what else did Mr. Saros know, and what else did he do and not do. So it's
what do you mean? What did he know in terms of that investigation? Right?
Yes,
Okay.
not in terms
Okay.
of
I just want to make sure
this
we are just
investigation
talking
alone.
about this investigation.
This
Okay. And then, so there's
investigation.
basically
You are right.
two questions on the table. If they go down the road to challenge Mr. Soros's findings in any way, it is your view that you want to talk about what
I'm
did he
gonna try
know
to.
in coming to those findings and what did he do or not do in coming to those findings only as it relates to that particular investigation. And if the defense is now saying, maybe we don't want to go down that road, then we've got to talk about, I understand it's your view that they rang the bell and in any event you get to do all of it. And I'm not yet convinced. So I guess Attorney Brooks, you're going to have to make a very, very clear decision about that.
Oh, and I think the decision will be clear.
What if you have the decision?
Sure, I'm not going to ask for if he made a specific finding as part of his obligation as a DCYF person.
Then you need to be thinking about the issue about a curative instruction if I don't say that you've already opened the door to it. Okay? So we're going to go off the record now.
Okay.
Because I do want the staff to take a break. If you want to say something to me off the record, I will listen to it, but then we can put it on the record. But otherwise, we're going to think about where we are. Okay? All right. Thank you, everybody.
Judge gotta eat. Judge gotta eat. Okay, so let's kick into a little bit of music while Dolly eats, and I'll put up a little screen for a minute. Let me crush this sub, and I'll be back with y'all. Here's a little porno music. A little disco, baby. Oh yeah, let's get it.
awake at night? Are you afraid to turn out the lights? Is there something you're scared of? What's there out in the dark? Make sure to keep all your windows locked. Do you surrender? You try to stay awake. These walls you can't escape. Here's one for the lonely hearts, for the ones that fear the dark. You better run out out of here. Bet you can't look the other way. Here's one for the broken road. That's the only one you know. You better run out, truth or dare. Get me out, take me anywhere but here. Oh, anywhere but here. Wanting something good to come, waiting for things to run away from. Are you just hiding? Yeah. Walking into the fire, talking like you never die, like you're immortal. Try to stay awake. These walls you can't escape. Here's one for the lonely hearts, for the ones that fear the dark. You better run out out of here. Bet you can't look the other way. Here's one for the broken road. That's the only one you know. You better run out, truth or dare. Get me out, take me anywhere but here. Here's one for the lonely hearts, for the ones that fear the dark. You better run out out of here. Bet you can't look the other way. Here's one for the broken road. That's the only one you know. You better run out, truth or dare. Get me out, take me anywhere but here. Oh, anywhere but here. Oh, anywhere but here. Oh, anywhere but here. Anywhere but here. I can't hold you back no more. I know it's true. Every time I feel what's in my head, paralyzed, you are my isolation. I'm falling off the wagon once again. Oh. Magical, I knew. drenched in blood. It's flowing over you. There's nothing you can do. You know there's nothing angels everywhere. 'Cause the righteous are the ones who disappear. Inescapable. Soon you'll be back for more. Old enough to lose. Still you got to choose. Young enough to live for something you can't win. You know there's dropping angels everywhere. 'Cause the righteous are the ones who disappear. Inescapable. Soon you'll be back for more.
Okay. So we're still on break. It ain't too much longer. We got about, I don't know, 20 minutes or so before we're back in court again. Since we got a few minutes, I want to take a second to shout out all the people that have been donating to get Dolly to CrimeCon, right? I think the booth is 1,200 is our first step, and we're almost hit that goal. So I want to take a quick second to shout everybody out that has been donating to this. Let me see all. Okay. Turtle Gang, love you. XOs, boop, love you too, Turtle Gang. You're the best. Goldie says, you guys be safe. Have a good time without you there. No Turtle Gang. Boom. All right, we want to thank you. Somebody that goes by Dolly's Crime Con Fun. The 3,400 dance. I don't know what that means, but thank you so much, Dolly Crime Con Funds. Sheila, may all your dreams come true. Love you guys. Thank you, Sheila. Granny Bassmaster. Okay. Old Granny Bassmaster's in there. It says, have fun, stay safe, love both of you. Anonymous donor says, have fun. Katie, shout outs to Katie. She didn't leave a message. Neither did Nancy. She didn't leave a message either. Tracy says, Dolly and PJ, have fun, stay safe, X's and O's. Thank you, Tracy, so much. Sunny Days. This should be fun. Thank you, Sunny Days. That is super awesome of you guys. And thank you for everybody that has been supporting it and helping Dolly get to CrimeCon. Okay, let's see. Can I close this? All right, close this. Also, we have, it says 15 people shared it. Thank you guys for everybody that shared our thing. And also, it says we have 69 prayers. So thank you for all the prayers that you guys have been leaving us. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. I feel the love. Okay. So I got the scarf down half my sandwich. That's about all I can eat at a time anyway. That sandwich is like that long. So I got about half of it in me. We still got a little ways before we're back in court. So I'm going to kick into a little bit of music for a few. That way I can get me something to drink, get me something to smoke, and then I'll be right back with you guys. So, of course, stay tuned, okay? Don't go anywhere. Let me pull this up. And we'll jump right back to here. Bam! And I'll see you guys in a few minutes.
was looking for perfection, so I moved on and on and on to someone new, as if no one knew what I was going through. I know you think I'm just pretending, and that I can't rewrite the ending, but you move on and on and on to someone new. Isn't how you find the one, and I am through with playing games. Ooh, 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 ooh. You are not just the flavor of the day. Ooh, 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 ooh. This time, you are more than the flavor of the day. I know you don't know what to expect, but I'm sure that if I just kept moving on and on and on to someone new, I would have never understood that I had you who gave it all. Ooh, 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 ooh. You are not just the flavor of the day. Ooh, 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 ooh. This time, you are more than the flavor of the day. This time I know it's more than that. Ooh, 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 ooh. You are not just the flavor of the day. Ooh, 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 ooh. This time you are more than the flavor of the day.
Yeah. Talking to my mirror like I love you so much. Curving on my critics like I heard you, so what? You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. Tally all the I ever gave on my head. Lately I've been living like I can't take a loss. They ain't wanna help me, that's what made me a boss. You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. We don't give a that's what they don't understand.
Back again like flu season. I broke records while loose leafing. I'm coming down my roof, leaving. Don't give a I don't care. Did the for my lonesome. No wonder now I'm on one. No shortcuts on that long run. All I really want is my share. Get on my God, on my told him it's nothing. In the discussion, for them feelings I throw all my pain on percussion. The disgusting. I hear them bragging about that they did, and it do not move me, not in the least. They ain't been dropping no seeds in the soil, but swear that you on my spot at the feast. I've been on go mode, showboat, rowboat, wave ride. Cool shorty, too naughty, pool party, wet for the face ride. Annie up, penny down, hand me down, thrift store, old drip. New money, too funny, old shorty, talk about old. I'm on they now, can't get a pass now. I'm a cash cow, keeping it brash now. It's trash now, I'm a spaz out. I've been killing my lows and living on highs. You see in the skies the proof. You could just see in my eyes that there is no lies. I cannot disguise the truth. I've been duck dog, getting in my new merch, colored duck sauce on the new couch with my chucks on. Get the on with that hate. I'm big cool on a small check, cause I know now that I'm all that. Got a Hawkeye on the ball cat, get the out of my face.
Talking to my mirror like I love you so much. Curving on my critics like I heard you, so what? You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. Tally all the I ever gave on my head. Lately I've been living like I can't take a loss. They ain't wanna help me.
like the fire in a cheetah, like a star about to fall. A fever rush inside me when I see her. I'm a dice to roll, and I can feel my heart skip a beat or two. I don't know how to breathe, I don't know how to breathe, and I can feel within I am black and blue. Can't explain what she released, can't explain what she released when she said, and I said, like a beat getting stronger, feel the air around her, dance like a falling leaf, like a song on the radio, out on the patio, we'll find a dream to seize. That's the way she makes me feel when I see the way she's moving. I can feel it to my bones, like a shiver, oh, the image of our fusion. In a moment we stole, in a moment we stole, and I said, and I said, like a beat getting stronger, feel the air around her, dance like a falling leaf, like a song on the radio, out on the patio, we'll find a dream to seize. Like a beat getting stronger, feel the air around her, dance like a falling leaf, like a song on the radio, out on the patio, we'll find a dream to seize. Like a beat, like a beat, like a beat.
Today is the beginning of the end and the start of a new beginning. Time has come to redefine yourself and let go of the demons in your head that have held you in captivity for so long. It's time to flip the page and prove them wrong. It's time for rebirth. Yeah, time is up to say goodbye to all the haters, doubters, and non-believers trying to bring you down. In the blink of an eye, you'll realize that there's so much more to the book than the page you were stuck on. Finally, you will feel free to live a life you love living instead of the life you think other people want you to live. Remember, you are the highest authority when it comes to knowing what you want and what you love. So stop trading yourself for the approval from others. Ladies and gentlemen, weirdos and geeks, please repeat after me. I don't give a
stop telling lies to me, myself, and I. No matter how I try to medicate or meditate, the truth will always die. A loaded gun, a setting sun, yeah, my daddy was the same. I wouldn't take a lucky break if you rubbed it in my face. Go away. Liar, liar, hands on fire. If you ever need a friend, just call me and I'll pretend. I will tell you what you wanna hear. You're beautiful, I believe in you. Whisper in your ear. A loaded gun, a setting sun. Yeah, my daddy was the same. I wouldn't take a lucky break if you rubbed it in my face. I walk away. Liar, liar, pants on fire. A loaded gun, a setting sun. Yeah, my daddy was the same. I wouldn't take a lucky break if you rubbed it in my face. I'd run away. I'm a liar, pants on fire. I'm a liar, liar.
I saw her walking in the sunset. My knees turned weak, my head was spinning round. An angel dressed in velvet. I tried to speak, but couldn't make a sound. The sun reflecting in her eyes as I was standing hypnotized. Her laughter when she turned around knocked me over to the ground. Medic went down, my heart's got a serious injury. It's ripped to pieces in my chest. Oh, medic, what can you do? This is some serious witchery. She's my only antidote. Oh. I've searched everywhere to find her. Searched everywhere. Is she a dream or in reality? I'm not the man I once was. I'm drifting like a ship that's lost at sea. When I close my eyes, she's all I see. I can't find no remedy. My heart's a villain in my chest. She made a cardiac arrest. Oh, medic went down. My heart's got a serious injury. It's ripped to pieces in my chest. Oh, medic, what can you do? This is some serious witchery. She's my only antidote. Oh. When I close my eyes, she's all I see. I can't find no remedy. My heart's a villain in my chest. She made a cardiac arrest. Oh, medic went down. My heart's got a serious injury. It's ripped to pieces in my chest. Oh, medic, what can you do? This
some serious witchery. She's my only antidote. Oh, medic went down Mars, got a serious injury. It's ripped to pieces in my chest. Oh, medic, what can you do? This is some serious witchery. She's my only antidote. Oh.
Yeah, you can lie about it, but it's not gonna change a thing. Maybe you'll try to hide it. Pull down the curtain where the light comes in. Baby, we walked this road so many times before, but you always stop at my door. Yeah, maybe we'll fight about it, but I won't be down about it. All I know is I've been around, I've seen it before. Baby, I know this show. I know my part, but down to the core. I don't wanna waste my time now. 'Cause this is where I come in. I can tell the ending, but where it begins. I can forget about you, live out my days like it's still the same. There's still a part inside you, closing me out like I'm to blame. Yeah, we can fight about it, but I won't be down about it. All I know is I've been around, I've seen it before. Baby, I know this show. I know my part, but down to the core. I don't wanna waste my time now. 'Cause this is where I come in. I can tell the ending, but where it begins. All I know is how it goes when a heart like yours beats a heart like mine. We could turn all the words to rhymes, but a love like ours will break with time. It will break with time. All I know is I've been around, I've seen it before. Baby, I know this show. I know my part, but down to the core. I don't wanna waste my time now. 'Cause this is where I come in. I can tell the ending, but where it begins. All I know is I've been around, I've seen it before. Baby, I know this shows. I know my part, but down to the core. I don't wanna waste my time now. 'Cause this is where I come in. I can tell the ending, but where it begins. I fell hard to the ground. Oh, oh, you wouldn't wait for the sound. Girl, you got me searching. Know you're somewhere lurking. Trying to make my way in the full moonlight. I got blood on my tongue, anxious for no reason. I just gotta find out more about you. Living let loose now. Take a sip from the city light. Show me we got the whole world, but let's make it our own. Strolling all
Okay. They took a long damn lunch break. Dolly done had time to eat everything. So what they said 1:40, right? So they should be back, I would think, any minute, right? I'm ready to rock and roll. This is gonna be a long ass trial, from 9 to 4 every day. So they said they're wrapping it up by 4. So they should be back any minute. That leaves us about 2 hours left in today's trial. Okay. So far we've heard opening statements. We've seen witnesses, the uncle, we've seen the baby's mama, the baby's foster parent. So, I don't know how many witnesses they got. And then, you got experts that's going to come in and testify and things of that nature. So this is going to be going on for a while. She went to school today. Thank you for asking. Thank you for all the music, Dolly. Well, I was just killing a little time. I had to get up and stretch, things of that nature. I've been sitting in this chair since 9 o'clock this morning. So, I got to get up and move around a little bit too. We got 935 likes. Make sure y'all hit that like button if you haven't. Let's see if we can hit 1,000. So I'm ready to go, man. I'm tired of staring at this eagle. I don't know if I have the patience for court. Best trial watch with Dolly and Turtles. Yeah, we've been here since it started this morning. So I'm trying to make it through it without, making the best of it I can. When they got people up there telling the stories and stuff, it was good. Like I thought the uncle was good because he was real dramatic. The mama was real good because that was sad. Sometimes it's just boring. Like when they're just going over legal mumbo jumbo, that shit bores me. You love the commentary. I was at the Jennifer Crumbly trial. Cool. Hey, everybody in the chat, please like button. I absolutely love. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you. Just subbed. Great playlist. Thank you. I got a few different playlists. I need to add some new music to it. Yeah, eventually I will. But I had to buy the rights to the music or I can't play it. It's weird. YouTube's funny because then they get you for streaming music. But if you got the rights and permission to use it, you can stream it. So I only have a limited catalog of stuff I can play, because you got to pay for all that shit. So I pay for that music every month. So that's why I can play it and they not like get me for streaming music. It can run straight without no pauses, no interruptions. There's a reason why I'm using my name like this because I'm a cop that was involved in it. I'll be at the dad's too. Okay, Skater Boy. TCC Dumpling says, I need you to show me how to pay for the music. Okay, I can Dumpling. There's a few different streaming services that you can buy the rights to music from. You just pick one that you think you like the music in. None of them really have like super great shit. If you're trying to play some like Drake, it's going to cost you like $1,000 a video. You couldn't do it. It wouldn't make sense. So you got to play shit that, is good, but nobody's ever heard of. And that's kind of hard to find. Affordable music that's decent. You would love to see me make a playlist, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. I'm just catching up with the chat. We are at 947 likes. Hit the like button if you haven't, pretty please. Damn, thank you, Dumpling. Love your playlist. I appreciate it. Justice for Harmony. Definitely justice for Harmony. Well, she's going to get justice. These people are going away. The only thing is, the Kayla girl, their stepmom. Okay, Skaterboy said, I subbed to your channel today because I was looking for something to watch today and your channel came up. I hit the like. Thank you, man. That's pretty cool of you. Yeah, we just been following this case. I mean, I might go up there and sit in for some of it later on because they're saying this thing's going to go on 3 weeks. So no rush, apparently. And then we'll take a couple field trips around to the houses and to all these scenes they were naming, you know, if I do decide to go up there. Terry, yesterday and today. Welcome, Skater Boy. Definitely. So I'm ready to go. Let's do it. I mean, court ends at, you know, what? 4 o'clock, the judge says. He said from 9 to 4 with an hour lunch. So they're pressing their time now. But then again, you know, the lawyers were in there a little while before they went to lunch. So she said she wanted to give her people time. So they might not come back exactly on time. All right. Let me grab something to drink. I'll blow this up. So if anything pops off, you won't miss it. And let's do it.
So baby, find me somehow. Though there are millions in town, who would like to get to know you like I know you, touch you like I touched you yesterday night. I am under your spell, poison in my blood cells. You're the only drug that can save my body. Live and let loose now. Take a sip from the city light. Join me, we got the whole world, but let's make it our own. Strolling along the sidewalk, but you're running inside my mind. You know we got together, we will always survive. There are times when we let it go, but we never ever want to. No, we never ever want to. Always yours from the get-go. Will I never ever find you? Will I never ever find you? Live and let loose now. Take a sip from the city light. Join me, we got the whole world, but let's make it our own. Strolling along the sidewalk, but you're running inside my mind. You know we got together, we will always survive.
Deal with, and we could still be able to start at 9. Oh, okay, so
All right, here we go.
but that's my hope.
We are back. All rise for Dolly. Okay, make sure y'all hit that like button. All likes for Dolly.
Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Okay, let's do it, baby. All right, here's the next witness. Come on down. You the next contestant on. Let's put this dude in prison. $961 likes. Let's hit that 1,000.
I do.
You can have a seat, make yourself comfortable.
All right, who is this? Who is this?
And there's a microphone right in front of you. Just make sure that you're talking into that. Can you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
Katie, Katie, Morin, Morin.
And what's your date of birth?
Katie!
6/10/78.
What city and state do you currently reside in?
Laconia, New Hampshire.
And how long have you lived in Laconia?
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you.
About 3 years.
How are you presently employed?
I work in retail.
Stripper.
Retail.
Okay,
And
maybe not
how
a
long have you
stripper.
done that? How long have you worked in retail?
My whole life, about 20 years, probably.
And what's your highest level
Taking that
of
money
education,
maker.
Miss Morin?
GED.
She got the
Do you know
best
someone
education
named
so
Adam
far.
Montgomery?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell these jurors how you know Adam Montgomery?
We were in a rehab facility together, and then we became romantically involved for a little bit.
Oh Lord.
What year would that have been in that you
Oh,
were
he's getting it
romantically
in.
involved with the defendant, Adam Montgomery?
2021.
Get back out the way, homie.
And Your Honor, may I?
All up in the camera. Rehab and an ex. That's a good place to meet a man, women. Okay? That's why y'all ain't having no luck. You meet your man in rehab. That's not a good sign. Okay? You better on farmersonly.com.
And Your Honor, I'm showing the witness what's been published as State's Exhibit 101.
Met him in rehab. He's a winner.
Ms. Moore, do you recognize
Yes, I do.
the individual that's there?
Yes, I do.
And who is that individual?
It's Adam Montgomery.
They like the neck tattoo. It's a neck tattoo. It gets them every time. It says bad boy.
Yes.
Were you aware of whether or not the defendant was married at that time?
I was.
She didn't care. Hooker.
And did he ever tell you anything about his wife?
Not just that they hadn't seen each other in a while.
Do you remember providing a statement to an officer with the Manchester Police Department back in February of 2022?
I do.
And that statement was regarding the defendant, is that right?
It was.
Do you think that seeing that statement would refresh your recollection of what the defendant may have said
Woman,
to you about
know
his
your worth.
spouse, about his wife?
Absolutely.
No, I recall.
Okay. And what do you recall him saying about his?
I'm just like that bad boy
That she
type.
would do anything for
I
him.
guess.
That she would do anything for him?
It's the teardrop, Dolly. Oh shit. It's the teardrop.
During the time that you were romantically involved with the defendant, did he ever discuss his children?
I'm getting a pickaxe
you
tattooed
were
on my
aware that
face
he
for all
had
the people I killed in Fortnite.
Was there a particular discussion with the defendant that stood out to you about
Yes.
the children? And
Yeah.
tell us about that.
Mistress.
We were at lunch one day and just talking about our children in general. And he stated that the worst thing that had ever happened or he had done was he walked out of the bathroom and Harmony was suffocating the baby. So he backhanded her I don't know if it was as a reaction is the way it was told to me, to stop her from suffocating.
So he said he backhanded her.
Yes.
So
Did he
everybody's
say what the result of that
testifying
backhand
that
was?
she tried to suffocate the
He said
baby.
he hit her
But
glasses.
that could be a
so
lie. He
she
told
ended
all
up
these people this lie.
Did he describe anything about that black eye that you just mentioned?
No.
I hear you.
In that conversation
Or
where he
tight.
discussed causing that black eye, did he say that he had nudged Harmony out of the way?
1K.
I don't recall.
He said he backhanded her.
Oh, we ain't at 1K yet? Oh man, I'm quitting.
I don't recall his exact verbiage.
She knows what he said. You ain't never seen him, a girl. You might as well tell it. He's done forever.
Did he ever
He's
discuss
riding.
other children with you?
Yes.
And what were those discussions? What was the substance of those discussions?
He's
Did I see
told
what
me
you
that he
said?
had 5 children, all under the age of 7. They all had the same mom. At one point, I
Tell the time
asked
to move
him
out the way.
to go to Maine with me when I was leaving, and he said he would be too far away from his kids, so he could not.
If I could have just a moment.
Okay, here we go. So she wanted to go somewhere and it was too far away. He couldn't because of his kids. He's such a caring dad. Okay. All right, lady, stop lying for this man.
No questions, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Thank you.
State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Nicholas Ahern.
Okay, they called the girly friend. That's the mistress leaving. She's doing the shame walk. She done slept with a killer. She can write a book. Sleeping with a killer. Okay, who's next? Who is the next witness? Come on down. You the next contestant on your homie's going to prison forever. All right, who's this dude? Who's this guy? He's next.
Mr. Ahern, just remain standing and raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony that you're going to provide to this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Has anybody ever said hell no to that? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Nah, I can't do that shit. Has anybody ever just said
Mr.
no
Ahern,
to it?
can you
Nah,
start
I
by
can't swear to
stating and
that.
spelling your full name for the record?
Yes, it's Nicholas Ahern, Nicholas.
Nicholas Ahern.
Ahern, Ahern.
Thank you. And Mr. Ahern, what city and state do you live in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in Manchester?
My entire life.
Nicholas.
How old are you?
34.
Mr. Ahern, what do you do for a living?
I do construction, metal framing, drywall.
Framing and drywall?
Yeah.
How long have you done that?
Since I was like 20.
It's 14 years.
Yeah, a long time.
Yeah, a long time. That ain't
What's
that
the
long.
highest level of education you've obtained?
I think it was 11th grade.
Okay, he made
And
it to
did you get
11th
your
grade.
GED?
No, I went right into the trade.
Do you know someone named Adam Montgomery, Mr. Ahern?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Okay, is this one of his homeboys or something? I never seen a lawyer
Sir,
swearing a
I'm showing you
witness.
What's been published as State's Exhibit 101.
Yes.
Do you recognize that individual?
Yes, that's Adam Montgomery.
And how long have you known Mr. Montgomery?
How long,
I want
homie?
to say since I was like 18. So, yeah. A long time.
Are you aware of him having any children?
Yeah, I know he has a couple.
Are you aware of a daughter?
Yes. Yes,
Have you ever seen his daughter?
yes, once.
Do you know her name?
Harmony.
What can you tell us about that one time that you saw Harmony?
She came out of the house and she had marks on her face, which was a black eye.
Oh, Lord.
And so let's unpack that a little bit. When you say she came out of the house, what house did she come out of?
I think it was Guilford Street. Yeah.
Is that the house that she lived in? Was that your understanding?
Yes, that's where they lived.
So were you visiting the defendant when you
Yes.
saw Harmony?
Yes.
And what were you doing when Harmony came out of the house?
Just sitting out front talking to Adam.
What time of year was this?
Summertime, I want to say around
July.
Do you remember what year?
I think it was 2019.
And let's talk about that injury.
One of his friends, one of Adam's buddies.
What can you tell the jury about it?
It was a pretty severe injury. At the time, I questioned Adam, what happened, and he told me that she acquired it during a soccer accident. Yeah.
When you say severe injury, what did you see? Can you explain to this jury what made it severe in your opinion?
Her eyes were blackened. Yeah, it was pretty intense in the moment. Yeah.
Was it
That must have been
concerning to you?
big and black.
It was, but he told me that she acquired it during a soccer accident. I have kids, so I understand, accidents happen. So.
He did ask.
Do you know someone named Kevin Montgomery?
Yes.
At some point after you saw that injury to Harmony, did you have a conversation with Kevin?
Yes, he contacted me.
And I'm not asking you for this substance, just whether or not.
Yes.
And you said he contacted you, is that right?
Yes.
When Harmony came out of the house, about how long did you see her for?
Maybe 4 seconds. It was quick.
Why was it quick?
Because he told her to go back inside.
And sorry, when you say he told her to go back inside,
Sorry, Adam Montgomery told her to go back inside.
can you tell the jury how he told her to get back inside?
He was, Adam was forcive. He just, basically told her to go in, and he kind of walked her up to the door and shut it.
About how old was Harmony when you saw her that day?
I want to say maybe 5.
Wow.
Like that. 5.
How would you describe her when you saw her come out for those 4 seconds?
She was just standing there, just looking. No real body movement, just standing there.
And when the defendant forcefully told her to go back inside, did she obey?
Yes.
If I could have just a moment.
Yes.
All right. Well, if you don't see a little girl get hurt and you go over to somebody's house and, they say a soccer ball hit the kid in the face, you don't really have no reason to think they're lying
We'd ask
if
that
they
this
hit
witness
the
be
kid in
excused.
front of you.
Any objection?
No.
You may be excused.
Yeah, like if I went over to somebody's house and their kid had a black eye, I'd be like, hey, how your kid get a black eye? And they would like, oh, he plays baseball or something. I could believe that. You don't know unless they're smacking their kid in front of you. Then you'd be like, nah, that shit didn't happen from a baseball. You done smacked that kid. All right, who is next? Come on down. You're the next contestant on Adam Montgomery is going to prison forever. All right, who is this? Like he sleep with this lady too? He's sleeping with everybody. This chick must be with the media because she has a computer. That must be all media people. There's a spot for Dolly. I see it over there.
Sorry, Your Honor, would you like me to just check in the hallway?
Sure.
I'm looking at it right now. There's room for Dolly. Ooh.
I'll set you on. Deputy Sheriff Paul Montgomery.
Careful with the wires, please.
Deputy, if you just please remain standing when you get there for a brief moment.
That's just a dog catcher.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
What, he confessed to the deputy?
And Deputy, as we're being recorded here today for the record, would you please go ahead, state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for us?
Paul Montre, Paulmontrey.
Okay. And I bet I already know the answer, but where are you currently employed, sir?
Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. How long have you worked for them?
7 years.
7 years. So
7
far.
years.
Okay. And with regards to your employment with them, did you ever work in any other sort of law enforcement before working for the sheriff's office?
I started in New York City in 1985, NYPD,
Whereabouts in the city?
Lower Manhattan and Brooklyn.
Oh, he was in the boroughs.
How long were you there?
5 years.
5 years. Okay. And after that, any other sort of law enforcement
Town of
experience?
Henniker for 5 years.
Okay.
Merrimack County Sheriff's Office for 20. State for 2.
This dude's been in law enforcement so long he can't even
And
remember.
when you say state for 2, what agency did you work for those 2 years?
Control DMV.
Okay. And what were some of your day-to-day duties for them?
We basically dealt with trucks and inspection stations.
All right. So with regards to your duties now for the Hillsborough County Sheriffs, you said you're working for them part-time, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So what are your day-to-day duties? What do they look like?
Primarily transporting prisoners to and from the jail and the prison.
Okay.
To the courts.
And let me ask you, do you ever, I'm going to say, when did you come back to do part-time again?
2019.
2019. Okay. I want to specifically draw your attention to November 27th of 2019. And on that particular day, I'd like to ask.
2017, sorry.
2017 is when you
I
came
went
back.
to, yes,
Okay.
Hillsborough County.
That's all right. Let me be specific though. Let me steer you to one day in 2019, just before Thanksgiving, November 27th, 2019. Did you help serve or were you present for an eviction notice at 77 Guilford Street in Manchester that day?
Oh,
okay.
Okay. So
And I
he's
wonder if you could
evicted him.
explain a little bit for the jurors, just for an eviction process, what is the role of the deputy sheriff? What are you there to do?
So we have a court order that's evicting whoever's there on the premises. I was a second deputy. I'm assisting the primary deputy. Usually we send 2 guys. And for some reason, I don't know what, his partner was tied up with something else, so they sent me over. And I just assisted with posting the property and having the people leave.
And typically, how long does this process take to do an eviction? Just typically in your experience, I mean.
We usually give them 10 to 15 minutes to get some belongings and skedaddle.
Okay. And on this particular one at Guilford Street, do you have any recollection of roughly how long that took?
Probably 10 to 15 minutes, the ordinary time.
Was there anything about that eviction that necessarily stands out to you, or was it just a very typical eviction for you?
Pretty much the same as all others. There were a lot of clothes around. It was kind of dirty. And there were a couple children there. And there was a male and a female.
And when you say a male and female, and you say male, female, and children, so the male and the female, are they both adults?
Adults, yes.
Okay. And then the children, do you remember how many there were?
I couldn't tell you for sure.
Okay.
There were a couple. I would say at least 2, but I can't tell you if there was any more than that.
Where did they go at the end of the eviction?
Think it was
They
nasty
got
in
to
there?
their vehicle and they left.
If they're doing drugs, they
And
damn
with
sure ain't
regards to the
cleaning.
home, what happens to home when an eviction takes place?
So we post it with no trespass stickers.
Mhm.
And usually the landlord will come and change the locks.
Okay.
I don't recall if there was a landlord there that day. Sometimes they don't show up and we just post it.
And I just want to make sure that I understand on this particular one. I believe you said before when you do an evictions, it's based upon an order from the court. Is that
Yes.
right? All right. Do you have a copy of that order when you go to do the eviction?
We do. I did not personally have that. That would have been my partner that had that paperwork.
Sorry, I need to get on the mic. Is that a routine practice of being a of the? Let me try this in English. Is that a routine practice of the sheriff's office to make sure that a copy of that order is in hand before the eviction is done?
In our hand, yeah.
In your hand?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any reason to believe that's not what happened that day?
Not at all.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor.
Okay, so what? Maybe they wasn't supposed to be kicked out. Where is this going? I mean, they didn't pay the rent. You don't pay that note. It ain't no joke. You got to go, right?
Okay.
No questions. Thank you. All right. You may step down.
Thank you.
All right, so he's done. But just a normal. He's just an eviction dude, you know.
Statement called. Next witness.
He worked for the police department forever, though. Yeah, 20 years in this, 20 years in that, 5 here, 5 there. He even worked at the damn DMV. So far, we are 5.5 hours into this live stream. 5.5 hours. Good Lord, I've been here all day. How does FUD do it? FUD, how do you sit in that bitch all day? 8 hours a day. Look, FUD was thinking, man, I'd like to be driving prisoners, but they just got me sitting here. The most boringest job in the world, FUD. He's like, man, don't hate on me. I got retirement, 401k, benefits. This is better than looking at my crazy ass wife. We got 998 likes. We need 2 more. Who's going to be them 2 awesome people to like the video? So we hit the big 1,000. Okay. Now I can't do it without you. FUD can't do it without you. Me and FUD can't do this alone. See, JLR had a cone. I got FUD. All right. FUD way better than a cone. He actually moves around and shit. He don't do a whole lot of talking.
Sometimes
But he
things
moves.
go more quickly than we think.
Barely.
Oftentimes they go more slowly than we think, but sometimes they do go more quickly than we anticipate. This is one of those times. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to
1,000!
take a break as soon as the next witness is ready. And we're ready to take their testimony.
We
will
just
call
got
you
back from
in. We hope
lunch.
That will be in the next 10 to 15 minutes. All right. So same rules apply, not to talk about the evidence, not with each other or with anybody
We just
else.
got back
Do
from
an
lunch,
independent
woman.
research, and we will call you back in as soon as we can. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh Lord, all rise. How many breaks we get? Didn't you just come back from lunch? She must have to go to the bathroom. That Taco Bell went right through her. That's what happened. Okay. All right, back to Dolly. The judge had to take a dookie. That Taco Bell, she should not have got Taco Bell. It's quick. It goes through you quick also.
All right, so counsel, are we going to
All right,
need still
Judge.
to have you speak to that witness before we are able to take the witness?
You don't want to blow ass on camera. Okay. I get it. I get it.
Probably be best practice for us to come in and report to you what that answer is so that we could have you answer on which way to proceed.
I think it'll be a quick process.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'm just thinking that while we are in that waiting posture,
I could use the bathroom myself.
Yeah.
I'm standing here
is
waiting.
there
I'm
anything we can
get on
accomplish,
myself. Come on, we got
so
to
that you
go.
ask- So you know which question you just need to ask. The only question is whether someone else was there.
That's
wanna
why I ate
approach for
something
just a
stuck in my ribs. You can't have tacos.
Get the answers you need, and then I will wait, and I'll have the court monitor take a break until you're ready. You can take a break.
All right, there you go, woman.
No, you can go off the record.
She's like, hurry.
Unless it's just one question and you want to come right back in. Go, why don't you go ask the question? We'll stay here. If you can stay on the record if you want to take a break.
I take that break, woman. Take that break. I'd be like, yeah, I'm taking this break. Pan the camera on the girl. She got big decisions to make. Is she going to take a break or she ain't? Okay? If they just said you got an opportunity to break, I'm breaking. I'm barely moving anyway. You give me a chance to stop. Hell yeah, I'm taking a break. So she better take that break because look, this judge going to talk for another 5 hours. And then that girl's going to be sitting there going, damn, I wish I'd have took that break. All these white people do is talk. That's what it's going to be. That's what it's going to be. Take that break, woman. Okay? I'd be running out the court. I'd be like, hell yeah. Fudd be chasing behind her, grabbing her butt cheek. That could be Fudd's wife. Just saying. We don't know. We won't dare. We don't know how freaky they get. The court is on break. Fudd ate Taco Bell. I don't know, man. They were giving out them, them 12 packs of tacos. Clubber needs to pee. That is for sure. Take that dog home. All right. Is the judge just going to use the bathroom right there? She got a little toilet on the seat. How many breaks they going to take? They need to take a break to take a break. We got 3 witnesses that came in and they didn't even talk more than 3 minutes. And then they're like, all right, break time. That's too much for the jury. We can't overload the jury. Taco Hell, I don't eat it. I don't eat it either. I haven't eaten Taco Bell. I waited in line. I'll tell you why. I waited in line one night forever to get this Taco Bell, right? I was starving. And it sucked. I took about 2 bites of it and I slung it out the window and I said, I'll never eat at this fucking place again. And I have one time since then, but just once. I was just like, all right, let me give it a second chance. And believe it or not, the second time I ate it, it wasn't that bad. But I still never ate there again. It's like Mexican food, too. Mexican food, you eat Mexican food, that shit run right through you. Chinese food, Mexican food, Taco Bell. Not anywhere you're gonna be sitting for a while. You don't want none of those things. You got to plan your day around that. All right. You don't want to be sitting beside the dude that ate Taco Bell in court. Just saying. I'm just saying. Or Burger King. Burger King's another one. That shit is like X-Flat.
With regards to that question of whether or not he spoke with her, his, and Attorney Brooks can correct me if I'm wrong, but his statement is that he cannot recall. He said that typically there would be a practice.
Last time you
to try to
threw up all night?
with a child alone, but that didn't always happen, or that a parent could be living nearby, or he knew. So he doesn't have a recollection of whether he spoke with her.
Okay, so he doesn't know. Okay. So where does that leave us with regard to, you're just, why don't I ask you, Attorney Brooks, we were talking about what you were going to ask. Or the other way is just to proceed. I mean, as you know, as state's already indicated, they're going to be looking.
No,
to,
that ain't Fudd. That's a new guy. He filled in for Fudd. Fudd's in the back.
Challenge him to the extent
Fudd had to go drop a dud.
You try to get into any opinions, concerns, findings, any of that.
I don't plan on stepping.
Fudd dropped a dud. Oh my Lord. Taco Bell. Don't get that man nothing to go right through him like that again.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's okay.
I think I'm sorry. You got toilet paper hanging out your pants. You didn't wipe. You should have double wiped. You got food poisoning from Burger King one time. All right, I hear that. There's Fudd. I know. Fudd's in the house. Fudd dropping duds.
We're all set.
Okay. Everybody thinks we have a good enough understanding of where things stand? Yes? All right.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then let's bring in the jurors.
Let's bring them in, baby. I'm ready. It ain't 4 o'clock yet.
All rise for the jury, please.
I feel like I get off work at 4. It's like a job covering these court cases. This shit lasts all day. Is there a speed version of this? We need blitzkrieg courtroom, okay? Everything moving fast. Speed this shit up.
Counsel, so after this witness, am I releasing them and having them come back at 8:45?
45, I anticipate a very full day.
Okay.
Are they about to release
Counsel,
everybody?
I'm sorry. Attorney Smith, did you hear that? No.
I heard a fart.
After this witness, we'll be releasing them then for an 8:45 return tomorrow.
Okay, so
They got one more witness, and the jury gets to go home, baby. All right, one more witness. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? They're like, we can't get through any more witnesses. Everybody had Taco Bell. This ain't going to be a good one.
All rise for the jury.
See, that girl should have took that break, right? I told you, girl. She's sitting there thinking right in her mind right now in her yellow dress, I should have took that damn break. These damn people will talk forever.
Please be seated. The state may call its next witness.
The state calls Demetrius Soros.
Demetrius Suarez. Okay, come on, Demetrius. Got a check. All right, who we got here? What's up, Gina, Terry, Susan? The Hatter's Madness. Life with Henry and Madonna.
I do. You can make yourself comfortable. Can you start by by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
Yes. My name is Demetrius Tsaros. First name is Demetrios. Last name is Tsaros.
And
Spell
Mr.
my
Soros,
name.
I'm just going to ask that you speak as loud as you can.
Yeah, thank you. I will.
Truth seeker. Get back.
Mr. Soros, what city do you live in?
I live in Concord, New Hampshire. I apologize. I just moved. Pembroke, New Hampshire.
How long have you been a New Hampshire resident?
All my life.
And what do you currently do for a living?
I am a career level letter carrier for the Postal Service.
Oh,
The
that
U.S.
man
Postal
gotta get
Service?
postal up in there.
And how long have you worked in that capacity?
Since September of 2021.
Prior to September 2021, how were you employed?
I was employed as a CPSW, a Child Protective Service worker with the state of New Hampshire.
Oh, so he's a social worker and a mailman.
And that acronym that you just gave, CPSW, can you tell the jurors what that means?
Yes, Child Protective Service worker.
That's what I call it, CPS, Child Protective Service.
How long did you work for DCYF?
Approximately 10 years.
And in your capacity as a caseworker for DCYF, did you have occasion to interact with someone named Adam Montgomery?
I did.
And calling your attention specifically to 2019, the summer of 2019, did you receive a report regarding Adam Montgomery?
I did.
Are you aware of whether or not he had children?
Not when I first received the report.
Was the report regarding one of his children?
Yes.
Which child was that?
Specifically, it was Harmony.
Harmony Montgomery.
I'm sorry, Harmony Montgomery.
And was that report regarding an injury to Harmony Montgomery?
Yes.
Do you know who made that initial report?
I do not. It was anonymous.
I thought it was Uncle Kevin. Uncle Kevin made the report.
Do you remember specifically when that report was made?
It was July of 2019, towards the end of the month. Specifically, it was either the 19th or the 29th.
Golly, why is that?
Looking at your report, refresh your recollection?
He chose not to be. The judge gave him an option. Catherine June, thank you so much. Thank you for the super sticker, keeping Dolly alive. Awesome. Big virtual hugs to you.
Yes, July 29th, 2019.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, so if you could just turn that over. Let's face down.
And sir, I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up so that all the jurors can hear you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And can you tell us that date again? I missed it.
July 29th, 2019.
And what did you do after your involvement on that call began?
I apologize. Could you be more specific?
So you got a report. What did you do after you received that report?
When I received the report, I initiated trying to make contact with the family in order to see them, see the family, see the children, ascertain safety.
And is that generally what you do, or is that what you did in this specific case?
Generally, that was the standard practice.
In this specific case, though, what did you do?
Specifically, tried to initiate contact. I ended up going out to the listed address in an effort to see the family.
Do you recall what that address was?
I believe it was 77 Guilford Street or Guilford Ave.
Okay.
Tell us about that trip out to the 77 Guilford Street or Ave.
So I drove to the location, and as I pulled up, to the location, I noticed a person who I recognized as Adam Montgomery getting into a car.
And let me stop you there.
Yes.
How do you recognize them? How do you recognize them? Thanks for the coverage. No problem. I'm curious now. He said he recognized him as Adam Montgomery.
Mr. Soros, I'm going to show you
How do you know?
what's been admitted and previously published. It's as State's Exhibit 101.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize the individual that's depicted there?
I do. That's Adam Montgomery.
So when you said that you recognized the individual getting into a car, I believe,
Yes,
that was this Adam Montgomery?
it was.
Was anyone else present with him as he was getting into that vehicle?
Life
There
and
was
Henry.
a young girl, small
Virtual
girl.
hugs.
That interaction, your observation of the defendant, Adam Montgomery, and the small girl who was with him, how long was that?
Not very long. Basically, as I was pulling up and getting ready to park, they were getting into the vehicle.
No problem, guys.
And I can't remember exactly how far away I was, 30, 40 feet or so, when I was parking my car, and I observed them getting into the vehicle.
So you're parking your vehicle. Were you outside of your vehicle when you saw him, or were you still inside your vehicle?
I was still inside my vehicle.
And this young girl that you saw with the defendant, what was she doing?
Nothing really in particular, just,
He's
getting
trying to get
into
off
the
that
vehicle,
murder.
her father helping her into the vehicle. Excuse me. I didn't know if it was her father at the time. The person, Adam, helping her into the vehicle.
Yeah, he didn't even get out. Did he check on her? I mean, what
Specifically
about the
with
big
respect
black
to
eye?
that small female that you saw, how long were you able to observe her for before she got into the vehicle?
Maybe 10 seconds, 15 seconds, not a long period of time.
And this was from 30 to 40 feet away?
Correct.
I want to back up for just a moment.
Oh, here we go.
The
Back it
child
up.
that you were going to see, it was a female, is that right?
Yes.
How long, sorry, let me strike that. Were you able to clearly see the child when you were in your car there?
I guess as clearly as I could from that distance.
Did you observe anything about the child other than her gender?
No, just it literally just looked like a small child, a female getting into a car with someone.
How long were they were they parked there for before they drove away?
Not long. She got into the car. He then got into the car, and they drove away.
So he really didn't meet with them.
And you said the distance already, but was this on a public road, or were they in a driveway or something else?
Public road. They were parked on the side of the road in front of the house that I was going to.
So he didn't even see the black guy. He didn't get up close enough to even
During that
see it.
home visit, did you interact with a child named Harmony Montgomery?
No.
Why not?
Aside from seeing her at that home visit, because she had left. She was the little girl that got into the car.
Is that something that you learned that day or at a later time?
That day.
Definitely lazy, got complacent in his job. Yeah, possibly.
While you were at the home attempting to make contact with Harmony, was there anything that drew your attention away as you were approaching the home?
Anything that drew my attention away?
Is this unacceptable? Yeah.
Nothing in particular.
Do you recall?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Do you recall noting that there was a loud dog that was barking at you?
Yes. There was a loud dog, a large dog barking at me from the property.
And was that before or after the defendant drove away with this young female?
I believe it was after. It was after they left. I approached the property.
So you were unsuccessful in seeing Harmony Montgomery that day?
Correct.
Did you attempt to
Nancy,
follow us
thank you for becoming a member.
I did.
Big love, big virtual hugs. Unreal, I know, Granny.
That was initiating a phone call and speaking with Adam and trying to arrange a home visit in which I could actually come and see and speak with Harmony.
When were those attempts? You mentioned a phone call. When was that phone call?
I think I would have to look at my notes to refresh my memory, but I believe it was later that day.
Say, this guy sucks.
Please do.
Should have done a better job.
Your recollection.
Crystal Sorry should be suing all these people.
Yes, it was later that day.
Did you also attempt to call the defendant on August 1st?
I again would have to refer to my notes.
Please do.
I did.
Did you speak to the defendant?
Probably why he's a mailman now, right, Lynn?
I did.
What, if anything, did he tell you about Harmony's condition?
I would have to, again, look at my notes for details.
Please do. And just look up when your memory's been refreshed.
Yeah, he didn't do his job that day. He should have said, hold on for a second, sir. Let me speak with you.
About Harmony's condition when you spoke to him on August 1st?
The contact I just reviewed, I was speaking to him about setting up the home visit and that he had one of his children was not feeling well and he needed to take him to be seen.
And
So we had, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So we would not be able to have a home visit and it would have to be rescheduled.
And during that conversation, did he also tell you that he believed that Harmony had the same illness as his other child?
That I don't remember. I don't recall.
Do you think that that reviewing your notes would refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Please do.
Are y'all watching a video over here? Because y'all just say, see, stay tuned. I don't know how you see just stay tuned. This is the video, yeah. This is the court.
And Mr. Soros, Is your memory refreshed?
Yes, and Adam did say that he believed Harmony now had the same illness or condition that his other child had.
That again was on August 1st.
Yes.
So 2 days after.
This
you
dude
went
can't remember nothing, right? He's just like,
At any point
I don't remember.
during your response, did you have a face-to-face with Harmony Montgomery?
Could you ask me that again? I'm sorry.
At any point
We
during your
love you, bud.
response, did you have a face-to-face interaction with Harmony Montgomery?
My response, as far as my following up with the report,
Correct.
I did.
When was that?
I believe it was about a week later. The exact date, I don't remember.
Do you think that reviewing your report would refresh your recollection with respect?
just let him hold the report,
Can you please do
okay?
so?
This CBS worker dumb as hell. He ain't got a memory for nothing. Short term gone. Just let him keep him in his hand. Everything you ask me, he got to look at the notes to answer. He got fired. I bet he did.
Yes, it was August 7th, approximately a week later.
And you know they're getting sued
What, if
on this
anything,
shit.
did you observe about Harmony's physical appearance when you saw her on August 7th?
Overall, excuse me. Overall, she seemed.
So let me strike that question.
Yes.
Specifically, did you notice any markings or injury to her face?
I did notice a small red mark under one of her eyes and some redness with discoloration in the eye that was closest to that.
Did the defendant tell you anything regarding how that injury occurred?
He did. He said that he had bought the kids, two younger children, he bought the kids like foam swords or lightsabers, and that they were playing with them, and that Harmony was struck in the face, in the eye, and that's how she got that mark.
So, Mr. Soros, I want to switch gears and I want to discuss January of 2020. On January 8th of 2020, did you make contact with the defendant?
I believe so. I would like to review my contacts, please.
Oh, here we go. Give him the paper back.
Speak a little more loudly.
Yes, ma'am.
And repeat the answer to that question.
I do remember receiving a report then, and I don't remember the exact date and whether I made contact or not.
You failed her, sir.
Would it refresh
Exactly.
your recollection to look at your report?
Yes. If may I?
In just a moment,
Yeah, they were evicted, but this is before they got evicted. He was called over there because the uncle reported it to DCSC or CPS, whatever the hell you call it.
So feel free to review that and just look up when you're
Yes, it was January 8th, 2020.
And how did that communication occur?
I apologize, meaning how did I contact them?
Yes.
Oh, phone.
You spoke to him on the phone?
Yes.
And what, if anything, during that conversation did he say about Harmony Montgomery?
I believe it was that conversation. I would have to check my notes to make sure because I can't remember if it was that conversation or later when meeting with him that he had told me that Harmony was now living with her biological mother.
Do you recall the specifics of what he said about how she came to be with her biological mother?
He had said that she was having visits with her mother, and again, I'd have to probably look at my notes again, but I believe due to their unstable housing situation that Harmony ended up staying with her mom.
Did you follow up with Crystal Sorey?
I did make an attempt. I called and I believe I left a voicemail.
If I could have just a moment, Mr.
Not a very good social worker, I have to say. Not a very good social worker. Like, he seen her weeks later when her eye probably wasn't that bad.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Attorney Brooks?
Good afternoon, Mr. Saros.
Hello.
We met briefly beforehand. My name is Jamie Brooks. I represent Mr. Montgomery. Just in terms of the timeline, a report.
Speaking to the mic, man.
July 29th of 2019 regarding Harmony, correct?
Correct.
And specifically, it was
That Adam had caused the black eye.
That was in the report. Someone referred, whomever it was that made the report referred to it as a shiner, which I interpret as a black eye.
And the report was made anonymously, but you knew the person to be Kevin Montgomery.
I did learn that later on.
Okay, then he wasn't anonymous.
So that day you went to the residence, the 29th.
Blood is on his
It
hands.
was a very fleeting encounter. Adam and Harmony were getting in a vehicle as you were arriving.
Correct.
So you observed Harmony for all of 10 seconds, right?
Nobody did their job in this criminal med.
30, 40 feet away.
Mhm.
You were in your car still at the time.
Yes.
But you did have a longer visit approximately a week later, correct?
Yes.
That was August 7th.
Yes.
You went inside the residence.
I did.
And it sounds like you spoke with Adam, but you also spoke with Harmony.
I did.
Your general or preferred practice is to try and meet with the kid alone, correct?
Correct.
But that doesn't always happen.
Correct.
Sometimes there is a parent there.
Sometimes there's a parent there,
Or in the next room.
or in the next room.
And you don't have any specific recollection regarding whether anybody was present when you spoke with Harmony.
I don't recall that.
But you were able to visually see Harmony, right?
Yes.
And you noticed
No, you ain't
a
missed
little bit of
anything
red in
good.
her right eye.
I can't remember if it was a right or left eye, but it was one of the eyes.
In one eye, there was some redness,
Yes.
faded bruising as well.
Yeah, I refer to it as like a faint red mark and then some redness in the eye.
Harmony had her glasses, right?
She did.
You, she agreed to remove them, right?
Yes.
So that you could look at her.
Yes.
And there's a standard set of questions you ask under these circumstances, right?
I do. I did.
So again, without indicating what the answer was, you would obviously ask her what had happened.
Yes.
And other questions regarding her general safety.
Yes.
Aside from the redness in her eye and the faded
CPS worker.
You did not observe anything else concerning regarding Harmony's person or well-being.
I did not.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Okay, that's the last witness.
Just one question for you, Mr. Soros. So if I understand correctly, you're not sure whether when you spoke with Harmony, if her father was in the room, in another room, or somewhere else.
Correct. I don't recall that.
Thank you.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may this witness be excused?
Any objection? All right, this witness may be excused.
Okay, that was the last.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, things moved a little more quickly than the parties anticipated today. So we are going to end a little bit earlier today. It's our hope that we're going to go through with a full day tomorrow. So plan accordingly. Get a little, looks like maybe there's a little bit of nice weather this afternoon. So so you'll get a little additional time. But I'll have you come back at 8:45 tomorrow with the hope that we will get started on time at 9 a.m. Okay, so please be back at 8:45 tomorrow. Once again, don't discuss the case, not with anybody, not with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Don't drive by the locations. You know, if you happen to drive anywhere along the route we were in the other day, yesterday,
Talk about it. Gotta get out.
don't pay any additional attention that you wouldn't ordinarily pay if you were just on your direct route home. Okay. Once again, I do anticipate that there is media regarding this case. So turn off all the notifications on your phone. Don't look at the newspaper or the local news, please. Maybe focus on international news if that's what you want to do. But please make sure that you are avoiding any newspaper, online, or other media coverage of this case as we continue the trial. All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We will see you tomorrow morning.
Okay, boom. Okay, so there you have it. Tomorrow morning, 8:45, the jury returns. Okay, at 8:45 tomorrow. Been a crazy day. We got to see some good witnesses. We seen Crystal Sorey, her mother. We seen her foster mother was there. Uncle, what was it? What was her uncle's name? Kevin. Uncle Kevin was there. He was the whole show today. If we had to give, you know, a Grammy for who put on the best act today, definitely has to go to Uncle Kevin. Thanks, Dolly. Are you doing this again tomorrow? Yes. Okay. We're covering the case. So, but today, Uncle Kevin takes the award for the most dramatic, breathing and all over the place, and like he was going to prison. So he was the whole show to me. The rest of it was pretty boring. Uncle Kev, he was pretty good, you know. Missed part of that. You did? Okay. I think he lied. Uncle Kevin for the win. Well, he was definitely the most entertaining today, for sure. Next to Dolly. Dolly pretty entertaining. But other than me, Fudd and damn Uncle Kev held it down. Okay. Court boring and shit. So if you made it through 6 hours of this with me today, you are absolutely a trooper. Okay. I don't know how you did it. Honestly, I don't know how you did it. But I'm going to get out of here for a little while. Of course, I'll be back later this evening. All that good stuff. I need to get up and move around. It's nice out. I don't want to spend my whole day sitting in this chair. You guys be good. Stay blessed. Make sure to like the video if you haven't. Leave a comment after it because that helps us in the algorithm. I don't think anybody's going to watch a 6-hour video, but it is what it is. All right. You guys be good. Dolly loves you. Peace.